This program is rated MA. It contains adult themes, coarse language, sexual references, and violence.
I guess.
The Hitler Youth hairstyle? Is that the one?
Welcome to Open Comms. We're not talking about.
Go out over the air.
We can't say those words here. It's Friday. It's Open Comms. We're just talking about Manic's hair.
So, every time I see that clip, I'm reminded of the time that I got accused of being a white supremacist.
Yeah,
Because
people don't
I
take
had
too
a
kindly to
little
mohawks.
I had a little bit of a faux hawk going.
It's like a faux hawk comb over or something.
Yeah, I thought it looked good though, but
Yeah, it's fine.
ever since somebody asked
It
me,
looks
like,
good on
so
certain people.
on certain. Let's move on.
Yeah,
Blonde, blue-eyed people.
jeez.
This is
Welcome-
the worst opening ever. Drayden, can we
No.
end the stream and start over?
No,
Let's
no.
pretend
We're
Reboot
keeping
The
it.
last 2 minutes didn't happen.
No, we've had way worse openings.
I
Yeah.
don't know. That is true.
That
is
was
true.
this
It's
was
true.
pretty bad.
I've been here for the long
It's
haul.
top
I
10.
remember some
Top 10.
really bad ones. We've had ones where we talked for 10 minutes and then I realized that no sound was coming through. And we did have to stop and restart the show over.
That's every Twitch stream ever. At some
no,
point,
this was
that happens
exceptionally
to
bad.
everybody who streams.
No,
My
because
Two
I
out of three of my streams are me fighting with Voice Meter Banana for 45 minutes, and then half an hour of PI, and then I just cut the stream.
Oh shit!
And I wonder why nobody watches.
we had some structure shoots
I
for a
like
little
watching you
bit,
fight things.
but man, I got derailed. Oh, LB's back. That's what I was.
Hi.
Everybody's back this week.
LB's back. Yeah, look at this. We got the whole cast here. What's happening?
Alright.
And we got a red
Eden's
line
all here.
somewhere.
Even
What's up?
somebody named Redline decided to join.
Red line XIII.
How many channel points do we need to get you on cam again?
How do you pronounce that?
Just to turn it on. He's got lights now. So
It's
he's cool.
red line Z.
Buttons.
So my favorite missing the sound on streams was Redline trying to run the credits. I'll bet for 3 months straight could never get the sound to work, and I think he changed something every time, but for it was a long time. Could not get the sound to work. It was funny. It's working this team. Promise it'd be working this time.
I didn't
No.
catch a lot of the show, but I did see that there was like 30 people on cam on Trash Talk Tuesday
was
this
that
week.
needed?
Oh, the camera
Yeah,
one.
now
Yeah,
yeah, you were before, but now you're not.
There you are.
Beautiful.
But
So you couldn't hear us there where we were talking shit about you. I wasn't. They were.
They were talking shit about you, Redline. I
Oh,
wasn't.
I heard.
Oh, damn it.
so opening shot. I think we got one lined up. Manic, if you want to take that one away.
Yeah. So I think everybody knows. Tomorrow we want to do our opening shot for tomorrow. It's a kind of a unique day, especially here in America. But we just, we never want to forget what happened on September 11th. Happy birthday, Rain.
Yep. Happy
Shots
birthday.
to Rain. We will
Shots.
never forget. Hashtag never forget.
That's dark.
Oh,
That's dark.
I mean, it's been 20 years. We're good.
it's been a while, but it is the 20-year anniversary of it.
People
Rain's
are still
not 20
at
years
the art
old.
fest.
It's,
She's
but
not.
it is
Well, no,
20
she's not
years.
20 years old.
19
It is the
next year, right?
20th anniversary of the 9/11 attacks on New York City.
Isn't she turned? Well, I don't. I mean, is it? I don't know. I don't understand the whole
She-
like. You're not
she's
supposed to know that
31.
people's age. Okay,
No,
I thought she
she's
turned 30.
31.
I thought she was turning 30.
No, she turned 30 last year.
Oh,
I think maybe she's 32. I've seriously lost all track of time.
yeah. I think it's far enough back that it's not 2002. We can make a joke here and there, but
Oh, you're talking about Oh yeah, we can
We
totally
can joke
joke
about Rain
about
all the
9/11.
time. I don't
It's
care what
fine.
you
Like
think.
it's enough time has passed.
But yeah, so it's her birthday tomorrow, so happy birthday. And,
Tragedy plus time equals comedy.
it's true.
Truth.
All right, so yeah, my bad on the show notes. Didn't make any today, but it's been a bit light. There's a new intro video for the new player experience for the
Yeah,
tutorial.
that's good.
Kind of cool.
Looks
It's like
pretty shiny.
yeah, it's you got the little pod going down the escape tube. Yeah, we'll get to the 9 downtime. That was a
There was a 9-hour downtime.
no 9 as in
3-minute down.
no downtime.
Making a joke. That's okay though.
Whoosh, whoosh. I always whoosh it.
Whoosh.
Whoosh.
Remember
Got
back
'em.
in the day when they would release a patch and everybody would put in like 36 hours worth of skills because they were afraid the server.
I was
Yeah.
talking about that yesterday. Yeah. Or they give you free skill points because it just broke.
Yeah.
Yeah, if the downtime lasted too long, they would give you some free skill points to compensate.
It would be like it's patch day tomorrow. I'm like, oh sweet Jesus. They
Yeah,
would
yeah.
Capital-
but everybody
capital
load up your skill
load
queue.
up a big skill and then
I mean, I
Cross
always
your
did that
fingers.
anyway. Back when you couldn't load more than 24 hours. Well, you could load more than 24 hours, but you couldn't. If your skill queue was over 24 hours, you couldn't add another skill on top of that. So
Right.
you would get like 20 to 23 hours worth, and then you just put some like level 5, like 30-day skill in at the end,
And
just in case you didn't come around for a week or something.
Yeah, as long as you kept it over 24 hours, you were typically good. Unless you like had to leave the country for
Well,
some
I
reason.
mean, like just in case, because there's sometimes where you're like, okay, well, I mean, I generally play, but then like, what if you don't? What if you like go somewhere and you're like not back for a couple days, and you can't get on the computer or something? So
Yeah.
having more than a few days at the tail end was just a smart thing to do. But
I think once on each of my characters I had back then, I missed it where it ended. My training ended. I missed it for a day or two, and I remember.
yeah,
being
I
really
know it happened to
pissed.
me a couple of times.
there was definitely times where once they got rid of the 24-hour thing, they allowed you to like put quite a bit of skill points in there or skills training. I would sometimes just set like 50 or 60 days worth of skills in there. I'm like, cool, that'll be good for a while. And then I just wouldn't pay attention because I just wouldn't look at my skill queue. And I remember Dirk, because I was asking him for a skill plan at one point. So he just, in his EveMon or whatever it was, he had my skill my API keys in there still. And I remember like every time he'd just be like, Drayden, dude, you don't have any skills training. I'm like, oh, those finished? Okay. And he's like, it's been like that for 3 days. I'm like, okay, well, I guess I just didn't train anything for 3 days. My bad. And it's like I was playing all those days. I just never looked at my
well.
skill queue to see if it
Yeah.
was empty or not. I just
It was homecoming.
set it and
right?
forget it. And if I missed some days, whatever. Fuck it.
I think since they let us go as many days as we want, I haven't had less than a year on anything ever.
Oh
I keep it
yeah.
like 365
Even
days,
even like yeah, I think it got to a point for a while where I didn't know what I wanted to train into next, so I just filled up my skill queue with a bunch of level 5 stuff that
Yeah.
I didn't even need, but whatever. Just wanted to have a full queue.
Yeah.
And I joined Eve, I think it was maybe a year or two before they implemented the skill queue. Before then, you had to update your queue every damn day.
See, I'm glad I didn't have to come in for that.
I vaguely remember struggling with that to keep my skill queue, or not
From what
even
I've
my
heard,
queue, but to
most
keep
people
something training.
struggle with that. It sounded like that's probably why they
It
changed
was
Just, yeah.
yeah, like I was so happy when they implemented the queue. How did we get on this from downtime?
I don't know.
we weren't even talking about
No,
downtime. We were
because
talking
you
about
said
something
we
else.
were talking about the
Downtime-
new
Well, we
player
were
experience
talking
video,
about the NPE.
The new
okay.
player video. That's right.
but that had nothing to do with skills. So I
What?
don't know.
How did we get on the skill queue?
I'm the
said
only
if
one high
downtime
here,
went
so
too
I'm
This is
just
like
like,
some-
yeah,
give you
you guys are
skills.
crazy.
This is like some HP Lovecraft madness.
Where are we?
So,
This whole
anyways,
stream is
Something
an
like that.
MC Escher painting.
the capsule whips down the tube. Right.
Drayden,
As
can you play it on the stream?
Cue it up, Drayden.
It's easy to do it.
Yeah,
Sure,
go ahead and
Mr.
just
Oh, no.
Mr.
run a
Producer.
spiel. I gotta bring it up real quick.
So the I guess it was data mined that the next quadrant is named Gatekeeper or
Gateway?
Keeper gate.
what?
Keeper gate.
Is it gonna have
Evergate?
Rick
I have no idea what it
Moranis?
is.
Gateway?
Like, are you the
Are you the
gatekeeper?
keymaster?
Are you
There
the
it is.
keymaster?
Well, he was the keymaster. But are you the gatekeeper?
No, there is no
It's
Dana,
both
only
of them.
Zool. Oh God, that's one we gotta watch on movie night. Holy shit!
Oh,
We gotta watch
Ghostbusters?
That movie actually
Ghostbusters.
holds up. I
Fuck
watched it
yeah,
recently.
fuck
The good,
yeah, it
the good
does.
one,
The
yeah,
good
the
one.
only one.
Good one.
not
I-
the silly one with a bunch of fart jokes
I'm
all
looking
over
forward
I
to
it.
the
liked
new one.
I liked the second one. I like Ghostbusters and Ghostbusters 2.
I don't think I watched too much, and then like the
We won't-
remake, the
we won't
modern
talk
remake
about
was just
2016.
it just
Oh,
was a
we
bunch
don't-
of
we
it was
don't
like
need to-
Nickelodeon fart joke humor.
Can we just
Anyway.
as a society collectively agree to just ignore Melissa McCarthy
Oh,
from now
please,
on?
please.
Mm.
Because if we ignore her, she will go away. I guarantee it.
Kristen Wiig is very funny.
I
And that
love
movie- that movie
she's
about ruined her
great.
career.
She's great. Yeah. Kristen Wiig did not deserve to be she deserved better. That's what I meant to say.
Can you look at the public voice chat there and see who that is?
Villy?
Yeah,
We don't want to
I
bring
like-
Villy
He-
on, do we?
Who's that
Yeah,
guy?
really.
I'm down to bring Villy on.
The Villy?
Good guy,
If
yeah,
Villy's coming on, then I'm leaving.
yeah.
I mean, it's not like it's headliner or anything.
I don't think Villy and I have ever actually talked. Hi Villy, how you doing?
Hello. He's
Oh,
muted.
You're muted.
You're muted, and then it's a forced push to talk,
wait,
Villy.
oh, there he is. Hello.
Hello, Billy.
It's PTT.
They'll leave then. Oh, when he comes back.
Anyways.
well,
Dead
I
air.
had to, I had
Oh.
to figure out what my I had to figure out what my push to talk about.
Oh, there it is.
Hello.
how are you tonight?
G'day, g'day.
Oh, Drayden, you got the video?
I got it ready now. If we
Let's
wanna-
play the video.
Yeah, we'll play this real quick, and then we'll get back here.
So this is just on CC right now.
The video?
New Eden. A universe brimming with possibility and rife with adventure. Only the most intrepid capsuleers can conquer its many wonders. Do you have what it takes to become one with the machine? To explore the far reaches of space, carving out a name for yourself among the stars. To become a titan of industry, amassing wealth, power, and prestige as you rise above your rivals. Or to prove your worth in combat, cementing new alliances and vanquishing your foes on your path to glory. For the rare few, immortality awaits. With AIR's Capsuleer training program, you become the architect of your own destiny.
Greetings, Captain. I am Aura, your AI companion. I am here to help you find your way through New Eden. Welcome to the first day of your new life as a Capsuleer. I am now transferring your pod into a ship, provided by AIR as part of your Aborting protocol. Captain, an unidentified communicate. Vectoring escape route. Evacuation sequence initiated. Station hull integrity compromised.
Yeah, so there it is.
Wow.
Pretty smooth.
Pretty good. That's I like the it's nice.
It's a very nice what's the word I'm looking for? It's a nice voice that is like carrying you through the station. It made me think of Aperture Science, actually. Like when you're playing
Oh,
Portal
yeah.
and you're like
Yeah.
you're getting introduced to the facility. That's what it reminded me of. CCP Darwin, what's up,
Darwin.
buddy?
Did Darwin? Did you guys make this?
Yeah, good job on that.
No, it's pretty good. The other thing with it is when you're going through the tube, it's like, we're going to provide you a ship. And you look it down, you see the Stratos. It's like, man, new players.
Yeah, you're like,
rookie
damn,
pilots get a
that's
Stratos.
my ship.
And then
Was it
Nope.
Stratios or a Nestor?
it might have been a Nestor actually.
Not my. It was
It's a strategy.
I think it was a Nestor because the ring was full.
Play it again.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm just gonna look it up on Google. Jesus.
Yeah, I couldn't remember, but it's one. It was
Oh
not.
no,
a
you're
Stero.
right.
I know.
It's not the Stratios. It's the other one.
Yeah, it's
There
the
was
Nestor.
Nestor.
'Cause the ring was a full circle. It's the Stratios and the Stratios and the Astero have the two half.
So Darwin says you end up in a damages Stero. So I guess we can assume that Air is associated with the Sisters of Eve since they're giving you ships from the Sisters of Eve.
Air is it's on a whole new organization.
Right.
Yeah, it's the new corp for now. Is it like a? It's not a faction oriented corp. So it's not like a Caldari thing, is it?
I think
No, they're their own
I think
thing.
Air is strictly for the NPE.
Okay.
I
That's
don't
where I-
think I've heard about anything of them being, any kind of influential organization in universe. I think it's just for the NPE.
Yeah.
But I could be wrong. Hey Darwin, speak up. Help me out here, buddy.
Well, he's saying you wind up in a damage to Stero.
I liked how it was. It shows you how your pod kind of works. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like your clone gets hooked up, gets dunked in the goo, and then
Yeah,
and then
your brain gets your view gets
Yeah.
projected
the
through the
Dr.
pod via camera
Friesenhofen
drones.
It's a
uh,
great video.
Oh yeah.
hydrostatic fluid.
Hydrostatic fluid cleansing.
Make sure you get your hydrostatic fluid cleanse at least.
I actually made a
Dr. Hans.
Citadel. Like, what was it? You said it was like in
The Friesenhofer Center for Hydrostatic Fluid Cleansing.
and you said it was in a certain system, Planet 9, and I went and looked and
Yeah.
like, there's nothing here, so I went and got an Asterhus and put it up there and named it
I
the Dr.
loved it.
Friesenhofer
And it
Center.
was up, wasn't it up for like a year or 2
It was
years
up
or
for like a
something?
year. It was up for a long time, and then someone offered to buy it from me, and I told him no.
No shit.
And then
Dude, you should have sold it.
No,
They
I
blew it
didn't,
up?
because he would have named it something else. I was like, no, that's the fucking Center for Fluid Cleansing. It's staying up. And I just never fueled it. So it eventually became an abandoned structure, and I'm sure people just blew it up because it's not there anymore. So someone killed it.
I'm gonna throw the link in chat because I'm sure
Please.
90% of the chat has no idea what you're talking about.
But yeah, it was a, I don't know. I that was like my favorite commercial. So I was like, I'm gonna go make this. I'm gonna make it a thing.
That intro, I dig it. I really dig it. What I noticed, and Darwin, this is a stupid nitpicky thing. Please don't take this personally. What I noticed the first time I watched it, when the guy gets put into the pod and the camera comes up with his first person view, there's a tube running right in his line of sight. Like one of the plugs that like goes into his body, there's one that's running directly across his line of sight, and I'm like, get the fuck out of here, tube. Why are you floating in my face?
But he's not actually using his eyes. He's getting
I
all
know.
his
He's getting,
information
like,
through a
a-
neural link or
I get
something.
it.
I bet.
I
but-
get it, but just a little bit of something that stood out to me. That tube hanging right in the middle of the camera.
These heavy sedatives. Do they? See, I don't know. I've never actually looked into the lore of the pod.
I want some. I mean, you're getting jacked. Your entire nervous system is jacked into this thing. So I'm sure.
Oh,
yeah,
you made
you've
it
got.
up. God damn
tubes-
it!
you've got
I wouldn't
tubes
see. I
running
wouldn't
everywhere.
know.
I mean, I wouldn't.
Jake just made that up. Perfect.
I mean, it makes sense. Like if you imagine getting a bunch of tubes shoved into every orifice. Like that can't be. I imagine
I
it
thought
can't
it was
be
like
pleasant.
Matrix plugs, like in your
Yeah,
spinal cord.
but I
and
mean, even that, like, it can't be a pleasant experience having all of that shit plugged into you, right?
Yeah, but it
So-
only happens once.
But you got to get out of your pod every now and then.
stuff. Yeah. I bet
you?
that's nasty.
Well, okay, so originally I think we'd have to ask one of the experts because I could
We'll have
be
to get
talking-
One of the-
Astrophy one of these days.
in one
get
of the books I
Astrophy
read-
or Uriel.
In one of the books I read, when a capsuleer gets out of a pod, that's the only time that they're not immortal.
Yeah, that's
So
that.
if you want to kill a capsuleer, you have to wait until they're out of their pod, and then
Well, see-
assassinate them because their consciousness can't be transferred.
Well,
via-
and so
And
the
I think
thing
that happens in one of the books.
the thing because the thing I read, it was on one of those stories or lore shorts or something, and I thought it was like the capsuleer thing was some technology that actually took your consciousness from your body and transferred it, but it's more like the movie The Sixth Day, like the Arnold Schwarzenegger thing. So essentially, like when your pod registers that you are about to, like when the pod is dying and blowing up, it has like a split, like nanosecond type of thing that takes a flash imprint of your, like essentially your brain chemistry
Your
and memory and like all your memories, like everything, and then instantly shoots it across to wherever your clone center is. So you're getting an imprint of your old self put into a clone. So if you think
that's what
about it, it's
Darwin
kind of
did.
like you're not actually immortal. You actually die, and then a direct copy of yourself wakes up in a tube over there. So you're
But-
not immortal. It's
No.
like
Oh my gosh.
your
Are
legacy
we
is
actually?
immortal.
Are we gonna get started on this? Can we?
No, we don't have to, but we can.
No,
Yes,
but can we?
Yeah, sure.
I could talk about this the whole damn show.
But yeah, so
I
it's like,
won't,
it's
but
like
no,
the
I would
Star
love to
Trek
talk about it.
Star Trek
Yeah.
when they beam down
The
on a planet.
teleportation.
They're not actually teleporting. They're being ripped apart to the atomic level and then reconstructed on the planet in the same order, but that's not them. Every time they take a teleporter, they die, and then a copy of them gets created. So
Yeah, but like, I mean, if the copy or if the clone, it has all of your memories, it looks like you, it is fundamentally you at the atomic level.
but
Well,
that
even-
doesn't.
even-
Your
even
conscious
though
sense of
it's-
self
even
is
though
up.
it's a copy, it is an atomic duplicate. So how can you say that that's not you?
It is you, but the thing is, like, my conscious sense of self is created by this brain here. So if you
Drayden,
destroy this
how do
brain and
you-
make a new copy of a brain,
How
it will
do you
think it's
know-
me, but it
How
won't
do
be
you
me.
know you haven't lived an entire life before
The
right
bodies
now?
are all alive at the same time.
Does that mean we couldn't, like in the world of Star
We-
Trek, could they not copy people?
We could all be
You beam
clones
them down
right
and
now, and
beam
we
them
would
back
never
up.
know.
That's what I was saying. Like even like they did an interview with like the scientific advisors and creators of Star Trek, and they were basically saying they're like, for the show purpose, we made it to where they were actually getting teleported. But the guy was saying like in actual science, I would believe that they're actually dying on the teleporter when they get broken up, and then a copy
Yeah.
of them is created where they're meant to beam
Because
to. So every time they
actually-
beam, they die,
Because actually,
and then
like,
that copy dies when it beams.
if you were to here's the cool thing about matter, like anything you can see and touch, if you were to pick yourself apart, like atom by atom, you would wind up with a very small pile of atoms. Actually, everything that makes up you and this table and this microphone, it's mostly empty space. I don't know why did I get on this? I don't know.
Like it.
But it's not. But that like little pile of atoms, that wouldn't be you. They're all your atoms, and they were once you, but now you've picked them apart and put them in a pile, and that's not you. So it is you, but it's not you. Fuck.
I don't know. I've drinking
We
myself
should,
into a
we
pile.
should get off.
What are
this.
we?
I'm gonna.
What am I?
What am I? What is existence? What is real? Fuck.
All we
Fucking hell.
are is
It's
dust,
in the wind, dude.
Dust in the wind.
All we are is atomic dust in the wind.
Atomic dust on a
Whoa.
rock hurtling
Whoa.
through space. Hurtling through space at magnificent speeds. You can't even imagine.
And the farther you go out, the faster we are going.
This shit is so cool.
Anyways, video games.
Yeah, back to Eve.
Back to what matters. Matter. Hey, haha.
Oh,
You do that. on
I
purpose.
got the puns
Good
coming out my ass.
So, did you guys like Tuesday?
What happened Tuesday?
I saw that. I was saying I didn't see a lot of the whole
I
episode,
saw a little bit of the show.
but I did get to catch some, and I did see that there was 1 million cams.
You guys
Oh,
just talked about the feeder rounds, right?
I don't remember.
We did, yeah.
How boring.
Well, that's
Oh,
what
it
we're
was
gonna do tonight,
it was
man.
pretty-
We're gonna talk
Oh.
about
We
those
also-
feeders.
And there's
okay.
only-
We also talked
there's only-
about existence.
What are we talking
Did you?
about? Existence.
Mhm.
Did not.
What is it?
And how some
you-
people
what was
had
your conclusion?
strange mustaches.
We
Some
did talk
people
about
do have
that.
strange
We had one guy
mustaches.
look like, he
Some
looked
of
like
them
a
are
serial-
Canadian, even.
What?
One of the guys looks like a serial
Yeah.
killer. He lives here in the state.
Now that we're talking about mustaches, where's your mustache, Manic? That's dress code for the show. Like, look at the rest of us.
my
We're all
God.
dressed
Yep,
up.
Look at that.
Oh shit! I
We're out of
forgot. I'm
uniform.
sorry. No, you guys even told me this afternoon. Be sure to
Yeah.
grow a mustache.
You don't
for
have
the
a
show.
mustache by tonight. Don't
it
come
slipped-
back.
Slipped my mind. I'm sorry.
I think you should try to grow one.
Won't happen again. I have tried to grow one. It
I wanna
looks pretty
see it.
much like this.
Is it try the optimal word there?
But yeah. So we'll eventually get to the Alliance tour. There was one other thing.
I thought you said we'll eventually talk about Eve. Don't worry.
Yeah. Well, no. There was the DJ set at the volcano. I don't know if you guys watched that video. That's pretty nice.
I didn't watch it live, but I watched the
No, I didn't watch it live,
the
but
YouTube thing. But yeah, that was damn.
I had
cool.
it playing when I was on the road a little bit. I don't think I heard the whole thing. At the very beginning, the more I hear it, I almost like that version of Wrecking Machine, like the very low, mellow, like strings
like
version, like
the sad one?
acoustic. It's a little sad. I don't know if it's sad.
Not
What's
necessarily
the
sad, but it's
not ominous? Like what's I can't. What's the
dark,
word I'm trying to think of?
Orchestral one. The
Well, it's
no,
orchestral, but
orchestral,
serene. It's a serene version.
morose.
It's
Somber.
Yeah, the one with the lady
80s.
singing. Yeah, who is
like
that? That's
80s rock
CCP. Who's the one singing that? It's not CCP Redline or not Red.
It's Redline. Redline
No,
was
it's not
singing the ladies part.
Red,
Red.
beautiful voice.
Red- no,
He's
Red
known
Cape.
as the songbird of our generation.
It wasn't Red Cape. Who was it that? Who was
I
it that
don't-
sang that?
I don't think it was a CCP person. I thought they outsourced it.
No, because when 2019 Vegas at the Omnia, when she came out and sang that on the stage,
Oh, CCP
Like-
Terra.
Tara, that's her. So
No, I mean I know she sang it on
that's
stage.
not her on the actual recording.
I think on the recorded version, the version that they've shown in like trailers and videos and whatnot, I think that's somebody they hired to sing the song. I
Oh.
could be wrong.
Well, Tara sounded pretty damn close to that.
But yeah, she sounded great.
But I just figured it was it probably was, I thought it was Terra because they got Guard and Hunter so they got the devs doing all the rest of the Wrecking Machine originally. So I figured they did that, but okay, Red Cape was I don't there was a
She
reason I thought Red Cape did some stuff with
Was she really?
yeah I guess so
I
she
could-
was doing
She was
stuff for
I mean, I know she was working on Eve for a long time, but then she went over to do Valkyrie stuff, and now she's not with CCP. What is she doing now? She's doing like esports, gaming community stuff.
yeah so yeah comment on the SoundCloud said it's CCP Terra. So I
Okay, I stand corrected.
I mean Darwin's not sure.
I'm
He's-
perfectly fine
but-
with being wrong.
I mean I think it was.
A lot of times it's more fun to be wrong, honestly.
I'm just gonna in my head canon it's Terra. So
Let's do shots to guard. That's a good idea.
Shots for
Goodness.
guard.
yeah, well, yeah, because who was so on that video you have
Moved on.
during that part you have Burger and a couple others dancing in suits by the volcano, and who was God, it was man, I forget. I'm trying to think who the other one was.
Who are you talking about?
The three guys dancing in the suits in that video.
In the spacesuits?
No, in
Who-
like the tuxes by the volcano.
Oh,
during the DJ set. right?
During the DJ set, there's Burger was one. He was the one in the middle. The one on the
There's
right. It's like
Burger.
I've met him in several times. Like he's gone
I-
to Vegas a bunch.
I mean, I know they're part of CCP,
oh,
but I
Explorer and Tuxford.
Burger
Oh, maybe
Explorer
it's
Tuxford.
okay.
okay. No, maybe I haven't met them because it wasn't Explorer Tuxford that I'm thinking of. I was thinking of someone else, but yeah. Anyway, that was a
Dom, shut the fuck up. Guard
The-
is
the
not
first-
fired.
no, it wasn't fire.
Fuck
Yeah,
that.
it's a nice set. Like now, most of it's pretty just like it's like ambiance music, so it's just something you have on in the background. It's not like something you're gonna like, jam out to. But it's a nice little hour-long set or so. And with that, that's like pretty much all the
And it's
all the
it's
side
it's
news.
great to I had it pulled up on my big screen while I've been working over the week. It's just nice to have that music and those visuals going on in the background. Like it's like a screensaver for my TV. But yeah, they did some drone footage over that volcano. Fleabix did a DJ set, and yeah, Guard or not Guard, Burger Explorer and Tuxford were out there. Yeah, it's a good video. We should throw the. Oh, did Liz throw it in chat?
Something?
No, she threw the Wrecking Machine song in there. Hold on. I'm gonna throw the volcano video.
I got it.
You got
Yeah.
it. LB's
Boom.
on it.
Nice job, Elby.
Hell yeah.
Fast as fuck.
Too fast.
It's not bad. So if you're on a drive or you're just chilling in the office or something, you want a little bit of background music that's not gonna be like overpowering and like distract you from whatever you're doing. It's a nice little track to play. And there's just a whole bunch of drone shots of the volcano, so that's cool too.
Yeah, it's great footage.
Yeah, with that's all the side news. So if we want to swing into AT stuff, feed around.
Is that
stuff,
really all the side news there is?
It really is. Like there wasn't much.
Today is National Suicide Prevention Day. Broadcast
There's
for
that.
reps. If you or someone you know is struggling with mental or psychological or emotional troubles, obviously reach out to professionals. But there is an organization, a couple of organizations within the Eve community who are there to lend an ear and maybe point you into some resources where you can receive professional help. But yeah, please guys, don't suffer in silence.
True.
Is Broadcast for Reps still active?
Yes, very much
Okay,
so.
good.
And even aside from just the organization, I mean, like just the term broadcast for reps or the action of doing, I mean, like, doesn't necessarily have to be to that. Like, I mean, if you got to broadcast for reps to a friend or something, do it, because
yeah.
I mean, they will
Just
probably
talk.
be like, yo, what's up?
Talking about it is a million times better than not talking about it.
True.
Absolutely. You know what? Sometimes it's just better, even if you don't have problems. Sometimes it's good to reach out.
Yeah,
to people.
sometimes just to vent a little. Like, it's healthy. It feels really good if you just need to unload on somebody that you can trust.
Can
Yeah,
I
absolutely do
vent
it.
my
Can I
really
vent about
strong
the Matrix?
sadness and disappointment that Jelly didn't make it through the feeder rounds?
And can I vent about the Matrix Resurrections trailer?
I still haven't watched that
Did
yet.
you not like it?
No.
tried to
I
watch most
just
of
saw
it.
I saw a screenshot of Neo in a
really-
bathtub wearing a rubber ducky on his
Rubber
forehead,
duck.
and I'm just like,
that's Neo. That's the one. Yeah.
is that
internet
really
is
Neo?
dead while they're
It's
trying to
John
watch
Wick in a
streaming
bathtub.
I
Is he
don't-
sad about his dog again?
I was joking. We don't need to talk about this. We can talk about Eve.
No, I'm seriously. I tried to watch the stream. Was the trailer not good? My internet shut to bed when you were streaming.
I'll the conclusion after 2 hours of streaming this trailer and reacting to it and talking about it, I just came to the conclusion that it's a very pretty trailer, but it does not look like The Matrix to me. It has elements of it that remind me of The Matrix. There's Keanu Reeves, there's the pills, there's a kung fu, there's, a young Morpheus, whatever. But the tone of the trailer, how the trailer made me feel, like the tone of it
It's not dark enough.
does not. It does not, like, you look at the trailer for the first 3 movies, watch each trailer for those 3 movies, and then watch this 4th one. They look like completely different, and which makes sense because the director of photography is a different person. The guy doing people doing the special effects are completely different people. It's not the same team that worked on the original trilogy. So I understand it's going to look different, but I think they may have gone over a line.
My thing with and I understand why, because he was filming John Wick 4 at the same time, so he's got to have the John Wick look. But it's like, even if it's an older Neo, I kind of wish they would have just had him still look like Neo. Like, yeah, he's gonna look older, but shave the face and cut the hair short. But he can't do that if he's doing John Wick 4.
Yeah, I think there was he must have had some kind of agreement with the producers.
And he's probably getting paid more for John Wick 4, so he's like, supersedes. You have to accommodate me.
You can go do the Matrix, but don't cut your hair and don't shave.
Yeah,
he said okay. I think that's the rumor. I don't know if that's been confirmed.
And I feel like even outside of the John Wick, I think that's just like the look he likes to have now.
Yeah, I mean, it looks awesome.
But I mean, it's fine. It's just like everyone just knows John Wick so much now that I have a hard.
John Wick look.
Like when I saw the trailer with him sitting in the bathtub, I didn't think Matrix. I was thinking John Wick. Like it
Can
just
we-
didn't feel like
can
the
we
Matrix.
just-
It's not Neo, but anyway, yeah, we
I
can.
just
want to
say that there is now, it exists in our reality. There is a trailer for a Matrix film where Neo is sitting in a bathtub with a rubber duck on his head. That's a reality now. That's Matrix canon.
Mm-hmm.
Neo
That's
takes
the
a
world
bath.
we live in.
Neo takes a bath with a rubber duck on his head.
It's a
So okay,
chakra
now we
point.
can move on.
Yeah. Lions tournament feeder rounds happened this last weekend. It was there and gone
They
quick.
were fun to watch.
I wish I could have watched them live. I was not around the house at the time, so I did get a catch up on a good chunk of them. I haven't seen I haven't seen day 2. I watched all the VODs for day 1 pretty much. So, but is Billy still here? Is Redline still here?
Yes, they are.
Redline's here.
Yeah, I'm here.
We're doing enough talking for both of them.
Yeah, I was just saying, like, we were getting through some of the earlier stuff, but I figured we get to the AT stuff, which I was hoping we'd have some people that are a little bit more experienced on ship fittings and all that stuff, because there's definitely some stuff as far as the AT goes where, I mean, I can watch the bars go up and down like the rest of them and listen to the commentators, but when it comes to like real good strats and, you know, because there's some people who can just look at the comp and be like, see, they should have brought this instead, or this is gonna, you know, be a rough thing for that, or they'll just see the comp and it's like, okay, because they have those and these, that means that this ship is fit like this. That's the kind of stuff I can't do by just looking at the AT. But
Fuck it, let's fake it.
One of the things I actually feel has been kind of I missed personally watching this Lions tournament this year, the feeders anyway so far, was because it happened on the Thunderdome. I was unable to look up any of the ship kill mills as the fights were happening. So all of the intricacy and fitting ships was lost to everybody that wasn't directly involved in the match. There was no way to go back and see, what were those Raven fits, or what was the Sleipnir fit, or what was this? And so a lot of the really intricate, really enjoyable experience for a lot of people I know in kind of reviewing the fits and saying, you know, oh, why did they think that? Why did they do this? We just weren't able to see that at all, which to me felt like it was a tiny bit of a loss. But otherwise, the feeders obviously went off extremely well.
Yeah.
Do you think that's to protect the teams that are moving on to the Alliance tournament? Like they don't want to disclose.
No,
their
it
fits already?
was literally just like because it's on Thunderdome and the way kill mills generate there, and you can't put them on Zkill where everybody kind of looks for them. I've seen some of the kill mills from the matches that, like for example, Tess was involved in, but like 99% of the kill mills nobody else is seeing besides the people directly involved with them.
The one of the things that, and I understand that because everyone says like, oh, but there's no sense of loss if it's non-tranquility. I mean, like these days there's so much risk in the game that losing a Vindicator or losing a Balgorn or anything like that, it doesn't really matter. The only things that do kind of matter is like AT ship losses. So if you bring in Atana, although they're not allowing AT ships in this one, is that one of the?
I think that was one of the.
I think that was one of the stipulations. So this one's got no AT ships. So I guess it's not a big deal on this one. But I know in the past when they were doing Thunderdome,
feeder round, you mean couldn't have AT ships?
No, I think whole tournament.
There's no AT ships in the whole AT.
Yeah, I think they're just not allowing them.
Is that normal?
No, in the past they've always allowed them. I think this is the first one they haven't, and I'm not sure if they're doing that based on the limited availability. Because essentially, if you want an Atana, you have to find someone that has one and is willing to let you buy it.
Scarcity affects us all. CCP
So that could be favoritism towards maybe there's alliances that know the guys from Hydra or whoever got the big Atana payout in that one AT.
I think it's scarcity. I'm telling you,
so, but then if you're some alliance and that group isn't willing to sell one to you, no matter how much you're willing to pay, then you just don't get to use an Atana. And so I think they're kind of getting rid of them for that reason, that it could, like, their use could be dictated by the people that own them rather than just going and getting a ship from wherever. So
Akaroth brings up a good point in chat. It turned into a wallet contest at that point, right? Like if you had the money to buy Alliance tournament ships, then you could use them in the Alliance tournament, right?
Yeah, but I mean,
money, then you were kind of behind the 8 ball right off the bat.
Yeah, but I mean, like, most of the Alliance tournament ships were expensive, but I mean, if you could afford like a Titan, I mean, some of them cost as much as a Titan or a little more, but it's not like it was like 500 billion or a trillion-ish to get one of those things. So most alliances, if the alliance put their wallet at it, could probably afford one. But the more of the thing is like, could they actually get a hold of someone that wanted to give them one?
But that's actually what they were. The Itanas were like 400 bill a while ago.
That much?
And
Oh, I thought they were like 200
yeah.
tops, like 150.
Only the really like they used to be in the 125 range back when Titans were like 50, but you know, most of the Alliance tournament ships are now in the 200 to 300 range at least.
Man.
Which is much more about the scarcity of them than it is, you know, their actual value.
Yeah.
I won't speak to what, you know, CCP's reasoning may have been, but I can obviously agree that the result is you have a much more even playing field where if somebody has a Trillionisk to stock up on a pair of Itanas and maybe some of the I can't remember the name of the Mimitar. There's a couple different Alliance tournament ships like Malices, for example, Cambions, etc., where these ships can just give you a really high level of advantage. And with the way the ban system works, you know, you can ban, let's say, Basilisk, but if somebody's got Itanas in their back pocket,
No
and all
point.
of a sudden your Basilisk ban doesn't mean anything. And much the same, it creates a playing field that isn't level. I understand it, you know, creates really great moments when you get to blow up Alliance tournament ships. You know, I remember that match where 2 or 3 Malices, I think, died, and there's a couple other matches where you had those really high profile ship destructions. But it did help keep the winners winning and it kept and the losers losing, if that makes sense.
Yeah, and like it definitely painted a target on those ships anyway. Because I mean, like if you knew that you might not be able to win the match based on the comp, you'd be like, well, let's kill the Itana at least, you know, because that's one less permanent Itana ever, and that one ship probably costs more than, you know, multiple times the amount of the rest of their entire comp does. So it's gonna, you know, at least do something like a consolation prize, I guess, at that point. But
well, and you can't waste your bans on those ships because not everybody has them. But if like you really said, if you don't, then you get
like you said, I mean, ban a Basilisk, they could bring in a Tana. So the only way to like really, you have to ban a Basilisk and an Atana. But now you've wasted 2 bans to try and essentially get rid of one type of ship, which isn't great. And then they bring a Scimitar anyway or something. So.
In the end, I believe CCP's talked about their plan to reintroduce Alliance tournament ships over time, I think. Or
cool.
So
even if you don't own one, they're cool. It's cool that they're in the game. It's kind of fun.
Exactly,
you know?
right?
Yeah.
And
I like the idea of the AT ships.
Giving people an opportunity to get them again will lower their value a little bit as well. And obviously,
well,
the big
the way
issue
they were
being
talking was that
Go
it
ahead,
would be different variants of those ships, possibly.
Oh,
So
is that
not
how they're
the
doing it?
same
I
ship,
actually have
but
not
a
followed
different
like at
hull
all
or
what the
something.
plan is.
Oh, so they're not gonna, because they're moving away from the new AT ship each year. They're not gonna do that anymore.
I don't know if I was allowed to say that.
No, you did.
I never signed
Shit. Do we have to like stop the stream?
We got the Dank Leaks guy.
We gotta
now.
cut the stream, delete the VOD, restart. We'll be back in 5 minutes.
I love how Redline like literally knows more than me. It's like I showed how much I paid attention in that meeting. But I think, you know, the Alliance tournament ships they're really fun prize, but you know, when their core usage is just to help the next group win the Alliance tournament, it kind of takes away something from that.
Yeah, I can agree with that. I actually like
them in space though are always fun to listen to and hear about. It's just they really do. They add an element to the fun of Eve.
Yeah,
I mean it gives Frederick von Holst something to hunt, right?
That's
there
the
you go.
guy.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think many. I know there are people that do it, but I don't think there's a lot of people that really take the AT ships out rowing. Like, you're not gonna go on a fleet and just see an Atana in fleet. Now, some of the frigates, like the what was the one? I can't think of it. It was like the Angels, like it was like the Minmatar type of frigate one.
You talking about the Whiptail, perhaps?
The which?
The Whiptail.
Whiptail was very saw a lot of usage because it was like an 8K per
It wasn't like the
second.
Whiptail. It was the
Frecky. Looked like a
the Frecky, I think is what I was thinking of. Like, I mean, like there's people that will take those out.
That thing's amazing.
Because those are pretty good for solid, like you know, if you're really good at like the solo PvP stuff, you can get in combat, and those are a major advantage. They can get caught and killed. It's happened, but like the Atana, like it's a Logi ship, and you're really not going to go flying in a fleet with an Atana among a bunch of other basilisks because you're fucking dead if you do that.
Well, if you're in a major engagement, you're dead.
Yeah.
If you get caught on a gate, you hear the first
Yeah,
one.
because you are immediately the number
if
one
you're
primary
not,
for any
that's
fleet on the
trash.
field until you're dead. They don't even care if they'll whelp their whole fleet trying to kill you if they have to. But
If I was on your side, I would shoot you once, so I'm on the fucking kill mail. That's how
I
would do it.
probably would send an ECM drone their way or something. I don't know.
You guys are horrible. How,
Dude,
how
you know-
dare you?
I shoot Brisk every fleet I'm on with him at least one time because I know he's gonna die. So I get a kill mail out of it every time.
But yeah, I mean, I like the idea of I like the idea of the AT ships. That the limited edition, like there's only this many. Like what is there? There's only 50 runs of them possible each year.
Like I said, I think they're a positive thing for the game. It'd be,
I do like the decision to take them out of the AT though. I think that's a solid move. Just for like,
I think they should just give it to us, right? We should get one for having a podcast or stream, whatever you call it. Every streamer should get one of the.
I agree.
AT ships. I think
Yeah,
that'd be fair.
I'm
That'd be
down
fair,
for
right?
that.
That'd be fair.
I'm
we
behind that,
earned
so.
it.
We've earned it exactly.
But yeah, I mean, just for like the integrity of competition or competitiveness, I think that is a good idea to have a very scarce and limited ships like that not
to make
be
it
allowed.
fair. Oh, we're back.
Yeah,
to
basically to
AT
make it fair. But
So what happened? So what happened in the feeder rounds?
so Initiative got dunked hard. They got dunked really hard on round one.
Who were they up against?
Tissue. They're psychotic tendencies. Or
Tissue is not a slouch. They've got some.
But everyone was expecting Initiative. Everyone was like voting Initiative. They're like, yeah, Initiative. Except for was it Mystical? One of the announcers that was on the thing. Also, Laz was announcing. Not. He was like the analyst desk guy. One of the three. Him and Satonia and is it Mystical?
Host.
Is Mystical?
It was Mystical. Yeah.
Mystical. Okay. He's someone I haven't known before, but yeah, he's on there, and he seems to know. Because I was like, I don't know who this guy is, and when I was like, give us a little background, and he's like, I've flown in a bunch of Alliance tournaments, and I've been with like Hydra and Volta and all this stuff. I'm like, oh, okay, so the guy knows what the fuck he's talking about. So yeah, so Initiative was they basically, yeah, what it looked like was a Tissue Jackdaws. I think they had like 2 or 3 Jackdaws, and they just tore apart the support wing of Initiative very quickly, and then Initiative just fell. They scored 0 points. It was a complete shutout. Like Initiative
there were
got
a lot of those that went there. 0 ones or no.
Of the ones I watched most of day one, and there was, as far as I'd seen, there was only 2 shutouts. There was the Initiative one, and then what was the other one? It was the Dock Workers versus the New Eden comp. That was a funny one to see, because you look at the screen, you're like, Lord of Worlds Alliance, they brought 3 Thunder Childs, 3 Storm Childs, and they had an Ibis on their comp. It's like, what the fuck is this?
What's the Ibis do?
The Ibis died in about 3 seconds. The Ibis literally showed up and died. It did nothing.
Exodus versus
it lost
Legions
basically
a shutout.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Lord of
Basically, what
Worlds
the Ibis
versus
did was lost them 1
Pathfinders.
point very quickly.
Shadow Cartel versus Arrival. Frat versus LSH.
Those are all shutouts.
And all shutouts, yeah.
Yeah, there was
They
some.
won.
Yeah, so there was some upsets. So Tissue upset in it. I think a lot of people are expecting in it to win that one.
And SH
Bright Side of Death
got stomped.
Yeah, Bright Side of Death came back. That was I think that was of the ones I watched. I think that was my favorite match to watch, because that was one where I was like, oh, they're done, and then they came back. They came back and won it. Like that early Sacrilege loss with the what else did they lose? Hold on, I wrote it down here. They lost a Sac and a Jackdaw. So like, and what was it, Brave? Yeah, it was against Brave. So Brave looked like they were doing okay, and I was like, okay, well, this one's in the bag. And I was about to almost skip to the next one, and then, they swapped it. Like Brave took that, or Brave lost a Nighthawk and all 3 of their Sweeples, and then from there it just steamrolled back the other way. So that was I think that was like the more enjoyable match to watch, because it wasn't so one-sided.
I just posted a summary of all the matches.
Oh, nice.
I made 2 of them. There were 8 shutouts on day 2.
Oh, okay.
Tissue again.
So Tissue's coming in strong then.
Laserhawks versus Kitchen Sinkhole. Castabouts versus Exodus.
Did
Brett said
Laserhawks win?
Exodus. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, Kitchen Sinkhole did pretty damn good. That's the thing. Like a lot of people think expected
What-
Moist to win that one, and Moist got dropped hard.
Did anyone watch the snuffed out Spectre Fleet match? That should have been a
I
good
Yeah.
didn't. I wanted to see the NC dot
Was it a good match?
the NC dot and NSH match as well. How did that
I mean,
go?
the snuffed out versus Spectre match was pretty okay. It was kind of close. But it was just the what am I saying? I think there was I feel like if I recall correctly that they lost more ships than Snuffed Out did, so they lost the match.
Well, that's how everyone wins, isn't it? What do you, is it?
Okay, that I realized that
Not
did
many
not-
of them went to time. At least
Oh,
on
Oh,
the
there's
day
time.
one.
Okay, that's actually what I was getting to. Were there other win conditions besides?
Yeah, if it goes to time, what's the time limit of the match? Is it like it's 8
Then it
minutes?
just goes to
10.
points, right?
10 minutes? Yeah. So if it gets to time, it's just whoever's ahead in points.
I believe there were 2 matches that went to time. Test versus the Minions was one of them, and I cannot remember the other one.
I think Jelly, must be Jelly because Jam don't shake. Man, I really wanted that team to win based on name alone. They were against Dead Terrace, and I think Jelly had one ship left at the end that just barely survived. It was like almost into
Thalia.
structure. But yeah, that was my Quebec United Legion equivalent this year. They're already out.
You know, the crazy thing about the 8C is how much it made me want to just run around in small groups and murder things.
Small group PvP is a lot of fun.
It really is.
Yeah, it's if you know what you're doing.
Even if you don't,
Does anybody
man.
know why toilet paper forfeit? Then what happened there?
There's a forfeit.
I think they didn't have the pilots, or they couldn't show up, or
Is
something.
that what it was? Okay, they didn't do
Yeah, they
anything
just
wrong.
weren't
They
ready.
just couldn't muster the field.
It's kind of crazy. They wouldn't be. I mean, they knew about this like a month or two in advance that it
But
was coming.
things happen. You know.
Yeah, I guess.
Especially if you only have just enough people to do it. You lose 4 of them for whatever reason, right? They can't get their internet takes a shit, and they all live in the same town or whatever. You know.
Do
Kind of fun.
do most teams have like backup pilots though, just in case someone can't make it? Or do they literally just ride with
I know Bastion
these are our
did.
8 guys and we're gonna run with these 8 guys and that's it?
Yeah, we had alternates then when we did the AT last time.
'Cause I figured that'd be a smart idea. Like, but I mean,
But
that would
if you're
make
a
it
small
harder to
group-
practice because then you got to practice with the alternates too, just in case they have to play. But then you're taking away practice time from the starter roster. I don't know.
Alternates are all bad people, so no one cares about them.
Literally just a body in a ship.
They're just ridiculous. Yeah, you don't want them at all. So this year on the AT rules, is there a flagship this year?
There is,
Wasn't
yeah.
it- Okay, but you choose your flagship. If you lose it in round 1,
If you lose it, it's gone forever. You can never use it.
correct. Okay, that's why I wasn't sure. So if these teams in the feeder, if they use their flagship in the feeder round, they lost it. They don't get it for the regular for the next part of the tournament, right? It's gone for the
It's
rest
gone.
of the tournament.
It's gone. If you at any point, even the feeder rounds. And I think no one wants to
Did anyone use
show
theirs?
what their flagship is in the feeder rounds. So
And that's what I wondered. Did anybody use their flagship? I wonder.
not that I know of.
I didn't think they were allowed.
Oh,
They
not in
weren't
the
allowed?
feeders. Okay.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't know that anyone would anywhere. I agree with you.
It's hard to say though, because the thing is, like,
That's
since the
different.
feeders are single elimination, and it's like if you lose, you're out. Whereas like the main AT, you have a losers bracket. So I bet you would. I would have bet you'd see some teams just say, "Fuck it, we're gonna bring our flagship out now, and at least guarantee us getting into the AT,
So
and then
if
just
you had
hope it goes well after that, even if people know what we have now."
if you had to name your flagship and then you're not allowed to use it, that I could see that would suck. But if you don't have to name your flagship until you get into the next part of it, then you could use it anyway and not run the risk of not being able to use it the next round, right? Because if there's no flagship allowed, it depends on how that goes. Yeah, if there's just no flagship, you don't name it, you don't have to anything, then you're fine. You use the ship that you're going to be your flagship, you're okay. If you have to name it first, though, and then not be able to use it, then you wouldn't be able to use it. I don't know how they did that though.
Well, I'm gonna do a shot though. Shots the AT. Man, it's back. 2 years. 3 years it took.
I like the feeder tournament idea of it as like a
I
teaser
don't.
for the. It's a teaser for the AT, right? Now everybody's excited about the actual AT because you got a little bit of fucking, give you a little bit.
You don't like
like
it?
a drug dealer. Here's a little for free. Now come back for more later.
What are you talking about?
The AT. This feeder section of it. I like this. This is a neat idea.
It's like a teaser because the AT isn't until November, so it's
drugs,
going to be a bit of a lull.
I thought you were saying you don't like it
Oh,
because
I like it. I think it's
No,
a
I think
great.
Redline said
Okay.
he didn't like it.
Tease, I like it.
you don't like it. Redline, you don't like it. Why didn't you like it?
Well, I'm eating some Airhead bites, so let me chew this real quick. and I'll
Redline
tell you.
doesn't like anything.
Talk
He
with your
doesn't
mouth
like
full.
anything, does
Okay.
he? You're right.
I
I'll
don't
be-
like this. and I
This
don't
is
like
dumb.
that.
I don't
This
like
is
You know
that.
what?
bullshit.
Here's my-
Ah.
here's
You know
my
what
hot
I don't think
you
I've
are,
ever been like
Redline.
anything.
You're a
Here's my hot
nitpicker.
take, and let me tell you why.
Negative
So,
Nancy.
The feeder rounds are cool.
Ants at a
I
picnic.
enjoyed to watch them, but at the same time, there were a lot of teams in there, and this I know for a fact that I probably wouldn't have even gotten into the feeder rounds if I tried, but it seemed like there were some teams that were just not matched properly, which really sucks for those teams that were, underskilled, and they knew they were underskilled going in. So it's just
Not
like
matched properly. What do you mean? Like
The
there's a
feeder
purpose.
rounds were.
You mean like
were
seeding it?
random, right?
So
Wasn't it
my
randomized?
question still stands. Why didn't you like it?
Oh no, I
Negative
loved
Nancy.
it, but I don't. The idea of it seems kind of silly.
Well,
to
I
me.
think it kind of came
I
down
like
to
it,
it came
but I
down to the
don't like
buy-ins,
the
right?
idea.
As far as now, not the round one pairings. I'm not sure, but basically the 8 teams that got a bye in the first round, those were the 8 teams that paid more than the other 16 teams.
So
for
it
the
wasn't.
silent
It
auction,
wasn't
wasn't
random
it?
at all. It was all based on. how
But
much
the
you bid.
16 teams that were going to be put in round one, were those just randomly paired, or did they actually go
bet
through and
not.
try and
I'll bet
seed them?
I'll bet it's
No, they were
seeded by how
randomly
much they
paired.
bid. I'll bet it's seeded by how much
I
they
mean,
bid. That
maybe.
mattered in the whole scheme of things. So why would you not continue with that down for the seeding of the round?
I mean, sometimes it
didn't,
makes me
then
think
they
that it's
fucking
like that, but if
cracked
you look at the fact that NC Dot was against NSH, I have a hard time. Like that's
Fucking
one of
rigged.
just one of those sensational rounds anyway, because there's animosity there. So that I
Why?
mean that's a drama match, right?
But that was a second round match, right?
No, that was first round match, I think,
Oh,
wasn't
first
it?
round match. Oh shit. Never
Yeah, it
mind.
was first round.
Yeah, because it was already set.
Yeah, but nobody cares about NC Dot, so that's why.
But
Well,
how would I
NSH, because
determine the
NSH has
rankings?
sinners, so that was like the traders versus the OGs or whatever.
Oh,
I mean, I don't-
didn't
I
think of
don't know.
that.
They said
Were you part of
bans
the
were
team,
for
Redline?
cowards. No, I wanted to be, but I couldn't dedicate the time.
Oh,
to
because
it.
you don't play the game. That's right. I forgot.
Yep, that's true, dude.
I'm
Sick
sorry.
burn.
You okay, man?
We crying later. I get
On National
Let's phone
Suicide
call
Prevention Day. Are you okay, Redline?
it.
Reach
Dominard,
out, Redline.
last kill mail is Leanna McCarthy in a claw in Accio, the Forge, on September 7th, 2021.
That was 3 days ago. That's ridiculous. You didn't play today?
And Redline 13's last kill, a capsule in Geminate on
Hell
September
yeah,
9th,
dude, get the money.
2021. I killed the Vexter.
Money,
the
money,
capsule
money,
was sent
money, money,
first.
money.
But
I have a weird karma thing
You
that exists
see-
for me. Every time I get 4 kill marks on any ship, I lose that ship. I mean, almost immediately after the 4th kill mark gets on the ship. I have a ship
I
currently
jumped-
with 5 of them on it, so I will never fly it again. But I was so proud of it just the other night. It was so much fun.
Speaking of the other night, I jumped in on a bait Ishtar and an autocannon Hurricane, and suddenly there was a Lachesis and 3 more Ishtars. It's a good time.
Did you win?
No,
Why not?
I died very
Because they were better
quickly.
than he was.
Because it was 3 hacks and a Lachesis, my dude.
4, it sounds like, because if 3 more Ishtars came in.
Oh, 2 more Ishtars then.
Oh.
Also, the
Not
story
me trying to
changes.
get my story sound
Yeah.
better.
You can't keep your story straight, can you, Redline?
So,
Was it
We had
three?
a fight with
Or was it
Victor the
4?
other night. It was a lot of fun. It was 35 versus like 32. Great fight. We killed. It was 35 to 0 was awesome. That's the best fight I've had in a long time.
So when it comes to like comps that I mean, obviously you get the think tank guys and the fitting warriors and stuff like that that all get these AT comps going together. Obviously it seemed like there's obviously, I mean, 3 is the max of a single ship that you can bring. So you see a lot of these comps that have like 3 of this, or sometimes like 3 of this and 3 of this. The one thing though is, I mean, sometimes you get the T2 Logi cruiser, and then sometimes you see teams, even though they got battleships and you know, like faction battleships on their roster, and then they just have 2 like Logi frigates. What's the strat behind that? Because I highly doubt. Are they just like hoping that the battleships are gonna solo rep them, like, you know, self rep themselves enough that the Logi frigates can just keep up the support wing and that's all they have to focus on? Like, what's the strat with that, and like how effective is it? Because I feel like a lot of times you see the 2 Logi frigates, they kind of just don't tank much, and like the only time they tank much is if there's like a shitload of Logi drones in the comp as well.
So they're low on points, and you can't bring like more than 1 Logi cruiser. And it makes more sense in some cases to have a DPS cruiser than it does to have a Logi cruiser, if you can just have a couple Logi frigs that are burning away. Because I don't know if you ever tried to track a frigate in a battleship, but it
doesn't work. But I feel like so many of the comps, they have like jackdaws and things like that would have no problem melting a frigate, even a Logi frigate or anything like that. So
oh yeah, that's a part of it. So it's kind of
like Garmers and jackdaws, like they were all over the place in there.
If you took the AT format, or if you took some of those AT comps and you like scaled it up to be 250 people, that shit would be exactly how I want 500-man fleet fights to be. Is like you've got these little wings that are going after other little wings, and it's a dynamic battlefield instead of just crash together and shoot. But it's all like you pick something and you pick it as a counter to another thing, and so on and so forth, and it just whichever one picks best wins, and pilots best too. It's very fun.
Yeah. One of the God, what match was it? The Rusty Hyenas and Platinum Sensitivity. Who was the semi-pilot? The FGI-2. That semi-pilot, like, definitely twice, I think maybe 3 times, had like this hero ASB reload time. Because the Rusty Hyenas, they kept focusing him. They're like, we got to get the Logi down, because that's all. And so, you know, someone's just like, we got to get this. If we get this, one of their main DPS battleships or whatever down first, then that gives us a huge DPS advantage, and then we can work on the other stuff. So there's different strategies with that, but the Rusty Hyenas, they went with the strat of like, kill the Logi, and then we can just whittle away everything else. And they went for the Logi, and he ran his ASB, so he tanked it for a bit, but they knew that, like, okay, once we get through that, we'll melt him. And somehow, like, I don't know if he ran a few cycles and then reloaded his ASB early, knowing that maybe he could get it reload. I don't know, because he starts getting down to, like, half armor. I'm like, okay, he's going to disappear here in a second, because it's a shield chip. And then all of a sudden, his ASB reloads, and he must have had some serious, like, large, like, massive ASB or something, because he just goes in, like, 2 cycles up to full shields. It's like, what the fuck? Okay, he's fine. He's good. And then they're like, okay, just keep burning him. And he keeps fighting it for a bit, and then obviously he's going through another reload. And he gets down to, like, 10% structure. I'm like, okay, now he's down. But at that point, Platinum Sensitivity, they already had the win in the bag. Because even if I was like, okay, they're going to lose the semi, but that's fine. He's bought them enough time.
They didn't lose him.
They didn't. But I was like, they bought him enough time because they already killed like a couple of the Navy Ravens and some of their other DPS. So I was like, they already win now because of his tanking ability. But I was like, okay, so he's down. He served his purpose plus some. And then he gets down to like 10% structure, and boom, his ASB reloads. He goes up to full shields, and he survives the rest of the match. I'm like, oh, shit. That's gonna feel bad, man. You put all of your damage into that one ship the entire match, and you just could not get him.
Get it. Well, and that's a lot of DPS at first.
It was like that was another one of those fun matches to watch. I enjoyed that one.
Just tear into those guys though.
Yeah, like as a Logi pilot myself, that made me feel like super good because I'm like I can rep other people, but I am not good at like self-rep management when I fly ships. So that was pretty solid to watch.
Yeah, I wish I would have watched some of them. Instead, I was punishing myself.
Yeah, okay, yeah. Very say like so he's an FC, and he's like, yeah, you live and die by target prioritization calls. So they made the call to go for the Logi, and I figure like, I mean, I can understand like once you burn a scimitar to half armor, you're like, okay, he's ASB reloaded, but you know we'll get through that again. We have to burn him down. We've already committed to this. Like stopping now and trying to like if you've already lost enough damage, if you try to focus on something else, you're not going to be able to, you know that Simi's going to just rep up all the damage you're trying to do, and you aren't going to make it. So at that point, you've already committed, and so you've committed, and you have to go that route. But they just
you can't.
They still didn't make it
with all your damage.
I mean, there are times where you can change.
Less than all your damage, right?
I mean, I know there's times where you can change strategies, but I feel like in that instance, since you'd already lost 2 of your 3 Navy Ravens, and that is like 2/3 of probably your entire fleet's damage.
That's my point. You couldn't kill it with all your damage. That you definitely can't kill it with not all your damage.
Yeah, but you were still getting it low enough. Like he had no armor. Like I figured they assumed that like, okay, we still have enough damage to burn a Simi through his shield again, and then we'll kill him. And they just barely didn't. Like that one Navy Raven, too many, caused them to not kill him. So it was it was just a fun match. I don't know, like that's the stuff I like watching because
that Simi pilot had been having the most fun he's ever had in his life.
Yeah, like
knowing he owned those guys, but still having a little bit of like, oh shit, I might die. You know.
Did I say Ravy Naven? I'm sorry, I meant Navy Raven.
Ravy Naven.
Ravy, you know what I meant.
That's an AT ship.
Yeah, that's the next.
I rave about my navies all the time. They're great. Look at Elby; he's got the Navy shirt on tonight.
Yeah, I got the Canadian Navy shirt.
Nice.
Okay, is that really the Canadian Navy uniform?
No,
Yes.
it's Old Navy. It's from
Okay.
Old Navy, not Canadian
I
Navy.
had a feeling you guys were fucking with me, but I wanted to be sure.
I don't ever.
Is that a whoosh moment?
No,
Well, like
my
that-
God, Jesus Christ, Drake.
Did I just get a whoosh moment on myself now?
I just,
God damn it!
I did the Uno reverse whoosh.
Oh.
But that comp with the scimitar, so they lost 2 out of 3 Raven navies trying to get him. Even if they got him, now they're down 2 battleships.
Yeah,
They
at that
still have
point,
2 Sleipnirs and 3 Gilas to burn through.
yeah, that's what I was
You're
saying.
not
Like,
gonna make it, so you kind of wasted you shot your shot. That's it.
yeah, I was saying like by the time they made the call to keep going for the Simi, like I was saying, like I thought he was gonna die, and I'm like, it doesn't matter. At that point, they've already won. Because there's no way, even if they kill that Simi, there's no way they're going to burn through the rest of the DPS that they had in time
Try to
before they
output some
died.
of the
So,
DPS off and hope that.
yeah,
they can beat
that was one of those matches where the loss, where like you already saw the victory like early on. Like once there was like, in a lot of these matches you can kind of see that. It's like you see like one side loses this and that, and the other side has only lost like, you know, a hyena or some shit like that. You're like, okay,
Yep.
well, I kind of see where this is going. That rarely do you see it flip around and come back, but so this was one of those like the win was in the bag already, but it was just kind of like insult to injury that they still didn't get that Simi down.
Well, you saw a lot of experienced teams move on, right? Not all, some new ones did too, but a lot of the experienced AT teams moved on, right? Because they knew exactly what you said. They know how to build their comps, they know how to call the fucking targets, and they know how to fly in a tournament scenario, which it makes sense, right?
Yeah. Yeah. So I'm gonna have to finish up the VODs.
Couple of them are surprises. I was surprised Test lost to Minion. It happened.
Listen,
And I also
you
But
know,
they lost by 1 point. That's
I know,
pretty
yeah.
impressive. So that must have been an exciting match to
The
watch.
test one was close.
at the end of the day, the team that was the better team on the field won, right? Like, you know, I think we've got a pretty experienced team, pretty good
You do. You
group
don't
of
do
pilots
very
for
well, right?
Test who does our Alliance tournament stuff. But you know, on the field of battle, when it's single elimination, you know, the better team on the field wins the match, and the other team goes home, right?
Yeah.
There's no second chances on that round.
Yeah, with the test match, that was the second match on day 1 at least. The second match, I honestly in the first like 30 seconds to a minute of that match, I did not think Test was gonna win because I saw that Reckless didn't bring any Logi. I'm like, oh, that's That's risky. They just went for like the
Oh, the
all out
first
glass cannon type. Well, not glass cannon, but like all out, just balls to the wall, no logi. Let's just put more damage and just damage tank it. But I was like, okay, well that's gonna go bad for them. But then early on, like the logi, it was I think you guys had no Neros, right? For the test side, and it died like really quick. It just boom, evaporated. I'm like, oh well.
first round.
Yeah, first round. I was like, that's probably not good for Test because now Test is down the Logi, which was the one advantage they had over the other side. Now the other side's got all this DPS there, but the EO, because the other side contingency, I think they had the Apocalypses that were hull tanked or something. Yeah, the two. I don't know if they were like Navy Apocalypses or not, but so I thought that Test was not going to come out ahead on that since they lost their Logi so early. I was like, if the Logi holds out long enough, then they'll be okay. But if the Logi dies fast, they're probably done. Logi died fast, but the EOS tanked. That's the thing. Like, Reckless kept trying to put all their damage into the EOSes. And I was sitting there thinking, I was like, well, the EOSes probably have some local reps. Like, those are good local rep ships. So
they killed them, but it cost them.
They did kill both of them, but it took them way too long. By the time they killed that second EOS, like most of their damage ships were dead at that point. It's like, at that point, it's like, okay, you killed two EOSes, but they still have the three Ishtars. The three Ishtars, like the three Ishtars were just up for way too long, and that's way too much damage to allow.
A lot of damage. Yeah,
that's so much damage to let go for that long. So I was like, if those EOSes died faster than they did, then it probably would have been bad for Test. But EOS tank, man, EOS tank. That pulled it out there.
The drone ships, at least the people who flew the drone ships correctly, did well in the tournament. Like the Vectors and the Ishtars.
Drones were strong, but there was some really strong Slipnir teams too. Like the Slipnir, there was some triple Slipnir teams
that fucking massive.
They got pretty nasty on that too. I mean, that's what Tissue used, I think.
We tried it with the Nighthawk, but the Slipnir just does so much better than the Nighthawk does when it comes to.
Yeah, there was a team that ran 3 Nighthawks that I thought.
It's a good idea.
I thought it was going to go well for them, but they eventually. Oh, it was Brave. Yeah, Brave brought the 3 Nighthawks, and I thought they were doing well at first, but it came back around. And they ended up losing.
Really well, but they don't kill really well. I mean, they kill okay, but not really well. The Slipnirs kill really well. That's what it comes down to.
Yeah, but Slipnirs aren't super tanky though either. I mean, they have the ADC.
They tank through the fact that they'll kill you first.
Yeah, right? Their tank is based around that ADC. Once the ADC runs out, those Slipnirs probably don't last super long. But if they're really good at using the ADC at the right time,
Sleipnirs don't have.
I thought they.
Sleipnir is a battle cruiser, right?
Command ship, yeah.
Command ship, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
A good ship.
Am I on crack then?
Oh, you're on crack.
Yeah, a little bit.
Probably a little bit then.
Probably, it's probably hallucinogen, not crack.
Sleipnirs did get a resist bonus since I think the last Alliance tournament.
I'm thinking of a different ship than
something like that.
A good ship. Hands down, actually.
Actually, I can't remember. Did they get a resist bonus in the recent command ship?
I believe they did, yeah.
I'm thinking of Vagabond.
Yeah, you are.
Vagabond's get
the ADC. They're the same whole type.
Oh, they're not.
They used to be before they changed the command ships into the two different.
Do something to make the Vagabond.
No, they didn't.
Got to do something. Damn it, the Vagabond's got to come.
A Vagabond is a stabber model.
Love it.
Yeah. Maybe I'm just. Dude, I don't fly command ships. I don't know what the hell I'm talking about. Those. Ignore me when I talk about command ships.
The Sleipnir did used to be on the Cyclone model. You are correct in that,
but it's a battle.
But you're wrong on
the stabber. Not the stabber. Okay, I was thinking Vagabond for the ADC, and then I was also just talking on my ass about Sleipnir model types, I guess. But
that's one thing I hope to see in the proper AT is a good use of AC Vagabonds. 3 Sleipnirs, 3 AC Vagabonds. Just go in, man.
Ooh,
pop,
yeah.
pop, 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 pop.
Rah! Now, hopefully CCP in some way or
Jinx
before then, but yeah.
You owe me a soda.
No, you owe me a soda. I said Jinx.
That's not how it works.
It is. That's exactly how it works.
The person who doesn't say Jinx wins.
No.
That's me.
You don't want to be the person caught saying Jinx.
Yes, you do. You jinx.
You guys have been playing this wrong your whole lives.
We are correct. I'm telling you right now.
So I'm gonna install Minecraft now.
You don't already have it installed? What's wrong with you?
Minecraft's the worst game ever made.
No, I've played a lot of Minecraft back in my
It
I
day.
loved
actually-
Minecraft back in the
Hurts
day.
people, it kills children.
It's just
I,
it's a great way to waste years of your life. Why not?
I
telling
recently
you,
bought
Building
a
building
Minecraft
shit with
server.
it's playing with
Everything
blocks as
that's
adults.
cool, Minecraft's supposed
Last
to
I checked, we already play Eve. We don't need a second
Yeah, but I mean, like,
life destructing force.
what
That's a good
self-respecting
point,
adult doesn't want to play with digital blocks?
This one.
Oh, yeah, digital Legos.
So,
Basically,
when I was
Dom,
gone,
you
my
must be great at parties.
my son's computer broke. When I came home, I fixed it. And, one of the things that he said was wrong with it was it wouldn't play Minecraft. So when I fixed it, I loaded up Minecraft and just like I'll test it out. I played that fucking game for 3 hours. I was building a house.
That was
I
your
was, like,
test?
living a life.
did you
My
have you
wife was
never?
like, I thought you were just testing it. I'm like, yeah.
I am.
I'm
Go
almost
away.
done. I'm almost done.
Don't judge me. Let me live my life.
I'm trying to get a saddle for this horse. Fuck
Get
off.
out of here, woman.
Have you never played Minecraft before that?
I have never played Minecraft. Not once.
Love and
I
Elder.
Oh,
played-
it's
I played a
actually
little bit.
fun game.
No.
It's
can't.
it's
Yeah,
great.
graphics
No,
Yeah.
dude.
I would play
Like-
with my kids on like creative mode, so you have all the blocks and everything,
Yeah.
like right. So
I'll
like
do it.
they'll build a house or a base, they'll call it, and I'll build like
There
a
has
hotel
to be round
with a
thing.
pool, and then I'll leave and I'll come back and I'll have blown it all up with TNT, and I'll be like, well, that's it, Dad's done.
Yeah, see, I played original Minecraft back when it first came out, but man, once I got into like the modded Minecraft, where you have all the different like tech mods and crazy shit and like automated factory mods and all that stuff, I don't know if I could go back.
You can't because
I only like playing vanilla. I don't like
really?
loading it up with mods. Yeah, I prefer
Dude,
the vanilla.
I like
game.
setting up stuff, and I like getting all the wiring where you got to set up like power generation, wire all your machines together, and then you set up this machine produces this, but then you set up a computer and you're like, okay, I want this final product, but then it requires these 5 sub products, and those products are made like this, and then it basically sends signals out saying I need 10 of these, and then it goes and like sends all the materials to this machine, builds that, sends them, pipes them over here, and it's like I'll look and it'll be like this nice little concise, like I got like 30 machines sitting on this wall, and then you go behind the wall and it's like a computer board grid, like imagine like a giant size circuit board of just piping and shit going everywhere.
Yeah, why?
Like
would
I
you
like
do
setting
that?
all that
Why?
up because it's
too
like
much. That's a whole
go-
other game.
Go
Yeah,
play
it's a different game.
Factorio.
it's more than Factorio. It's more intense than Factorio.
More intense than Factorio.
Yeah, it's good. But
You know, you can play video games for fun. It's a thing. It's a thing that you can do, and that goes
No,
out
it
to all
was
of
fun.
you Eve players too. You know that video games can be fun, right?
no, it was fun because it's like
Serious
you'd
business.
spend like a week working on it, and then when you finally get it finished, you're like, I've built an automated thing to where I no longer have to work and do manual labor for the shit I wanted. I go and push this button and I get what I want that pops out. It's like a Star Trek replicator.
It's a life simulator.
Yeah.
You
It's not. It's
you put in all this work so that you don't have to work.
Yeah.
No. So it was a good question asking in chat. What 3 teams coming out of the feeder do you think?
Oh yeah. I would have to say Tissue looks strong. I mean,
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think anybody should ever underestimate Tishu. Like Tishu has their reputation that they've earned, but you know, the other side of that reputation is, you know, I would never bet against the Gamer Bros. They are a special force in Eve.
yeah, they had a pretty strong showing. Now again, I didn't get to see D2 yet. I still have to watch that VOD, so
So
I've watched the first
Who
round.
are your other 2 then? For now, for the first round.
For the first round, Tissue looked good. Kitchen Sinkhole looked strong, but I think it was because Moist comp was weird, and I don't think it was very good. So I
sucks
think
is Moist has been
they
good.
kind of shot themselves in the foot, and so I think any kind of it's not necessarily like pilot skill as much as, not saying that Kitchen Sinkhole was poorly skilled. I'm just saying that it going against whatever the comp that they had like a Scorpion, and it was just it's like Kitchen Sinkhole was the name of the one team, but what Moist brought was like a kitchen sink fleet. It was not an AT formed fleet comp, and so I don't know if I'd go with that. Platinum Sensitivity seemed strong. They went well. Bright Side of Death was impressive. And Dead Terrorists looked all right. So I'm going to go with Platinum Sensitivity, Bright Side, and Tissue would probably be like the ones I would say were pretty damn strong on day one. Test looked also
Arrival,
good too.
Exodus.
Who are you saying, Redline? Go ahead.
I'm most excited to see Arrival, Exodus, and what was the other one? There's another one. In Tropic Thunder, maybe?
Yeah, they're interesting. They've rolled
That-
through our space a few times to fight, and they seem to be full of competent pilots. So.
I would say the strongest three. My pick 3 strongest coming out of the second round. I don't like saying it, but Snuffed Out looked real good. Exodus, I agree.
Why don't you like saying it?
They're on my list of groups I don't like.
Oh. Well, TNT's in,
TNT looked good. I would not put
and
them
they
in top-
didn't use a Cerberus comp this year in anchoring up, so this might be something interesting.
Magoo?
No, they didn't Magoo it.
Oh man, someone got to do the Magoo.
The other one I'd watch out for would be Odin's Call.
Can we do the Magoo? We gotta tell the guys, LB. Do
Yeah,
the Magoo.
I'll pass it on that we should just rapid light Cerberuses and anchor up. Here we go.
It's got a history of working at least for the first couple days.
Oh, that's right. Tissue was banned at one time, weren't they? I forgot. About
It
that.
gets you just far in that you get some sort of reward from the AT.
Yeah, I think we got like a couple skins and some Plex or something.
I'll take your skins if you don't want them.
I don't think any of the skins get passed down to me. I'm not even on the team, so.
But it just goes out to everybody. Is there skins you don't like or want? Send them to me.
I'll
I'll eat
probably
'em.
sell them. I'm sure there'll be people that might sell them.
Not buying them. I said send them.
So one thing you guys haven't talked about that I think people definitely were happy about, and I think was something worth talking about, was how well CCP did with their Twitch integration and their betting through the channel points and the skin redemptions. I think that was immensely popular.
Very
It
much
seemed
so.
to go off
Yeah.
without a hitch, right? It seemed to work very well.
Yeah,
Well, I mean, there was no like automatic. You don't have to like connect your Eve account to Twitch to. So what I'm saying is they were handing out the skins manually, but the betting process, you would bet channel points on whoever would win the match, and then you could redeem those points for unique skins.
That's very cool. Yeah.
Yeah, they
And yeah,
were
so, like-
redeeming the Galnet skins, which are
They're pretty
they've
cool.
they're like the pink and white, I think,
Pink and white.
primarily.
I think they're
They look
animated
very,
even.
very
Yeah.
good,
Yeah,
it seems like
they've
most of the-
released them before. Like there's a few of them in circulation from a variety of previous Twitch events, but this is the first time there's been like a real influx of them, right? And
Oh.
obviously they were handing out probably into the thousands of skins that day. Just from the
Yeah,
amount of people I saw redeeming channel
when I
points.
saw,
Which is the
well,
right way
because
to
they had
fucking
the
do
the
this.
redemption set at 10,000 points, which is pretty easy to meet. Especially if you're betting on. I mean, you can get 10,000 points just sitting and chatting, but if you're betting on, if you're doing smart plays on your bets for the winning teams, you could rack up tens of thousands of points in a single stream.
Well,
Oh,
there was
wow,
multiple
really?
matches where there was in excess of 2 or 3 million points being bet per match, right? So
There you go.
that's 300 skins, on the line, and each of those skins are usually like some of them are well above $1 billion, and a couple of them are below $1 billion now. But like,
But if the
that's
influx
a
of
pretty
market,
reasonable
they'll go
amount.
down. Yeah, but they'll go down. But even if they add a bunch to the market, but they're not going to go down by that much. They're not.
Well,
adding
if they
millions
do it
up like
again,
that.
which I imagine they will because it was very popular from my understanding, obviously the price will continue to go down. But I just think it was really cool to see that kind of betting integration because from what I can tell, people enjoy the betting atmosphere and like you're not playing with real money, so like there's no real harm
Yeah.
to it.
For
Well,
sure.
that's what everybody was
People have been
clamoring
asking
about.
for
Was that
this
we
for
want
years. Yeah.
bring back
Forever,
Eve
right?
Bet so we
I
can
want to eat bet.
gamble on Eve on Alliance tournament. That's
They
the
can.
So
only reason people watch
Why
it.
can't they just
It's in-
Yeah.
put EveBet as part of CCP. I mean, you already have Bam Stroker working there. He'll set it up again.
You've already got HyperNet. I mean, it's basically
Yeah,
gambling.
they have the
anyways.
HyperNet.
But the channel points is a good substitute. So that's good.
Yeah, I just thought it was really good because people, accumulate channel points, and lots of people
Yeah.
who have watched CCP streams before. I know I had like 25,000 channel points when I started the stream, and I was like, oh, yay!
Yeah, because you
And,
watch. I mean, we all
free
watch
skin.
these streams every once in a while. They always have something good going.
Another point, other than the gambling thing, is that Varag was bringing up in chat. And this is something that I noticed as well. The camera work for the AT was excellent.
This is really good.
It was
So
excellent. In the past, like I would say, you have this whole. It would be zoomed out, and it would just be stationary. And all of a sudden, they do like the like right click and view cam on that one ship, and then all of a sudden
Watch
zoom
the
into like the
ship
one
explode.
ship flying around, and you lose sense of the rest of the battlefield. And then they would zoom back, and it was like always disorienting and not really well done. This one was like, it was nice and set to where you always had a nice view of the battlefield, but it still like had this like kind of almost orbiting, shifting, but slowly and subtly done to where it's not it doesn't mess with it. It gives you like a nice sense of view, but it's not static. So
you know why they were able to do this, right?
No.
So they messed with the cam controls or something.
Back in 2018, I believe, they launched 3D mouse support for the Eve client. So if you have a 3D mouse, which are really popular among designers and 3D modelers and CAD designers and
3D
whatnot,
mouse.
3D mouse. It allows you to pan and scan and rotate and shift a 3D environment with on a 2D plane.
Cool.
So they were testing this at Vegas in 2018, and God, I fell in love with it. I kind of want to pick up a mouse just because I've always wanted to make these, those really cool Eve cinematics, and it's always been kind of tricky the way the stock, I'll call it the stock camera, has always worked. Even in the past, before they updated the camera controls back in 2015, I believe, the old camera was really tricky to navigate, but you could figure it out. But now this 3D camera support is awesome, and they used it. I recognized it immediately the way they were using it in the AT. It's great.
Cool. Yeah, that's cool. I mean, I hope they'll continue that because it did look good, right?
Yeah, totally.
And before, it was literally hit or miss, and most of the time miss on the watching the event.
Well, like Drayden was saying, because a lot of the times in AT's past, they would often zoom in on a single ship that was getting destroyed.
Usually one that was about to die.
Yeah, like because they want to show that explosion on stream, and I get that.
But then
but
if you're focusing on.
You're focusing on one ship.
It's like, okay,
you can no longer see what's going on.
Yeah, it's like the Oneros is about to die. Cool, but I was more watching. Like, yeah, I knew that Oneros was going to die, so I stopped paying attention to it. And I started looking more at the two hounds getting caught by the frigate that's going over to catch them to stop the damage on the battle, whatever's going on. So it's like, if you're paying attention on something else going on in the battlefield and they just all of a sudden zoom in on one ship, it forces you to not watch what you might have been wanting to watch. So I really like what they did with this one and just leaving it all zoomed out, but it's not just a static, like just sitting here and just watching it. It had this kind of like a nice, it just was a nice flow, and they did this like nice pan, and I don't know if it was intentional, but it felt like they were always panning it to where like you wouldn't have like ships that were just all like lined up. They always tried to pan to where you had like a nice side view of it at the best angle that you could. So yeah, I mean it kudos to whoever was doing the camera controls on that.
CCP Darwin was doing it.
Nice. Shots to Darwin for the camera controls. Well done, dude. Well done.
That was by RJ. Whatever his name is.
But yeah, no, I mean, in all honesty, though, shots to whoever actually was doing the camera work, because that was really good.
Shots to the cameraman.
To the cameraman.
Praise the cameraman.
The best way to do that is to have a camera focused on each ship, and then I'll have one over the entire battlefield.
Are you saying like a massive Zoom call of like 20 people and just have like a little mini camera of every single ship isolated?
Oh God, that sounds amazing.
like it's Fly Vision. It's Fly Vision in the AT.
You want like a producer in a booth, like switch to camera 2, like switch to camera 3, like that kind of
Fly Vision. That's fucking great. Fly vision. I want that. That's what
That would be amazing, would it
It
not?
would
I would love
amazing,
to
yeah.
see ProView. Like, you know how they do that in kind of League of Legends, I think it is, where you can like watch from any
Manipulate it, yeah.
player's camera. That would be really
That would be
interesting.
nice.
Oh,
Well, I
yeah.
mean, that's kind of the oh, you're talking about their client side camera,
Yeah,
not
well,
like
it's
But like if you're watching like the esports, like when they're doing they'll swap because like there's multiple lanes and you can't just watch the whole map because it's too
Right.
zoomed out. So like they focus like here's mid lane and then there's stuff going. It's like, oh, there's a fight starting bot lane. They'll shift over and focus on these guys and they'll shift over here and
Or being able to control who you watch.
yeah,
That'd
because
be
like there
awesome.
they have, I think they have multiple people dealing with the cameras. They have like one person in control of it, but then they also have multiple people watching different things. And like, oh, swap over to the top lane, swap over to this, like, and so there's a whole back production crew that deal with just the cameras with them. So
No, I
It is
agree.
glorious.
And
It would work so well with AT.
It really would. You know, and
Okay.
this is an area that I think CCP has potential. If they do it right, they can figure out a way to do it right. I don't know the answer. They could actually be interesting to people who don't play Eve, but it's got to be done right. Right, like you said,
Okay.
with all the different angles and stuff like that, because it's kind of cool to watch.
So the problem with AT is the meta is so out there
Important.
that, and it's important, right? It's important, but it's out there. So you as a new player or a new person or someone who doesn't play Eve and you come across an Alliance tournament stream and you look at it, you're like, I don't know what the fuck this is. I have no idea what's going on, and I'm walking away. But here's the
they could
thing:
do
if
it
you
differently
had
to make it not
you had
walk away.
appropriate like between round talks about what's happening and what's going on and like pre-game, like this is what's going to happen, this is what comp they're bringing, this is what this is, you would get more people to be like, okay, I think I'm getting
like,
this, I think I'm
now-
understanding what the fuck is happening
Good
here.
camera control and good color commentary. is what they
That's
need.
right. But just like and I always use the Winter Olympics as an analogy here because there are so many people in the United States who have never seen snow in their life. But if you throw luge on the TV and if you have the proper commentary, you'll have people in Louisiana chanting USA, USA. as
yeah,
this
and they'll be
asshole
talking like,
slides down a
see,
fucking
no, he
ice
slipped a
chute.
little bit on that corner. He's
Oh,
never gonna
now
make that
see,
last turn, and it's
that's not a gold medal run.
yeah,
That's
no,
fucking
he's
bullshit.
gonna be at least 0.8
Dude.
seconds off of
You'll
this
have people
one.
bet
It's like,
on it.
dude, you've been watching 3 luge runs.
That's
You're like an
right.
expert now.
That's right. But they're an expert because of the color
Yeah.
commentary that they get from the people on the fucking
Now, one thing I don't
And
know
think
how.
that's one thing that AT has always lacked is people explaining like, all right, here, I know you're new, I know you've never been here before and you're just scrolling by, but like, here's what's happening. This is the Mimitar rush and this is how it works. This is
Yeah,
what the
yeah.
That's
comp is.
something.
Like when you
Need
see
good
it,
color commentary that's not boring to listen to. It can't be a history lesson. It can't be a school lesson.
well,
It has to
here's
be
the
fun
challenge.
and
How do
informative.
you explain what's going on in an alliance tournament match? How do you explain that to somebody who's never played Eve before? How do you
It's
explain
it's
that in a
hard
way
to
that
do.
the
I
problem is
would argue it's impossible.
No, you don't.
it
explain
is
You-
near
you
impossible.
Explain what's
I
going on
have an
on the
idea
screen.
for it. I have an idea. Now I don't know how hard it would be to implement, but like LB was saying, like the in between, like recaps. Because yeah, while the match is going, you can't just you have to just use your words. You can't like just sit there and point at a screen and be like, this guy is doing this, and so you just have to say what's happening. But in the aftermath, like if there is a way to have like a recording of the fight and kind of like the teleprompters where they like in the NFL games, like, oh, okay, now let's look at take another look at this play and see this, and they like draw on the screen with the circles and stuff. If they could do that in the
John Madden
match
style, like this is what happened.
if they had something where they could do that and like show like halfway through the match, like, okay, so this is where the Oneros is and he's bad position because over here you got this, and you could draw on there and actually visually and explain what's going on in that situation that you just
But even
watched.
for, like-
it will help you understand more of like, okay,
But
that's what's
a new
what's
watcher
going on.
won't watch that yet. They have to watch the actual event first and like it to get to where you're
Right.
talking
Yeah,
about.
I'm just
That's
saying
right.
like that would be a
We
great
gotta
way
make
to
it
explain.
hard.
For an upcoming match, there's always this mystique or this thing around Alliance tournament where like everything is OPSEC and no one can know anything and no one's allowed to. There's all this fucking espionage surrounding it. But like if you had some way to like lock in your comp half an hour before the thing went live, right? You can't change it. You can't do anything. That's all there is to it. And there's some way to like, I don't know, delay the stream or something. Whereas like by the time the stream starts, no one's able to like glean any information from a stream. So that you can as a commentator or as a producer, you can look at their comps beforehand and be like, all right, this is what Team A is doing. They're bringing this. Expect these chips to be fit like this. We don't know for sure, but this is what it looks like. Team B is bringing this. Expect their comps to look like this. Expect their fits to look like this. Team A is going to want to do a button hook to the right. Team B is going to want to fucking do a blitz. So like watch for that. Team B is going to not want them to do this. Team A is going to not want them to do that. And then, all right, now the match is going live. Let's see what happens. You know what I mean? And then react to that prediction, right? Does that not make sense? Like that's what happens in a football game. It's that's what happens in a football game, right? Like here comes the fucking the Washington football team, and they're looking to do this, and they're good at the running game. And here comes the fucking Tampa Bay Buccaneers, and they're good at the passing game. So expect them to do this, and Washington's going to want them to not be able to pass. So look for the blitz a lot, and then
the people who have that knowledge, and Eve are Eve players. So then you run the risk of, if you give them information you run the risk, and I'm not saying this would happen with any of the people doing it, but you run the risk of, if I give you that information early, you pass that on to your friends who are in the AT. That's the thing you have to.
But if they don't know that already.
But in football, you have people who don't have any team ties to any of the teams talking about that information, right?
Yeah, but the thing's like, I mean, honestly, but if the NFL, I guarantee you could have someone sitting there on a tablet watching the CBS broadcast who's like, oh, hey, fucking Joe Buck said this. So yeah, but they're not doing that. They're like, we have our strategies. We don't care what Joe Buck says. We're going to do our strategy on the team.
All the teams already have strategies to counter all the other teams' strategies.
The good ones do. You're right. Yeah.
Like football's not fucking new. It's been around for a bit.
Mm-hmm. Right? I thought last year.
But Alliance Tournament is the same thing. So even if they find out that, like, oh man, they're coming with the Minmatar Rush. Okay, well, we picked this comp, so I guess try to avoid that. Good luck, everyone.
Well, again, to be fair,
if you delay it by 30 minutes and there's only a 30-minute window there where you chat about the fucking comps and stuff, by the time the stream catches up to where the match goes live, it's too late. Like the match is already over.
To be fair, though, there's a lot of situations where having extra time to discuss the comps, and like, you got to realize most of the time people are warping in at whatever range. Like that's the other bit, right? Because people are going to adjust their warp in ranges based on what they think is coming. But you would have situations where people are like, the fact is currently you have like a minute at most to kind of evaluate the situation. If you had 30 minutes to evaluate the situation, it does change the dynamic quite a bit.
Right, but that's where the stream delay comes into effect, right? Like by the time the match is actually live IRL, it's already like the commentaries.
But you've given that information to the commentary before the match, right? Half hour before,
right? But that just comes down to integrity of the commentators.
I agree, but in a smaller sample, you have a better chance of that happening, right? Where 1 million people involved, different than 10,000 people involved. Easier for me to have. I'm not saying it would happen. It's just one thing you have to worry about and look at.
I think if you chose your commentator as I don't think Jin Tan is gonna fucking throw info to fucking Pandemic Legion for no good fucking reason. You know what I mean? And I don't think there's any amount of ISK in the world that they could throw at him to get him to do that. I think he's a more
is everyone who might be
upstanding individual. Well, who are you picking for commentators? Like,
well, I would fucking sell out in a minute.
Right. Well, that's why you're not a commentator.
I'm just saying.
You know what I mean? Like,
I get that.
You can look at the crowd. You can look at the crowd and see, like, okay, well, these people are upstanding, trustworthy citizens of Eve.
But like, say,
these people are fucking shady. Fucking, I don't know who this person is.
Well, here's the thing: you put 5 trillion ISK on the line, that dynamic can change quite a bit too, right?
Sure can, yeah.
Now, I guess, but you can have 5 trillion ISK today, or I can give you X amount over a number of years, right?
You've had alliance leaders do the commentary before, right? Tell me now. LB, I think, would be one of the people. Not LB. I'm sorry. LC is one of those people who I would trust. I think he has integrity and wouldn't share that information with his people, but he was an alliance leader at the time he was commentating. So it's still a worry. If it's not a worry, then that's a problem with the people organizing.
Well, I mean, but you have commentators that are. I mean, Tony is not an alliance leader, but he has ties with Volta.
Exactly.
Volta's in the
You-
tournament.
you'd have
That
to
doesn't
worry
mean
about
he's
that.
going to be
Right.
like.
You
And then you have
should-
Well, then maybe-
Mystical's
Back
like
your mind.
with. Is it Mystical with Hydra right now? And they're in the tournament. So
Yeah.
I
You
guess
should
it
have
comes
in
to
the
a
back of your
point where
mind,
you have to balance. Do you want a high stakes poker tournament where nobody understands what the fuck is happening if they're not
It's what
with
you
it,
have
or
now.
do you
That's what
do
you
you
have
want an esports tournament that's approachable for the new player or the
I agree with you.
or the
LD.
non-Eve person, right?
I
What do you
want it to
want?
be
I'm just saying,
entertaining.
it's
And I
a
think
hard
entertaining
job
is.
to do those things, right? It's hard, and I get why it hasn't happened yet. It's hard to find that balance of the person who knows the commentary can be fair, can be entertaining, and informative. That's a hard thing to find, and maybe
And
hopefully
then
they'll
if
find it.
and then
Yeah.
add on to that upstanding and trustworthy, right?
And charismatic. You have so many different elements you have to have. I have to want to watch the person talk about something I don't know anything about, and it has to interest me. That's hard to do, right?
Yeah, it
It's
can
not,
be.
It's not an easy task. I'm hopefully they're up for the challenge and they're trying to meet that challenge. I want this to happen. So I think honestly, esports could be the savior. Not savior's the wrong word. The next generation or next level for Eve.
It's
It really could.
moving. Well,
If we got to that point, that would
Let's
be
be
awesome. for
honest
Eve.
here.
It
Evil
won't,
Online
but-
is not going to be an esport.
I don't
Like,
think it's
I
going to
know.
be an
It's
esport
too awesome
in the
for
any kind of level. It's not going to be any kind of competition as far as like Overwatch
I
or
agree, but
League
for lack
or
of
any of
better
those
term, though.
games
so beneficial to the game if it could
or
get there. I
or
don't
But
think
Counter
that-
Strike or anything like that.
So then why televise Alliance tournament at all then?
Because
Yeah, I
the
know.
people that play the game want to watch it. So
Right.
it's
So
it's
then
like
here's
you're
the
not
thing, like-
televising it for the broad population. You're
For
televising
CCP
it for
though,
your
for the
customers.
people who make the game, is the juice worth the squeeze? So do they put all this effort in to just appease people who are still going to play anyways,
That's the
or
question.
do they try and adjust it so that it's more esports and more
I think there's
palatable to
Hopefully they
people
adjust
who don't play E?
I think there's nothing wrong, and I think it's a good idea to try and make it palatable to new players or people that don't even play Eve. I think it's not a bad idea to go that direction, but I think as long as you understand that you still need to like the main like with Eve more than anything, the vast majority of your viewer base is current Eve players.
Yeah.
Now,
I
some
think
of them
you're
might be
right.
newer and they don't necessarily know all the intricacies of fits and ships and all this stuff and comps. And so like your level of knowledge of viewership is going to vary, but your viewership is predominantly Eve players. You don't want to completely cater your stream to the half a dozen people that show up that have never seen Eve before and they're like, "What's this?" It's like, well, hopefully you can figure it out. But I mean, you need to cater towards your customer base because it's now hold on, sorry, Dom, I'm almost done.
Can I-
Uh,
okay,
well, I would
wanna
say, like,
jump in.
is the juice worth the squeeze? I think it is for Eve because it's just one more of those things that just really. I mean, if you look at the last couple of years, people have been clamoring for the Lions tournament to come back, and so it's one of those things where like you have your existing player base that want this thing, and they know what they're gonna get with it, and if you can improve it, that's great. But they know that it's not gonna be some top tier esports broadcast.
Yeah, I agree. Billy put it, Eve will never be an esport. That doesn't mean they shouldn't try to get there, though. I think they should continue to try to get there. Because if they do, by some miracle, make it, it gives another 2 decades for Eve. It just does. Esports would vitalize the shit out of the game if they can get there. I do agree with Billy, though. I don't think they will. It's just so hard. There's so many things they have to fucking get perfect. Not just right, but perfect for it to happen.
The
Red light, go.
biggest problem is monetization, right? Like you look at CCP's stream when they're streaming the AT, the feed arounds, you can't subscribe to CCP's Twitch channel because they're a business and they don't have any way to really monetize the AT. So for them to make the juice worth the squeeze, they have to figure out a way for that to bring new blood into the game.
How do other games do it?
And what do you mean?
How do other games monetize
Sponsorships
their
and everything
return?
like that?
Where are they streaming?
Other games are just inherently more accessible by
Yeah,
nature.
so, like,
Eve is
can't
not
subscribe
a
to
very
it.
accessible game.
It's
League,
like-
of, for
If you wanna
example, League
take
of Legends, which
Legends,
is the primary esport in the world, probably League, I would think, is number one.
Okay.
The reality is that their esports scene is literally just a marketing tool for their game. It is it doesn't make a ton of money from advertising, is my understanding. Although they do make lots from advertisers, but that all goes back into their production, into their team salaries, et cetera, right?
But do
It's
they
a
make money on
marketing
me
tool.
watching it? Do they make money on me watching it?
They make money on people watching
Absolutely.
because it draws
How?
attention to the game and brings players into the game.
But not directly from me watching it. That's my
No,
that's
they
my-
don't. They don't make any
So-
money from the Twitch stream. They make money from you playing League of Legends
playing
and from
League-
you
Buying
buying
skins,
a
buying
Razer mouse
packs,
and you buying a fucking
Okay.
Well, they,
headset,
they
and
do
you
have
buying a
sponsors.
fucking-
They do have sponsorships. I know in the
Yeah.
past they've been okay. This is your Intel replay. So they've been getting into sponsorships.
Yes.
So like they are getting outside
Well,
money
if
coming in
League of
for the
Legends-
broadcast.
But my
Money
understanding
from
is that the
watching it
league
and nobody
still
else-
runs at a loss.
Well, it does. Okay.
It does, yeah. But they're okay with that loss because
Alliance
it
tournaments
brings
run
enough
at a loss
attention
as
to their
well.
game that the amount of it's massive advertising. Like Billy was saying, the amount of money they bring in because they run that esports level way outweighs the amount of money they dip into it. Because if you watch a League of Legends broadcast, it's like ESPN levels of production value.
Sure.
It's
But
like
if they
actually
don't-
watching a full-on sport, except that it's a video game.
If League of Legends doesn't make money off people watching it, then why does it matter if anybody else does either? They're successful at esports. They're not making money from people watching it. So does CCP need to be concerned about people making money off people watching it? No, they don't. They need to be concerned about doing what League does, make money from advertising and promoting your game, right? So that's not a concern really, whether or not they make money off their stream.
Well, and
Let's just stream it, make it a product.
the-
worth watching.
It
It's hard,
is.
right?
They
The-
do
the-
make
there's
money
another
from streaming
aspect
there
I
from
forgot to
ad
mention,
revenue is the
that,
thing. You just can't subscribe.
So there is another aspect that Riot makes a lot of money on from their esports thing that is not necessarily on the broadcast itself, but all of the teams that are like, you have the LCS, which is the US version, you have the LEC or whatever, which is Europe and all that stuff. So you have all these different leagues, but all the professional teams that play in League of Legends have ownerships and sponsors and all that stuff, and they get a portion of that sponsorship, I think. So they do, by having those professional teams in their league, they make a shit ton of money from that as well. So it's not from the broadcast itself, but by having the professional league, they bring in a ton of cash.
The one thing that Eve doesn't do, and probably never will, they have to do this to make any type of esports successful, will be allow people to play esports portion of Eve without playing Eve. Right? That'd be how you have to do it.
Then it wouldn't be a
It
sandbox.
would-
I agree,
but-
I agree.
and the player base in Eve would
Oh
not
my
be
god,
interested
the
in that.
Abyssal Arena, that's exactly what that is.
Yeah, the player that's the thing with like the difference in player base. The Eve player base would hate that style
Oh, I agree, but
of
that's how
setup.
that's what
It
they're-
wouldn't
They
work.
fucking love it. What are you talking about?
They would not want
The Abyss is
professional
very
companies
popular.
and
The
making
The Abyss
teams.
is very popular.
Yeah.
The Abyss is still part of the
Abyssal-
sandbox.
Oh, no,
Abyssal
Abyss.
events?
Okay, no, I was talking about
The
Yeah,
Abyss
and it
is
can be
not
the
part
same
of the
thing.
sandbox.
It is
Like,
though, because all the
so
ships
it
you
can be the
use in
same
there
thing.
get lost, and all those ships have to be
The
replaced.
sandbox,
part
the,
of the
the
sandbox.
concept
And
of the
all
sandbox
the
is
cash
not
and goodies-
just about loss.
All the
This is
cash and
not-
goodies you
this
bring
is not
out
about-
of the Abyss will
There's
go
much
into
more
the
to the
sandbox
sandbox.
economy.
There's much more to the concept of the sandbox than loss.
Well, it's not just
It's-
lost,
it-
but it's what you bring out. You bring out loot that goes into the economy
Well,
of the sandbox.
It's the concept. It's the idea that you are not isolated in your gameplay. The Abyss, by concept, by design, is isolated gameplay, and it's very restricted. You can only take certain ships into the Abyss. You can only take a certain number of people into the Abyss. It is a theme park. It is a carefully crafted. It is a developer crafted ride within our sandbox.
playground in the sandbox.
Yeah, the point is that the platform exists currently
Yeah.
for a method of gaining ELO or whatever in order to progress through a ladder to go to a team setting where there's a league. Like that platform exists. It just needs to be turned into that.
Well, because
And
the
without
it's
having a
code is
real
still
good
a
reason
theme
to it, I
park,
don't know
right?
why that would.
The current AT is a theme park because it's really not part of the Eve. It's restrictive and it has the rules and stuff. So that's why the Abyssals are
It's
kind of.
not even a theme park. I wouldn't even call it a theme park because not everybody can join the AT. Well, I guess anybody
can't-
can join the AT, but it is not. The Alliance tournament is not really something that the vast
average
majority of players
That's-
will engage in.
Okay, I was
agree.
just gonna say that as a major point as well, because when you look at a lot of these other esports, when you watch like professional Counter-Strike, you're watching these players be exceptionally good, but they're playing the exact game the exact way that you have to play it when you play. Now, less skilled, but it's like you're still going to set up the bomb or
Mistakes.
stop the bomb. And then League of Legends, like, that is Summoner's Rift. You're playing that game just shittier when you play than what they do. EVE Online, the Alliance Tournament, that is some very structured small gang clash, but that is not generally what EVE Online is necessarily. So
No.
people watching that are like, oh, that's what EVE Online is, and they log in, they're like, what is this?
That's why it should be separate, and you should be able to
Because
play
what you watch in the Alliance Tournament, that's not a sandbox MMO.
It's not. You're right.
That is structured small scale combat in an arena.
And it has nothing to do really with the gameplay of the game, right? It's
Right.
something.
Like
it's separate.
the scenarios that you'll find in the Alliance tournament will almost very likely never happen in the wider sandbox of the
never
game.
happen because you
But
can
if this
never.
is
here's the
gladiator
tough part.
combat.
Third-party
Right.
league.
And it's not
that-
the Alliance tournament is not meant to be like Eve wasn't built really to facilitate something like the Alliance tournament. It's something that's had to be developed over time.
And why they've had troubles with it over time. It's a hard development, right? Because it's so much different than the actual game. But if it's one of those things that I like I would say, I agree. It probably will never happen. This will never become an esport that's so popular it makes a ton of money. But man, if it did, it would fucking breathe so much life into the game. It would be awesome. But it's really not a possibility, I don't think. I mean, unless I did it, then it'd be, of course.
It is a possibility, though, is the thing.
Well, you're
All
right.
you
It's a
have to do is come
possibility,
up-
not very
you-
probable.
If you
but
come
it is
up with a system, right? You come up with a system of earning points and queuing together as a team, which honestly isn't rocket science. The
Well, technically it
filaments
is, right?
exist,
I mean, they're spaceships, so
and
it's kind of
you
rocket
still
science.
have to wait to join the abyssal arena until people are queued up. So the queue system exists, the team method exists. So it's just setting the rules and setting the point values and giving people points for winning, taking points away for losing, and then holding a tournament every 4 months.
And they already have
Just tighter.
Thunderdome, so they have a place to do it, right? That doesn't affect the game.
No, it needs to affect the game is the thing. Like these
Why?
things,
Oh, well, okay.
these things need to happen.
Whoa! Hold the horses here.
Holding.
Okay. If let's say I'm Joe Schmo, I've just started Eve. My character, let's say I've been playing for a month. I'm still very very wet behind the ears. I'm learning the ropes. Haven't even joined a player corp yet. I'm just getting my feet wet.
Have you actually undocked yet? Probably not.
I don't even know. I'm not tapped into the community or the meta enough to know that the Alliance tournament even exists. Why should the Alliance tournament affect my gameplay if I don't even know it's happening?
That's
I don't think
definitely
that's
not what I meant.
what he meant. I think
I
what he
meant
means is
Literally
that,
what you said. You said it needed to affect the
He-
sandbox.
he
That
said
means it
that
needs
they-
to affect everybody else.
I think what he
Yes,
means is
as-
it needs
as
to
in the
happen
ship
in
being
the
removed
sandbox
from
and
the
not
sandbox.
separate from the sandbox.
But
To be
even
fair,
when it,
just because something happens in the sandbox that you don't know about and it affects your gameplay, doesn't mean that's wrong. Like the massive nullsec war we had for the last year, many new players had no idea that was happening, but it definitely affected their gameplay.
It did. You're right. Yeah.
fair
But
point.
if
Fine.
it's a
Fine.
tournament,
Billy's
there you-
always-
there you
Billy's
speak
always
logic
right.
to me.
God damn it.
To clarify,
I mean,
since
he's
you
not
asked me
always right.
directly, what I meant was when Dom said that it needs to happen on Thunderdome, I said no,
is.
it
I
needs
said
to
it does
affect the
happen on
game because those ships need to disappear from the EVE Online ecosystem.
I'd
But
say
if
it
it's
needs
if
to
it's
happen
hosted on
it
Thunderdome,
happens.
then it doesn't matter.
That's right.
That's
That's why
what
he
I said.
doesn't want it hosted on Thunderdome.
It
He wants it
shouldn't be
hosted on.
Thunderdome.
Oh,
Shut up.
okay.
Talking
I see
about
what
trying
you're
to do an Eve outside of
Got
a
my,
tournament outside.
Got my G Fleet mini Stein.
saying. Fucking hot in here.
It's
My
not a
God.
Stein, it's just a mug, I guess. But
Do I need
I don't
another
have-
beer? Hold on.
I do.
Another thing, and this is true with all like, so I wanted to jump in and say this before because this is it's kind of a tighter vein for me specifically because I've been trying to come up with ways to make like content more new player friendly to where people can actually understand it. Like every time I write an article or something, I'm writing it as though someone who doesn't play EVE can understand exactly what everything I'm talking about is. But most of the content that's produced by EVE Online players is produced for EVE Online players. There's not a lot of like little nuance and explanation and stuff like that that would say this is what this is, and it's a big issue because there are almost 1 million views on the video about the battle in FWST, which not even everybody who plays the game was involved in.
But I would say
Almost 1 million.
990 million of those views, or 9,000 of those views, are probably EVE players, right?
I doubt it. I don't think there's that many people that play
Oh, I've
EVE.
watched it I probably watched it 10 times.
No, you haven't. It's an hour and a half long video.
I started it at least 10 times.
I started the video.
Isn't that when the counter goes up?
I started to get my college degree.
Exactly.
I've
and
never
that-
seen it once. What video is this?
No, but honestly,
the
if you
battle
start
for
the video, that's when
FWST.
the counter goes up, right? And it's not when you end the video; it's when you start the video. I've started several videos.
An hour and a half
100
long?
times, right? Yeah.
Hold on, let me find it.
I hesitate to
An
ever
hour
say
long.
that players should ever have to make any type of content for other players. They shouldn't have to, right? We
Oh no,
do
I
'cause we-
don't disagree. I'm just saying that it's a and the video, I'm sorry, I exaggerated. It's an hour long and
Oh,
it
see, I
has
watched that
330,000 views.
I put
But-
FWST into the YouTube search bar and I got Power Thirst. Is that right?
Yeah.
No, you have to search for
The one
EVE
on
as well.
Pornhub. That's the one you want to watch. The ones on Pornhub.
But this video gets suggested to me all the time based on my viewing of like Rust videos and other sandbox style things and survival stuff. Like it gets I've had it suggested to me like a dozen times in the last week.
It just suggested to me. I get weird shit. Alcohol stuff.
But in this video, and I don't think I've actually watched all this video, but I know that that the massacre at M2 Tech XFE, the video that was made by a Higher Perspective went into great detail to kind of explain what was happening so that people who didn't play EVE could have kind of an idea of what was happening.
What if you didn't play EVE? Would you watch an
How did that
hour-long
video go?
I mean, it doesn't have as many views, but it's much shorter. It's got 120,000 views.
That's not quite
But
bad.
it was a better explanation and like mixing of comms and content and cinematic views and everything, and it's engaging content. Cause like that, I didn't just like Google search spaceship video game and start playing EVE. I literally started playing EVE because I watched Averin stream the Battle of 9TAC4 on Twitch or something like that. And I was like, holy shit, I want to do that kind of thing because it looked like fun. Little did I know how not fun it was.
And then you got into it and you realized how wrong
But
you
no,
are.
but once I
I've never
got
seen a
into
battle
it,
like that yet.
I was asking people about it. I was like, so how do I get into being like in charge of one of these groups that's having these big battles? And they're like, well, you gotta take out fleets and do this and that. And then that's what I started doing because that's what I wanted to do.
The
And then I
butterfly
did it.
effect, you guys.
You did it though, Redline.
And then I did lead those kind of fleets, and I was like, fuck, this sucks. Let me out.
No,
Now
to
now
be
you
fair-
run a media empire.
Now you're stuck. Yeah, you can't
To
leave.
be fair though,
Now I'm
Redline,
like an EVE
you were
celebrity,
very
people
young
tell
in the
me.
game when you started doing fleets, and you were good at FCing. For as little time you had played when you started FCing,
I
you
went
did a good
on
job.
one red line fleet.
You were entertaining. The fleets were fun. We didn't always survive, but that didn't matter because you made it fun. That's a mark of a
And
good
I
FC.
did it
But
every day.
you did at multiple times a day. It was I've been on thousands of fleets, and I've probably been on probably 500 or 600 of yours. Honestly, you're a good FC. You're a fun FC. You don't win a lot, but you're a fun FC.
I think that's disingenuous, but you know.
But you
That's
How
were
just
part
many
of fucking-
how many shirts is the Trash Talk Tuesday sold? The New Eden
Oh,
Post.
shit, I need to start getting on some shirt
So-
designs.
Something tells
Of
me
the-
that Went to Delve and all I got was a T-shirt thing was probably the best-selling T-shirt
That
Redline
was
has ever had.
that was a
by like a margin, like a factor of 5, probably.
that,
Yeah,
that was a,
plus
that was a
there's some
really
money.
good shirt though. That's
And the fact that you
I'm not even in
personalized it,
test, and I kind of wanted one of those.
That's a smart idea.
I'm
I
still
still-
getting orders.
Yeah,
It might be
I
time
went-
to remind your alliances that
Tess
those
came
shirts
here,
exist.
and all I got was a T-shirt. I need that shirt. Yeah.
But yeah, I need
Oh,
to.
Tom, I got something for you. Let me DM you real quick.
I
Okay.
need to get on the ball because I need to get some OpenCom shirts made for
only
Vegas
2
because
months
that's
away,
coming up. It's coming up faster than you think.
Less than 2 months away.
Is
Back
that
in
Shit,
gonna-
October's the next month, isn't it?
Yeah.
Fuck.
You
Okay,
better, dude. You better order those shirts tomorrow.
We need to. Well, I'm getting a tattoo tomorrow.
Well, you can. Well, you're getting.
Is it an
fuck-
Eve tattoo?
Postpone that.
It is
dude.
an
You
Eve
gotta-
tattoo.
Shut up.
Wait,
What are you
wait,
getting?
wait. So because you're getting a tattoo, you can't go on a website.
Well,
and
I
order
know.
t-shirts?
I'm driving to Seattle tomorrow. I'm gonna go drive to Seattle and hang out.
So
with
what are
no-
you doing while you're doing the show? Can't go online and order some T-shirts?
Well,
Gosh,
I gotta come up with.
Brayden,
I gotta come up with a design.
What are you doing?
I gotta
Don't
design
ask
them.
him to multitask. 'Cause
Yeah,
the show
no,
is barely
don't-
hanging on
yeah,
by a
Don't
thread.
tell him to multitask.
I'm driving to Seattle and I'm gonna hang out with November tomorrow, and then we're both getting both getting Garista's logo tattoos.
Matching
Oh my
Garista's
God.
tattoo.
Hell
How
yeah, dude! We'll be a
embarrassing.
fucking
Are you
couple.
besties for life?
Hell
Oh
yeah.
my god.
Embarrassing. You're getting an
One bit of
Eve
faith.
tattoo? Oh,
What a
Fuck yeah.
nerd.
They get
Fucking
a cake.
nerd.
I don't know if I can hang out with you anymore.
It'll be
Yeah.
sick. You'll see it at the pool.
Oh,
Don't
boy.
worry.
I'll be so ashamed.
We'll be sitting there. We'll just be like,
People-
check it out. We'll
People
like put our
ask
legs
if I
together
know
and be
who
like,
you are, and I'm just gonna be like, nope, I'm not with him.
with our pirate legs
That guy's got
combined.
video game
Where are you
tattoos. I
getting
don't
it?
know him.
I'm gonna get it on my calf.
He's gonna wear shorts. And he's gonna give
Oh,
you a
it's
big
just
hug.
say, get it right on your neck, like right here.
No, because
Out of
like
your neck.
my dad's an old fuddy duddy. He's got the whole like he doesn't
Is
want.
he one of these guys who's
art?
like, if you get a tattoo, you'll never get a real job? That
No,
kind of guy?
he's like this tattoo shouldn't be. Well,
Done.
if
Yeah,
it, I think it also depends.
Are you
Like, the
getting,
fact
are
that
you
it's a
getting the
skull.
tattoo for you or for him?
Well, no, it's for me. But the thing is, like, if it's a skull tattoo, he probably doesn't want it visible in my work.
Yeah, but you've
uniform.
been to jail, Traden. Get one on your neck.
Yeah, but I haven't
right
been to
here.
jail since I worked for him.
Yeah, but fuck
So
it,
knew you
do it.
then, though. He was your dad.
So like any kind of like, I don't know if I'd want a tattoo on my neck anyway. And I don't face or hand tattoos. I don't want. I would be okay with forearm tattoo, but probably not that. I would probably
I
want
love-
something else on my forearm. But
I like to fucking accidentally nick the fucking carotid, and then I'd fucking bleed out, right?
I don't know why you're tattooing that fucking deep. That's crazy.
that's,
I hope not. That'd be my luck.
Tom,
He
you
come out
gotta
with this big
check
ass
your
fucking
DMs,
long.
dude.
Yeah, he is about to retire though. That is the thing. And I am the fucking
Yo, wait
vice
till he
president of the
retires.
company.
That's right. Goddamn Mr. VP. Get
Dude,
a
I'm the
neck tattoo.
VP of the company.
Fuck it.
I thought, hey, Dad, I thought you said I'd never get a job. Fuck you, I got your job.
Get the company.
You
Get the
gave me the
company
company.
symbol right on your Adam's apple, right here.
But no, yeah, no, probably this week at some point though. I do need to start. I mean, obviously, front. I'm probably just gonna do like similar thing to this, just black shirt, Open Comms logo.
Oh.
But then for the back, I gotta come because Dirk always made the shirts in the past, and he always had like some cool witty thing. Like the blackout one was really good, and all that stuff. So
What anybody says about Dirk, that motherfucker's witty as hell. He comes.
yeah, so it's like I want to come up with something on the back that's not like super flat. I want it to be something that on a general day you're able to go wear it. Yeah. So Manic got the bottle openers, so we got those. We're gonna be giving out. Well, he's gonna be giving out in Vegas. No, you won't know anything. That's the thing. We're gonna be using some OpenComms wallet money. So like all that's the thing. Like all the subscription money and stuff we get for the show, like we don't just pocket that. We use that. So we're gonna be using that for the shirts. We've used it for we used to use it for Zoom and stuff, but now we're gonna be using it for drinks in Vegas. That's the thing. Like we're gonna be using it to get the cabanas for a couple days in Vegas. We're gonna use it for some drinks. LB,
Shirt money. It's Cabana money. It's Nitro money.
yeah, Nitro,
Everything to make the stream better.
yeah. So we
And the E Vegas.
yeah, like we don't pocket that money. We use that money for show stuff. So
cocaine, hookers.
yeah, yeah, cocaine.
I mean, we weren't gonna say
every-
it.
Although like
Every
LB
single
isn't
since you
going to
brought it up.
Vegas this year, which is sad because it's like LB hasn't seen a dime of this show money.
I mean, I see
every
it.
single
See it
cent-
everywhere.
You see?
Every cent that
I
the
just
video
can't touch
It's
it.
just
has
none of it's in his wallet.
addictions.
Rain's going to the strip club, is she?
Yeah.
Yeah, we're helping put a bunch of nice ladies through college.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, it's community service, really.
I like to touch
charity.
people inappropriately, so I love strip clubs.
You're not supposed to touch.
We should register the show as a charity. And that way-
Oh,
Well, you're not supposed to.
Open arms. We'll call it open arms.
That's adorable.
Lady Spa Day.
That's a great fucking.
I want.
Like a
Can
lady
I have?
Scarlet.
Can I go to the ladies spa day?
Yeah, I'll have a lady spa day. Dude,
I'll
let's
take a
all
lady
let's
spa
all
day.
do like a guy's day out to a lady spa.
Dude, I will totally. I will get group
Sorry,
massages.
We'll
with all
get
of
like
you.
the green clay on our face, and we'll get like some
goop, yeah.
rocks put on our back and shit. Hell
We'll
yeah.
sit- We'll put the
We'll get
cucumbers on our
Brazilians.
eyes.
Call
Yeah, we'll
them
get
black-
Yeah,
Brazilian.
we'll get some
all the
Brazilian
Open
waxes.
Tom's guys are getting Brazilians.
Yeah,
in
we're getting
Vegas.
Brazilians. Hell yeah. I want a landing
Brazilian
strip.
women you're talking about, right?
I want a
I
landing
want
strip though.
I want a little lightning bolt shaved into
Brazilian
my
cocaine,
area.
Yeah.
Marijuana, Brazilian women, Brazilian wax. No.
I want little. They can make little button LEDs. I want them, so I have it like a landing strip, like a
Drayden,
lit up landing
Dude,
strip.
I'm
Have
gonna
them-
get like
have
a,
them
I'm gonna get
shave-
like a
no.
dick butt
Drayden,
outline.
have them shave the Garistas logo into your
Oh,
Your
pubes.
ass hair.
Yeah. Well, I can do that myself with my Manscaped
your
3.0.
Right, the Manscaped 4.0 lawnmower.
Tonight's show brought to you by Manscaped.
Manscaped.
Drayden's shaving video game logos
All right,
into
see you,
his bush.
see you, Billy. Thanks for stopping by, dude.
By
Yes, I'm a-
Billy.
As soon as we were like cocaine and hookers, he's like, I gotta leave.
He's like, I
I gotta
I
go.
don't want any part of this.
Oh, I didn't mean to say
Well, I
that.
think it was more than just cocaine hook. It was just all we just dove. We
we went off the rails.
we were
That's
on
what
a
it's called.
good topic for like the last hour and a half, and then we just dived into this right at the end. But
What
Okay.
What was the topic?
All right. It's all
I'm fine
good.
with it. I'm fine with it.
I was arguing with Redline about something. I think.
Check your DMs, Dom.
Yeah, that's an amazing graphic. I love it.
Right? I'm trying to think of
I've already
a.
saved it. I'm
like-
gonna make some out of it. Something.
No, don't.
What?
I'm gonna profit from that.
I'm not gonna make
You're a
money off it.
prophet?
I'm gonna make some stickers out of it. I think.
Oh,
The Profit
okay.
Redline?
I'm gonna order. I'm gonna
no.
get some OpenCom stickers made that we can maybe.
Oh,
hand
hell
out
yeah.
when we get-
But yeah, so I will. So I don't know. Maybe I'll talk with. I don't know. Like I know Rick's has designed stuff for us in the past, but I don't know if he's gonna be. He's probably busy. But like maybe Rick's might have an idea he can just throw my way, and maybe I can come up with something. Maybe talk with Manic or like people that know how to use image software better than I do. I just know how to copy and paste people's faces and put them on dumb shit. So
I think you should do it super ghetto, like super
simple.
like Microsoft Paint. Draw a little picture and have that put on the back of the shirt. Be like under new management or something like that.
that might be good. Yeah, we'll come up with something. But yeah, I do want to come up with something by next weekend. Probably be ordering it. So, I mean, that'll give plenty of time for it to get. I mean, it just has to get here before what, the 20th?
You might want to expedite depending on how many you order.
Yeah, and I mean, like, that's what I'm saying. Like, probably. I also have to get like come up with a good range of sizes because I mean, I figure like obviously some larges, some XLs and double XLs are gonna be like the most common. Probably some triple XLs. I want, and then obviously for us on the show, I needed like an XLT because if it's not a tall length shirt, it's gonna be a belly shirt for me if I raise my arms up, pretty much with regardless of whatever fit it is. So, but.
Before.
So I know that there's some other tall motherfuckers that are gonna be in Vegas and stuff. So I might get a couple like XLTs and a couple double XLTs, so like that. Also, do I need to get like women's sizes, or is like universal like men's and women's like unisex? Do they have unisex shirts that work, or should I get like men's and then women's shirts made? I don't know.
Like triple extra large.
Apparently, Delana says there's only 12 women in Vegas this year, so.
Is that really?
That's
Guess
what she
you can
said.
ask- You can ask all
Like-
12.
Okay, yes,
Oh.
women's sizes. Because I know that. Oh, she made that up. Okay, she was joking. Damn it! Whoosh,
Whoosh!
dude, I'll never catch a
Drayden's
joke.
getting
My
whooshed all over
God.
the place. I mean, it got me too. It got me too.
But like, I know they have like unisex shirts that just work men's and women's. But so I figure like I don't know. Maybe I'll do like just men's shirts and then I'll get some women's shirts as well. So.
Manic, Drayden, I know LB not going, so in Maincast, there I link something. Click on it now if that's something you're interested in, because I don't know if there's many tickets left. I'll get you in.
Oh
Sorry, guys.
Jesus! Nah, I gotta watch this with my wife and daughter. We're all Dune fans in this house, so I can't see it without them. I appreciate the offer though.
I would offer to everybody, but I think there's only like 5 tickets left. So.
What do we got? Ooh, maybe.
Sign up for now, right? Otherwise, they'll be gone. There's like 5 tickets left.
What time is
Free.
it?
It says there, doesn't it? Noon. It said lunchtime.
Noon on what day?
The one day today at Vegas. I'm not sure whichever day it is. It says. I'm not sure.
I think I'm gonna say no, because I think I got other shit. I got the 2 Cabana days, and then I think there's something else I'm doing on Sunday. So I think I'm just booked up through the days. So
What are we doing on Cabana days? And did you post them all?
Friday, Saturday. I'm just gonna get cabanas. Now it's first come first serve, so we can't reserve them. So
We're gonna try to get 2 at least, right?
I think we're just gonna get 2.
Everybody come join us.
I'm making the commitment to wake up early on at least
Same.
2 days to reserve one
And
cabana.
yeah, because I figure like they'll be open. I figure if we get there early, I'll find out what time the Plaza Pool opens, and I'll just make sure I get there like 30 minutes early, so I can just be like, I need 2 of your cabanas. And once we rent them, I don't have to stay there. Once they're rented, they're ours for the day, so we can rent them, and then I'll tell them like I want those 2 next to each other, and then they'll set us for like, okay, you get cabanas 7 and 9, or no, 7 and 8. That would make more sense.
There's an Eve Vegas Discord. If you post stuff like that on there, they'll add it to like the list.
Yeah, and the thing is, like, I was figuring like maybe we get 2 cabanas, but OpenComs will pay for 1, and then whoever wants to come can like pitch in for the second or something.
The third.
Because we get 6 people per cabana, so we can get 12 people in there. And if we get like a handful of people just pitching, and they're pretty cheap. It's like $250 for the cabana, and $200 of that gets applied to your bar tab. So basically, you're renting the cabana for $50, and you're prepaying for $200 worth of drinks that you can order from the bar. So it's a hell of a deal for 6 people. So I figure we'll do something like that. Because I figure like people like us 3, like me, you, and Manic, will be there, and then we got 3 other people in the main cabana, and then we can get 6 other people that we want to come, and we can even like if people come and go.
Our cabana is 9 people, right?
It's 6 per cabana, so if we get 2 cabanas, that's 12 people.
Oh, it's 6 per. Okay.
It's 6 per. But
so 9 available. 3 of us.
3 of us and 9 others, yeah. But the thing is, like, if 2 people leave, then 2 other people can come in. So it's 12 people. It's 12 people at a time. So if people leave, then other people can come in, type of thing. So it's a cycle thing.
Everybody gets 15 minutes. Then you get 15 minutes.
No, I don't want to do that. Because the thing is, like, the thing with the Plaza is to get into the pool. If you're not a Plaza guest, I think you have to pay $20 for a day pass for the pool, and that gets you into the pool for the entire day. So, and we're not going to cover that. So the thing is, like, if you're not a Plaza guest and you want to come to the cabana with us, you gotta pay the people up front $20, and then I think that gives you a pass for the entire day. So you can just come and go all you want, but if
you want to hang out with us, you have to sign up for your 15 minutes now.
Yeah, so you gotta pay the $20. It might be 30. It might be 30 for Friday, Saturdays. I don't know, but it's like $20 to $30 per day.
It might be out
to come in. So I don't know. That's up to you guys if you want to do that. But I figure that we'll probably have enough people that will want to come over. But yeah, we can't have everyone in Vegas come, so it's gonna be limited. So
what's the worst they could do?
Tell people they can't come into the pool.
Exactly. That's the worst thing.
They can't arrest you all.
They can't arrest us all. Rush them!
Arrest all of us.
Rush them!
We're gonna Naruto run into all.
Yeah,
of the
just for
cabanas.
Naruto run. They can't. Lavacano. Holy shit, that's a name I haven't seen in a while. What's up, man?
Hello.
It's Lavacano.
Yeah, so
Ronnie's here too.
Ronnie.
Hold down for LSU.
Ronnie
Hugo.
ESPN Game Day is in my state tomorrow. I'm going to try to be on there tomorrow. Fuck the LSU.
Like that, dude. So I put in I'm doing a football pool for each week for football this year, and
For pro?
Yeah.
Who'd you pick last night?
The Bucks, and I barely
You
made
dirty
it.
fucking bastard.
Dude, I don't
should've
like the
won that
Cowboys. I'm an Eagles fan, so I don't like the Cowboys.
Oh, God.
But I mean, I'm a Seahawks fan overall, but Eagles are like number 2.
Oh, just stop saying it.
But
Cowboys
Honestly,
are America's team. Are you an American?
not if I'm a
Are you an
Cowboys
American?
fan.
Are you an American?
No,
The Cowboys are your team. They're
I
American.
just said no.
You are.
They're not my team.
Rain City bitch pigeons.
I'm Rain City bitch pigeons, man.
That's a fucking. I own that Corp and Eve, just so you know. If anybody wants to join.
Did you actually make that a corp?
I
Do you? Oh, yeah. That's the thing. I'll bring some of these Rain City bitch pigeon stickers I still got.
I need one of those.
Yeah, I'll have some of those. But I feel it's a simple football. You just pick like which team you're gonna win, and then you put there's 16 games each week, so you put 1 through 16 points affiliated with each game, and if you get it right, that's how many points you get, and whoever the winner is for the week gets half the pot, and then the other half of the pot goes into the ultimate grand prize pot for the end of the season. Whoever did the best through the whole season gets. Well, it's like first place gets like 2/3 of the pot or half the pot, and then third place gets some, and then anyway,
What kind of pot is it?
so it's $5 a week, and there's like
Sativa.
12 of us playing, so it's $90 for the whole season each person. 12 of us. So it's gonna be. I mean, if I win 2 weeks or 3 weeks or whatever, then I almost break even. So my plan is just to win every week, and then I'll make money.
That's a great plan.
So.
Win every bet.
But yeah, I put 16 points on the Bucks, and man, I barely made it. I barely got those 16
Fucking
points.
field goal. But here's the thing: you can't give Tom Brady a minute, right? You
Dude,
can't.
well, that's what I was like. It's
get the fucking field goal.
that's
You
what I said.
can't
It's Tom Brady and Gronk. If you got Tom Brady and Gronk on a team, you're not going to lose against the Cowboys.
If you're down by,
Is the guy's name actually Gronk?
It's Gronkowski. So everyone just calls him Gronk. That's his last name. What's his first name?
Trevor.
Fuck. It's not
Michael?
Trevor. It's
Elf.
Rob Gronkowski, I think.
Peter.
Yeah. Okay. It's Rob. Yeah. So Rayo. So it's Rob Gronkowski. So it's Gronkowski. So they just call him Gronk because he's a bit of a meathead. He's like your stereotypical jock
Gronk
meathead.
It sounds like a Marvel character.
Well, it's like Kronk.
It sounds like a character from a movie.
It sounds like a character from
not like a
the
Marvel
Emperor's,
movie, like a
Emperor's New
typical,
Groove or
like,
something.
college frat. Fucking Gronk. Bring out the Gronk. Gronk.
Yeah.
Gronk.
Pull the lever.
That's a fucking giant dude
Yeah,
who comes out.
He's kind of like that
They're
though.
not you.
I've seen him on interviews and like ESPN, like on radio shows, and they'll be like talking with him, and he's just kind of like a super like your typical jock meathead. And someone even said that like it was not Scott Van Pelt, but the other guy that Ryan Russillo was on there, and he was like, you're the biggest meathead I've ever met, and Gronk was like, thank you. It's like that's not a compliment, but okay.
Maybe he was worried that his head was not made of meat.
Football players are not known for their intelligence.
Yeah,
Omar.
but he's really good at football. He's like the best tight end that we've seen in a long time.
Top 5
So,
all time for sure.
Yeah, like he's incredibly good, and pair one of the best tight ends ever with one of the best best quarterback ever, and it's like that's just a recipe for success. So
That guy's amazing. I mean, it's ridiculous. I watched a highlight from earlier today of the game last night. And there's a point where one of the Cowboys came in, almost sacked him, hits his arm, a full on hits his arm as hard as he can, doesn't drop the ball. Because he has superhuman strength. It's ridiculous. This guy, he's not human. Almost anyone anywhere would have dropped. I mean, he literally hit his arm down. It flew like 2 foot behind him. Didn't drop the ball because that dude does not have human fucking hands. It's crazy. And what is he, 58 years old, something like that? He can still throw the ball 800 yards. It's ridiculous.
He's still playing at 58.
I don't know how old he is. 58.
no, he's
There's
not that
no
old.
way.
No,
There's
no.
That's not a thing.
He's old.
Players
So,
retire at 30.
Or that's close.
What's his name? Fucking the quarterback guy. Jesus Christ, what's his name?
Brady?
Brady. Oh, man.
Joe Montana.
No, Joe Montana.
Joe Montana.
Tom Brady is like 41 or 42.
44.
44? Yeah, he's like old as fuck as far as quarterbacks go, but he's still winning Super Bowls. Gronk is like late 30s, I think. He's older. He's like late 30s, but he's not, or maybe mid 30s.
A normal company,
He
he'd
might
be
be
60.
mid 30s. I don't know.
He actually looked a little slower. Still strong as hell. I mean, he'll never drop a ball.
I'm curious now. How old is Gronk? Hey, Google. How old is Rob Gronkowski?
Fuck you, Drayden. I ain't listening.
He's 32 years old.
So
I would've guessed him
he's
older.
getting up there. He's elderly by NFL standards.
For tight end standards, that's pretty old.
Brady is fucking literally fucking
Yeah,
decrepit.
quarterbacks late 30s is like you're done. Running backs is like you're 28, you're old. Like, I mean, running backs usually only last like about 5 to 6 years in the pros before they start tapering down.
The ones that last a long time, there's very few of them. There are
Yeah, like
a long time they're running back.
kickers and punters can last a bit, but the running backs take such a freaking beating. Same with wide receivers a bit.
How old was Vinatieri? I don't know. He was
I don't
44.
know. But I like some of the kickers can last. Like there's been kickers that have been like 41, 42.
But Gary from last name was Gary from Minnesota. Didn't he play? He was almost like 50, I think.
Yeah, but kickers are protected. Like you touch a kicker and it's like fucking you're ejected from the goddamn game. You can't touch that man.
Unless they missed the field goal, then you're allowed to beat him.
Very rare situations where you're allowed to actually like tackle the shit out of the kicker or the punter. Like I mean, if they fuck up, then you can tackle them. But generally, it's like because a punter or the kicker, the second they kick that ball away, if you hit them, penalty.
There's a punter from the Indianapolis Colts. He's a comedian now, and he has a podcast. He's pretty fucking funny. He's Pat something. I can't think of his last name. He's pretty funny. He tells a story.
Sajak?
No, he tackled somebody like he punted the ball and it got by everybody. He's the only one that could possibly tackle him, and he hit the guy. He said he was sore for 2 weeks.
Pat McAfee.
He's doing that, right? Pat McCaffrey. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, that's what. Yeah.
It's pretty fucking funny. He's pretty funny. 2 weeks. He said he hit that guy, knocked him out of bounds, didn't really tackle him. He said he was sore for 2 weeks too. He's like, I don't know why I did that. I'll never do it again.
Ice puck. Yeah, man. So I don't know a lot about hockey. I used to watch hockey a lot more when I was younger, but I've gotten away from it. Like I know who most of the teams are still. I don't know any players that play hockey anymore. Like back in the day of like Dominic Hasek and Patrick Waugh and all that stuff. Like I used to know a lot more players, but
I'm from the area of like Gordie Howe and that group.
And I liked a lot of goalies because I never played ice hockey, but I played some, not in a league, but it was like me and a bunch of friends who used to play some street hockey stuff, and I played goalie, and they were surprised because like their old friend they used to have that played goalie, he would just like sit there and try to step on the puck and like fling his stick around. That's all he did. But like one of the guys that we play with, he played ice hockey and he had a set of full goalie pads, and so I put those things on. I'm like, holy shit, because I'd watched hockey at the time. And I was like, so I was doing like the whole butterfly and flinging. I was like doing the Hasek slinky shit, and they're like, holy fuck, you're like actually being a goalie. So I just ended up playing goalie for them for like a year and a half, and we just played at the city park like every weekend.
That's how I got introduced to goaltending.
Yeah, it was hella fun. I loved it.
Oh, here, put on these pads. All right.
And it was.
What do I do? If the ball comes near you, swat it away. Okay.
But
and that's
yeah, the pads were really expensive, so I didn't have my own, but he let me use his. But yeah, like when I was in those pads, I was like, I'm fucking invincible. This concrete don't phase me. So I was just like butterflying, diving, fucking everything, and it was fun. I had a hell of a time, but and it was crazy because we played half court because we didn't have enough people to go have two goalies, and we didn't have the pads for two goalies. So it would be half court, like, so it's like half court basketball, but I was the one goalie, so I had to pay attention because it'd be like, okay, these three guys are on defense and those three guys are on offense. So I'm like trying to, block from the offense, but now the defense got the puck or the street ball, it's like a street puck ball, and they would bring it up past half court, and now it's like, okay, now they're offense. So now those guys are against me. So I had to keep track of who was offense and who was defense because it constantly swapped. So
you didn't really have to keep track of it. Anybody who shot the goal was your enemy.
Well, right, but the thing is, like, if someone was on defense and they got the puck and they were coming across the goal, I wasn't like, oh god, they're going to try and shoot. It's like, okay, they're not going to try and shoot because
they had to take it out first.
They had to take it out, and then they were on offense. So
that's crazy.
So I had to keep track of like these three on defense, these three on offense, and it constantly swapped. So, but it was fun as fuck. I loved it. I had a hell of a time.
I'll bet that sounds like fun. That's insane.
Yeah, which was great because as a goalie, you got way more action because you were you were the goalie taking every shot on goal was on you, not like half on you and half on the other guy. So
that would probably be really good training for a goalie if it was good play, right? Because you're always getting shot on. That'd be good training.
Yeah, it was fun. We actually I was like 20 at the time, so I was pretty young, but we like some person from the local newspaper came out and was like taking a bunch of photos, and apparently we got on the front page of the newspaper for playing street hockey. Like
with a 7-foot goalie, right? I mean, that's why.
With rollerblades, I was about 7 feet.
I bet you were.
Yeah, so
that would make the news, dude.
yeah, no, they got a picture of me. They got a picture of me like sitting there doing the like kicking out and like diving and stuff, and I was like, hell yeah, action photo, fuck yeah. They spelled my name wrong though.
Potato Tribune. Is it really called the Potato Tribune? It better be.
They only put one A in the AA Ron. They're like ARON. I'm like, I'm not Aaron. What the fuck?
That happens a lot to you, doesn't it?
Yeah. Not after that Key and Peele skit. Now everyone gets it right.
AA Ron.
It's AA Ron.
I forgot about that skit.
Yeah. After that, it's everyone is like Aaron with an A. They're like AA Ron. I'm like, yes, that.
Okay, so both those guys are very talented by themselves. Funny. When they're together, God, they're one of the funniest duos out there, and they're so funny.
Yeah,
It's smart humor.
It really is. Yeah,
that's what I like about it.
I like it.
You guys ever seen Keanu? The movie they did together with the cat?
No.
It's actually really funny.
Is it like a whole movie?
It's a whole movie. They adopt a cat and they name it Keanu, and it gets stolen by like the Italian mafia or something. And so they gotta go track down their cat Keanu.
I remember seeing like the dubstep episode.
I was hesitant about Keanu, but it's a fun movie.
So speaking of football, have you seen their like college football player introduction ones?
Yes. Oh my God.
Fucking ridiculous. They're hilarious.
I couldn't breathe laughing so hard at that.
Yeah. But there's another one where it's what the fuck? Never mind. We'll talk about it later.
You always say we'll talk about it later, LB. We'll talk about it now.
Okay. So it's a sketch, and the sketch revolves around somebody telling their buddy, like their friend, like that I called my wife a bitch. But they won't they never actually did it. They just tell the story. You know what I mean? Like,
I know. I've seen this one. Yeah, they're like,
yes.
I'm the man.
And there's like, oh yeah, no problem, baby. I'll get to that. And he's like, so I was like,
but they're always like in more.
They're always like looking over their shoulder to make sure that their wives can't hear.
They'll go down to the basement because they're like, oh shit, she heard us. So they go down to the basement. It's like, yeah. So I was telling like, bitch, you better not.
There's one where they drive out into the desert.
Yeah.
They're like in the International Space Station. And I said,
bitch. Like, I said, bitch.
That's my favorite. Oh, yeah. I said it.
Yeah, I said it. Oh, that was a good one.
That's my favorite one. I'm the man of the house. Like, oh, yeah, okay, bud.
Oh shit!
That is a great sketch.
Vlad's a traitor now.
Who's a traitor now?
Vlad's a traitor.
What'd you do, Vlad?
I don't know if that was supposed to be OPSEC, Vlad, but it's gonna be on Evu anyway, so it don't matter.
You dirty son.
Vlad, what did you do?
He joined a
group
of. You need to repent for your sins, Vlad.
Can't believe
Done.
that, man.
You son of a bitch.
I'm pretty sure Manic won't be able to sleep for a week now.
Admit to your sins, Vlad.
You son of a bitch.
How dare you? How dare you?
There's one where their valet is in front of a hotel and they're talking about Liam Neeson, and that's fucking.
I remember that one.
Wasn't Liam? Didn't he show up in the coffee shop or something? Or no, I'm thinking of a different skit. It's like we got a mocha latte for Liam. It's like it's
There's a there's a skit that Ricky Gervais did with Liam Neeson. Oh my God, I have to find it's the funniest damn thing I've ever seen. So Liam Neeson walks into Ricky Gervais's office and he's like, I want to try comedy. Like Liam Neeson says this. He's like, I want you to, see if you can find me some comedy roles. And they're like, well, you don't really do comedy. It's not really your thing. So they run through some comedy skits with Liam Neeson. and he's playing them completely straight. Like he's being Liam. I'll post
He's
the video.
being Liam Neeson and Taken.
But yeah, but he's trying to be funny, and it's so awkward.
Yeah, I like those.
So I moved.
Yeah, I was gonna say. So you're in the new place now? I meant
Yeah.
to cover that at the beginning of the show.
It's fine.
But
I'm still living in like there's still boxes everywhere. You
That-
never
yeah.
know how much shit you have until you move.
Yep. Although, for me, it's the opposite because I've always rented and I've always not been
Right.
the one with the furniture.
You've kept it lean.
There we go. Yeah. So for me, it's like when I move, I realize how much I don't own.
Right.
Because it's like, all right, I got my bed moved in, my desk, my computer, and a TV, and my clothes, an alarm clock, and
That's all you need.
that's about fucking it.
Like-
Like that's when I move, it's like I could fit my entire everything in the back of like a 1/4-ton truck in one trip.
So as an
That
adult,
would be my entire move.
As an adult, I've moved 3 times. The first time was when I joined the army, and all they did was send someone to my old house. They boxed up my like action figures and my sneaker collection, and they sent it to the barracks that I ended up living in. And then the second time I moved was from the barracks to 4 times, I guess. From the barracks to a military house, right? And then I used a garbage bag to pack. I just threw everything I wanted in a garbage bag, and I moved to this new house, and we bought furniture there. And then the third time I moved was from that house into the house I lived in for 12 years. And in that 12 years, I managed to gather 14 metric tons of fucking bullshit to fill this house that I was living in. And then you move from there to here, and there is 1,000,001 boxes filled with things. And
Mhm.
some of the boxes you open up and it's like they took the most because a company comes and packs you up when you're in the military,
Oh, okay.
right? So the company comes and like a girl will come into a room and she'll be like, "This is the most precious item that you own, and I'm going to package it up so delicately. I'm going to
It's a lampshade, woman. What are you talking about?
wrap it in all this paper, and I'm going to put it in this very special box. And it's a half-filled pail of garbage.
Yeah, because they
you
get paid by
never
the box.
wanted to bring anyways, and that's what's in this box.
They get paid by the
and
box.
then,
though, that's
and in
why.
another room, there's a woman, and she's just heaving shit into a box. I don't give a fuck. They pack this shit and get the fuck out of here. And all your precious heirlooms are smashed into powder, and they're in a box, and they're on their way across the fucking country.
Damn.
So you get to the other end, and you're like, "What's in this box? What could it be?" And you open it up, half pail of garbage.
It's like
Perfect.
the next one's
yeah,
like,
all right.
okay,
Go
what
to the
could it
garage.
be? What
And then you open up
was
this
it?
box, and it's like, what is this? And it's
Crusher
just
ammo,
shattered
yeah.
glass. And you're like,
Oh
well,
my god.
fuck. Okay, fine. And there's 1,000,000 boxes like that, and you don't know what's happening or where anything is. And it's just
Now,
chaos.
what if you packed all your shit before they showed up and you're like, it's all packed?
So you could do that. And we did that with a lot of stuff. Like there was like all kinds of Rubbermaid totes laying around the house and cardboard boxes that we packed up all around the house and stuff. But like you can't live like that. You know what I
Right.
mean?
Yeah.
And you're living in that house until the day that you leave it. So like
Yeah, you can't do like
all
packing the morning of type of stuff.
Yeah.
so-
you can't do that. So like this company comes in and packs you up, and then from that point on, when they come in and pack you up, you live in a hotel. Right? You live in a hotel with your suitcase until they're done packing everything, and then you basically you follow the truck across the country to where you're gonna live next.
Yeah, when I moved, that's so. I mean, if you can't tell by my empty wall, I'm a very Spartan living person.
Yeah.
So, like, I don't have knickknacks. I don't have doodads and decoration and pictures
So many
and
knickknacks,
plants and
right?
stuff.
Yeah.
Like, so
Half of a 53-foot semi-trailer was filled with knickknacks.
yeah.
Imagine that.
So
Imagine the knickknacks. The knicks.
there's so many
and the
knickknacks.
So many.
So for me, it's like And also every time I move, it's like, for me, it's like time to clean house. Because every time I move, it's usually, I don't move except for like every like few years or something, I'll move. And it's like, and I start going through my stuff because I have to pack everything up. And I start looking at stuff. I'm like, okay, this has been in my closet for basically since I moved in here. And it hasn't moved since I moved in here. And I look at it and it's like some just random thing. It's like, do I need this? Will I ever use this? Like, because maybe I kept it before because I'm like, oh, I might have a use for this in the future. And then I look at it and like, I haven't used this in 3 years. And then I start thinking like, will I ever use this in the future? And if my answer is like, if I'm not going to use this in the next year or two, if the answer is no, trash. Boom. Like, I don't keep stuff that, like, I don't have like sentimental value attached. I don't attach sentimental value onto things. Sentimental value to me is like people. And so there's some people that they keep birthday cards and they keep all, it's like, it's a piece of paper that someone gave me on my birthday. I appreciate it, but the thought is what counts. But you know what? I still remember you as a person, and I know that you care about me, but I don't need this piece of paper to tell me that it's going in the trash. And, you know, I throw that shit away. Like, I don't keep any of that stuff.
I married someone like that. So
yeah, so for me, it's like every time I move, I end up like taking all my stuff, and like a quarter of it usually just ends up in the trash. It's like, cool, don't have to pack that shit. It's in the dumpster. So, and then I move to the new place, and it's like time to put stuff out. It's like I put my bed up, put my sheets on, hang my clothes up, and then it's like, got no pictures, got no plants, got no stuff to hang around because all that stuff that would sit on end tables is gone now because I'm like, I don't use this. I don't need it. Like, for me, it's like, does it have a function? Like, I'll have a coffee table and like an end table because I might set stuff on those. But like, what's a picture do? It sits on the wall, and what? I'm gonna just look at it.
Well, yeah, that's exactly.
I've seen it when I bought it, but the thing is, like, after I've seen it, it's like I know what it looks like. I don't need to sit there and look at it and go,
Well, other
it's
people
a
need to
nice
see it.
picture. It's like, I don't need a picture on the wall. What does it do? It just
You're
sits
insane.
there.
You're
Like,
insane.
so I'm one of those weird
Insane.
people that like decorations to me are unnecessary junk. But
does
I
it
also,
spark joy?
when I get my own place, I know I'm
Doesn't
gonna have to
spark
get
joy.
them.
Throw it away.
Yeah, like, but
Sparks
when
joy.
yeah, so when I get my place though, when I get my own house, I know I'm gonna have to have like pictures and plants and decorations because I know that if I don't have them, people are gonna come over and if they're like, "There's no decorations, there's no plants, there's no pictures," people are like, "This
You know
is
what
a
I want
serial
you to
killer.
do?
This is a serial killer that
Yes,
lives here."
I think you're crazy.
I
Exactly.
should probably leave this premises as soon as possible. So like, I have to have decorations to like seem normal, I guess.
So you
I want
understand
I
what
want you
his-
to buy picture frames and just hang them up with whatever picture comes in them.
Here's the
dick
worst part
butt.
about it, Drayden.
There it goes.
You understand how it works. So you are crazy. You're pretending not to be crazy.
It's just like, for me, it's like, does this have a function? Does it have a purpose?
It
And if
makes
the
you
answer is
crazy,
no,
yeah.
then I'm like, then why do I have it? Like, what's the a table I can set stuff on, a picture or a plant? Like, a
It
plant is
keeps you
just
out
a
of jail.
tedious thing I have to water all the time. Why
Well,
do I
agree with
want
you,
that?
plants. I'm just talking
I
about
got a
pictures.
cactus.
If I have a
Cactus is
plant, it's a
super easy.
chore. A
Until you
plant is a
fall on it.
living chore. That's all it
Cactuses
is.
kick ass until you trip and fall on it. Then they
Yeah.
suck.
Well, I got the cactus, and my kids are like, "Why did you get a cactus?" And I'm like, "Well, it's just like me.
You water it like
Prickly.
once a year and you're good.
It's prickly. You don't want to touch it, and it doesn't need a lot of water.
Just leave it
Or
alone.
attention, right?
Yeah,
Doesn't need
definitely a
attention or
minimalist.
water.
Yeah, it's like, for me, it's like I go with what I need, and if I don't need it, I don't need it. So I have it.
For just the pure fact I can
But-
vote it over somebody else.
But yeah, with that said though, my sister, she knows that, and so she's like, when you get a house, I'm going to decorate it for you. I'm like, cool, you're gonna buy all this stuff? She's like, no. I'm like, oh, okay, fine.
I'm gonna have
All
my
right.
wife paint
So
a
she's
picture
gonna
of
help
you
me
on the
pick
wall.
out stuff that's like, you know, apparently good decorations to like put in my place. So
I'm telling you, I'm gonna have my wife paint a picture for you to put on your wall, and I want a picture of you putting it on your wall.
yeah,
You have an IKEA anywhere near you?
I hold on. I do have one decoration. I haven't put it up yet, but I can show you guys what it is. It's pretty good.
Please don't be a head or something. Somebody's skin.
No, it was a meme picture that I
Lots of weird
saw,
people
and
I
then
know.
Be a waifu pillow.
no, it was a meme. It was a meme picture I saw in the Sinners Discord, and I showed it to a friend, and then they got me one because apparently it's an actual item you can buy. So it's Bun Jesus.
Are we in the after show? Jesus.
Yeah, so instead
Oh,
of
I like it.
instead
This
of
is pretty much
Bungie,
what-
it's Bunjesus.
Bunjesus.
I like it. Yeah.
And he
That's
dived for our
fantastically
sins.
fucking flashed.
So,
I love it.
I
That's
haven't put this on the wall, but yeah,
Put one of those up.
That needs
It's
to
a-
be in the
it's a-
living room.
it's a
First
bun-
thing
it's
people
a bun-
see when they walk in the house. That's
It's a-
fucking
it's a
He looks like he's
bungee-
having a good time.
Yeah, it's a bungee jumping Jesus.
He's got his
off of a-
hands
off
up.
a-
He's loving
He
life.
looks happier than he
With
would be if
that
he was
up-
nailed to a cross, right? He's
Yeah.
bungee jumping.
So
That's fun.
I need to put this on the wall at some point, and people are like, "Are you
Anna,
religious?" I'm like,
uh,
"Absolutely not," because I have that.
That and a big mouth Billy Bass, and you're set.
Oh my
Oh,
God.
yes.
Y'all remember
and-
Big
and
Mouth
if-
Billy
Oh,
Bass?
God, I don't ever want one of those basses.
Have you seen the one where they hooked it up to their like their Amazon Alexa?
Oh Jesus.
So like when you ask Alexa a question and the big mouth Billy Bass comes to
Billy Bass
life and it's just,
responds.
rah, 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 rah.
This is terrifying.
Where did you
Alexa,
get that
what's the weather like today? And the Bass will fucking, it's 42 degrees. Oh shit. Thanks, big mouth Billy Bass.
Oh, that's a great idea, dude. I like when fish talk to me, actually, a lot.
Does that happen to you a lot, Dom?
It does.
That's
Just
how you
about
know
every
fish is
fucking
good.
weekend. I mean, it may be the drugs, but I doubt it.
Privacy. You have a phone, Vlad. You don't have any privacy. But here's the thing: everyone's all worried
You're
about
on
Big Brother.
here. Doesn't matter.
Everyone's
You're
worried
on
about
here.
Big Brother listening. It's like,
Dude,
guess what? If any, like, I'm sure there's a bunch of stuff getting recorded by Google and all this stuff about where you go, what you do, what you look for. But here's the thing: that's all just random strings of data getting stored on random servers in the middle of nowhere that no one is ever going to actually, no actual living person is going to go and look at and be like, what's this guy looking up? Where's this guy been? What's
Oh,
he
no,
listened to?
they've
What
done
is
that.
he? Where does he live? No one cares.
Yeah. Here's
The only
thing.
time any of that would be relevant is if you are under investigation for some kind of crime and the police want to know what you've been looking up, where you've been going. And so if you're not under investigation for a serious
So,
crime, none of
gold
that
is
information will
where
ever
you
see the
should-
light of the day.
should
The
govern-
only thing that
should
knows about it is some
governmental-
random data
then-
server.
Then let's ask the question: should governmental agencies be able to subpoena your Google data?
Hell yeah.
I'm fine with that.
Fuck yeah. Hell yeah. It'll be entertaining. I guarantee.
I would be fine with that because
People will
honestly,
look at it. They go, "Oh my god!"
in
what
a
the fuck is wrong with this
situation
dude?"
in a
That's funny.
situation that would require Google data to be subpoenaed, I wouldn't be in that situation where that needed to happen because I'm not going to be the culprit
Let's
of
say
a crime like
let's
that.
say
But
it's, let's
got-
say it's
I've
not
got-
relevant to the charge. Let's say if it's not relevant to the charge, but they still want to pull it anyway.
I got dueling
I'm fine with
penises.
that too. I
Yes,
honestly
yeah,
don't
I-
care.
Really,
Um,
Drayden?
Yeah.
Dude, come on.
What, if they
Okay.
want to look at my porn search history
Are
because
you
I'm
one of these guys like I got nothing to hide? Why not? I'm innocent. I got nothing
Well,
to hide.
Well, if I'm
I-
innocent
I
from a
got weird
crime,
shit.
but the thing is,
No.
like, honestly, if some
No,
investigator
Drayden-
wants to
Drayden,
subpoena
you have
data,
rights. You have rights.
I don't care about my rights.
You have
though.
a right. You should. God damn it.
Well, no. Here's the thing. I know I have a right to tell them I don't want you looking at my search history. I don't want you looking at where I've been. But honestly, it's like
you have. The
I don't
right,
care if they
you
see what
have
I've
the
looked up. I don't
right
care if they
to
see where I've been.
protection. You have a right to protection from self-incrimination.
I do have a right
And
to
if you-
protection on
if
that,
you-
but I
if
waive
you
those rights
don't-
because I don't care.
If you don't exercise that right, then it is forfeit.
That's fine
Yeah,
with
but
me.
my Google
You,
search is
do you
funny.
talk? Do
I
you
would
talk
like
to
to
cops,
watch
Drayden? If a cop stops you, are you going to talk to him?
Sure.
Why would you not? Be
Fucking no, Drayden. Wrong answer.
I've
Drayden,
talked to
shut the
plenty of
fuck up
cops.
Friday.
Never, ever, ever talk to a cop.
I talk to
You-
cops all
you-
the time.
No.
Well, not
You-
no, not all the
you
time. I take that back. I used to talk to cops all the time. Not anymore.
Never,
do.
ever, 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 ever talk to a cop.
Why?
I talk
You
to them all
don't.
the
You
time.
don't give them
after I
any
say,
more
"How many
information than you have to.
They're gonna be like, "Do you know how fast you're going?" I was like, "Yeah, faster than I should
No,
have."
oh my God, Drayden. Okay, let me. I'm gonna lay some
I was going
fucking
80
knowledge
miles
on
an
you.
hour.
They
No,
fucking hit me
shut
with
up.
the speedometer. They know how fast I
Lay
was
the knowledge
going.
on
Here's what's
I'm
gonna
going
happen.
pee.
Here's what's gonna happen. They pull you over, and they say, "Do you know why I pulled you over?" And you'd be like, "Yeah, I guess I was speeding." He could come back with, "Oh, I actually pulled you over for a busted taillight, but since you just admitted to its speeding ticket, I'll add
I've
that
never
to
had
the
a cop
charges."
do that.
It doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. It does happen. Doesn't matter that it hasn't happened to you. It can, and on a long enough timeline, it eventually will.
The first
Drayden,
thing you say to a cop to
Drayden,
pull you over is ask
Drayden.
them if they want to see your tits. You wanna see my
Here's the
tips?
thing,
I'm
though.
good to go.
If they say, "Do you know why I pulled you over?" The
Just see my
only
tip.
honest answer you can give is no, because
I
you don't
honestly
know.
haven't really
you
had
don't-
cops ask that
you
though.
don't
Usually
know
they
why
come
they
over, they're
pulled
like,
you
"You're
over."
going a little fat." They come out and just tell me what I was doing wrong. They're like, "You were going a bit
And those
fast
cops
there."
are bad at their jobs.
Mine
Honestly,
are on a bullhorn.
I
Yelling,
don't
Put your
know. I
hands
think they're.
outside the
I think
window.
they're good at their
That's the
job because they're
whole-
telling
that's
you
the whole-
what they're doing.
no,
They're not like trying
that's
to
the
bait
whole
you into
reason-
something.
The whole reason they ask, "Do you know why I pulled you over?" It's so you can they can get you to incriminate yourself.
that's
That's
the
why
thing,
they
like,
ask that question.
So those, in my opinion, those are the bad cops. The good cops are the one that tell you why they pulled you over initially when they come up to you.
Are
Because
you one of these guys that is like, "But most of them are good cops"?
no, I'm not. There's bad cops and there are good cops, and you literally have to take it case by case basis. Because I'm not going to try and pull numbers or majorities or minorities out of my ass because I don't know. And it depends on the area. There's places where a lot of the cops are fucked up, and then there's places where a lot of the cops are fine.
I've got a huge stick up my ass about this.
So
Apparently, you've been touched by a cop.
No,
Now,
I
here's the
know
thing.
my rights,
No,
and
here's the thing.
I know when to exercise them.
So here's the thing. I'm a white male, so I know that there's plenty
you're
of time.
fine.
Are you
You're
sure?
gonna
Yeah.
be fine.
You
Hold
probably
on. So
hardly ever get pulled over.
I'm
If
saying,
there's
like,
gonna be a
I
black
know
guy
there's
behind you,
plenty
you
of
get pulled over,
times
right?
where I have an interaction with a cop where I'm like, okay, guy's doing his job. Maybe he gives me a ticket, whatever. But it's like, I don't have any altercation. But maybe that cop would be a dick to someone that's black or something. But I wouldn't know because he wasn't a dick to me. So I understand there's plenty of like the whole like racism shit in the system. I know that that's an actual fact. That's not every single cop on the planet, but I understand that it's plenty of them and enough of them that it's a massive problem. It is.
It's actually probably a very small
So I'm not going to
percentage.
argue that every cop out there's they're just doing their job, they're good.
but I'll-
There's
but
plenty
I'll-
of shitty
I'll say
cops.
this,
There's
I'll say
plenty of
this.
shitty cops.
A quote unquote good cop. Let's say you bring me a good cop, and maybe he or she hasn't done anything that is extra legal or illegal even. They are a quote unquote good cop, but they know who the bad cops are in their squad or their
Then they should say something. In my opinion,
whatever.
absolutely.
If they know who the bad cops are and they don't speak up, then they're not good cops. If
That's true.
this is why I always come back, because I always hear this. People always say like, "Oh, but the majority of them are good cops." Bullshit. Because
That's why I don't like to go into
if the
numbers. I
majority
don't know.
of them were good cops, then there would be no bad cops.
Yeah,
They would weed them all out. The
Yeah,
problem
so-
with
so
Salt Cell
I-
is the
I agree
majority of them
bad
were good
speaking.
cops.
I agree with the fact that like I don't.
They can
That's
be
why
good
I don't go
cops,
into like
but
majority
bad-
or minority or
They
anything
can be
like
bad
that.
at their job, but good people. right?
Because
They
no
can
one
be that.
knows the values, so I would never go and say like the majority are this or that. I know that there are shitty cops and there are good cops. How many of each? I don't fucking know.
17 and 12.
So I wouldn't pretend to guess. But my thing is like, so aside from that, like if I get pulled over and the cop's like, "What were you doing?" It's like, I don't know. I'm just one of those like honest people. It's like if I know I was fucking speeding, and then here's the thing: if I'm going 15 over the speed limit and I get pulled over, I know damn well what I'm getting pulled over for. They're not pulling me over.
But
Like,
you don't-
you got a
you-
brake light out, but you're
You
going
have
15
a
over the
right.
speed limit.
You have a
I know I have the
Fifth
right, but it
Amendment
doesn't
right
matter.
to not incriminate yourself.
But I also am one of those people that, and I know that other people don't have to do this, but it's like, I'm one of those people that I'm like, if done something fucked up and I messed up somehow, I own up and I fucking take responsibility and own up and just take it. Because it's like, yeah, maybe I can weasel my
Dude,
way
if
out
it-
of it, but it's like
if
if
it
I'm
comes to-
speeding
you're not
and I
gonna-
get
you're-
pulled over
you're
for
not gonna
speeding and
weasel-
I get a
you're
ticket
not-
for speeding, I'm just gonna go pay the speeding ticket. It's like, I was speeding, I got caught for speeding, I'm gonna
Here's
pay
the
the
thing.
speeding ticket,
You-
take my points on my license, and just be, it's
You
like,
are-
hey, that's the punishment I deserve because I was doing something wrong. So
you are not going to convince if a cop pulls you over, there is no amount of talking that you can do that's going to convince him to not write you a ticket or not arrest you.
Agreed.
He's already made up his mind, so you don't
I
need to
know.
make his job easier by
I've had
incriminating
one
yourself.
warning in my life from a cop, and I've been pulled over probably 9 times. I've had like 8
Graydon,
tickets probably, and I've
I
been
just
pulled over
post-
with a warning once, and then I've also been
I
pulled over
posted a
4
link in
times
the
more than
chat.
that and got arrested a couple times. But
I just posted a link in the chat. I want you to watch that at least once a month.
yeah, I can't talk
Please.
myself out of shit.
You're never going to talk yourself out of a ticket, or the cop has already made up his mind. You don't need to make their job.
Now I
easier.
understand I can talk myself into it. Yeah, that's the thing. Is like, I basically it's like I'm not gonna give the cop shit, and generally the thing is like I don't give them shit. They don't give me shit, and they
don't need to be a dick, but you don't need to
Oh,
answer
that's not
their
true.
questions. That's
Sometimes
it.
you need
but why are you upset if I do?
Because you don't have to, and if you don't
But the-
exercise this right, then it's forfeit, Drayden.
But
this is like
if-
is one of the most important things.
But here's the
This
thing:
is
it's
one
like
of- this is
if
one of
you
the-
want to reserve that right and
exercise
preserve
of
your right to silence, you can do that. But I don't have to do that. Why does that make you mad if I don't do that?
Because you deserve you are entitled to this right. You're in it is
You are entitled to the right if you want to enact that right, and if
You-
you want to
you are
waive that right, that's
entitled-
also I have the right to waive that right.
You absolutely have the right to waive that right and get yourself all the tickets and all the arrest. You can spend as much time in jail as you want, Drayden. You're right. You're absolutely right. That's your right as a free
gets all
citizen.
the
You
tickets,
can
we
go
don't
to
have to do
jail if you
anything.
want to, but you also don't have to if you can avoid it.
Yeah, but the thing is, like, I
That's
usually
right.
find that if you try and sit there and be
Listen, be
stubborn and obstinate, but even if it's within your rights, it just makes it worse.
Don't be you don't have to be a dick. I'm not saying be a dick and like fuck you, cop. I'm not answering your fucking questions, pig. Obviously don't do that. Then they absolutely will throw you in the back of the fucking car. But just say, I don't have to answer any questions. You give them your license, you give them your registration. If they ask you anything else, say, I'm not answering any other questions.
I mean, sure, I could do that, but
they've already made their mind up to write you the ticket, so just let them do their job. Don't,
right, and that's
don't
and that,
incriminate yourself, please.
But that's the thing; they've already made their mind. They're going to write you the ticket, and so by me
Don't
saying,
make it worse for yourself.
how would it make it worse? They're already going to write me a ticket.
You
They give you a ticket for 5 over. You tell them you're going 10
right?
over. They change it
If,
to
No,
10.
they never did.
exactly.
I've never had that. Every single cop
don't
I've
know
ever
that.
dealt with,
You
if
don't
I'm
know
going
that.
like 9 over or 10 over, they drop it to 5. They drop it to
Just
5
because
over.
it hasn't
know.
happened doesn't mean it won't, man.
Maybe they're going to drop
Keep
it to
your
2
mouth
and
shut.
I just don't-
Drayden,
I just don't speed
I'm
now.
serious.
I
I
use
want you to
cruise
watch
control.
this video, dude. Just to understand
I
where
just
I'm
don't
coming
stop
from.
for
I just
cops.
want you to
Just keep
watch that
going.
video.
Don't stop.
Okay? Will you do that for me just
Yeah,
once?
but also, my lawyer, I'm not going to hire a lawyer and spend $2,000 on a lawyer to get myself out of a $150 ticket.
Unless you're going to lose your job over it or something, then it might be worth it.
Well, I would never. You'd have to get 5
If you're a
speeding
driver at
tickets,
FedEx-
and I'd have
if
to
you're a
get
driver
5
at
tickets
FedEx-
within 3 years to lose my
No.
license.
If you're a
So
driver at FedEx and you get a ticket for a certain amount of speed over, you'll lose your job because they can't insure you.
okay, that's if you get reckless driving, which means you have to be going like 20 or more
25,
over.
25.
I
over.
don't do that though.
It
I go,
happens sometimes.
I'm one of those.
Sometimes you don't pay attention. You're going 55 and a 25. That happens to people a lot sometimes.
Never me. I'm like one of those people. Like I will never go more than 5 over. I'm like at the speed limit or 5 over max. If I get a speeding ticket, I've never gotten the fastest I've ever gotten a speeding ticket was for going 12 over, ever in my life. I don't have a lead foot. If the speed limit's 50, I'll go 50 to 55. I don't go 70 into 50. I actually hate people that do that.
Sometimes you
I can't stand people that it's like the speed limit's 60 and someone's like riding your ass because they want to go 80. It's like, fuck you, dude. Go fuck yourself. You find your own way around. Fuck you. I hate people that like go like 20 or 30 over. Fuck those people.
As long as they don't tailgate you, I don't care. I agree with you about you tailgate me, you're going to be in for a fucking world of hurt because I'm going to find a fucking semi. It's going 55. I'm going to sit right next to him for hours. I'll make myself late to stuff just to fuck you over because it's funny. I watch you in the minute.
Yeah, I can't stand people that just like. If
But
you go, people that go 10 over, I won't go 10 over. People go 10, but it's like people that go like 20 or 25 over. It's like, dude, fuck you. Like that's dangerous as shit. Don't do that. Everyone else is going like way lower than that, and like
70 and 25. The
It's
cop
really
asks,
fucking
"Fast,
hot
fast."
here, so I need to go upstairs where the air conditioning is. So I'm gonna sign off for the
yeah,
night.
I think it's a good time to cut it. Anyway.
I love you guys.
we're down to like
think-
fighting with cops. and
07.
stuff.
I think the point was like, don't make it easy for people to charge you with crimes. Is that,
Yeah.
Don't
that's
put
the
yourself
only
up.
But it's not even a crime; it's an infraction.
It's a crime.
right.
God.
But don't
Stop
you're
make-
not
Stop making
supposed to
excuses for the cops.
make it easy
Drayden.
for them to do it.
I mean, here's the thing: I don't
Okay, I'm
hate
peacing
cops
out.
in general.
Love you guys.
I've seen
Bye.
I don't hate cops in general. I don't like cops that are shitty because they're shitty. But I like the fact of like the idea of the police. I don't hate that. Now, like that's me being idealistic and like that. Idealistically, cops would do their job the way they're supposed to. I understand that not
Yeah,
all
but-
of them, not all of them do. A lot of cops are really shitty. They're
You and I
bad
came up
people,
with
and they do their job really poorly.
The
That
three of us
needs to be fixed. But I mean, police are a necessity in society.
But the three of us came up with an image of a policeman, right? And the image of the policeman was a guy in the peak cap with the blue button-up shirt, with a belt, with a nightstick and a revolver on it. And if you got lost, you could ask this man for directions, and he would help you. And if you were in trouble, this guy would come to your aid. And that's like the friendly neighborhood walking the beat policeman. That's what all three of us came up with. That's not the reality of today, because policing today is very different from
Agreed.
policing 20, 30
It is.
years ago.
Absolutely. Why are these cams all messed up? But yeah, so I mean, like, it's that's one of those subjects where it's like that could go on debates forever, and I mean,
What
debates
can go
with
debate?
debates in a rational sense would be fine, but like I understand that, like, I find that debates like that tend to always devolve into
Monkey touching.
people using a bunch of examples in extreme situations as like the norm. That like this happened here, and it's like, yeah, that's fucked up, and it's like this is how it always works every situation. It's like it doesn't, in the good and the bad side of it. Like, yes, there's cops that are perfectly fine, justified cops that do their job well, but then there's also shitty cops that do their job very poorly, and there's a bunch of shit in between, and I'm not going to pretend what's more prevalent than the other. I think in certain areas, certain ones are more prevalent than others, but like, you can't use any one of those instances as this is what every single cop is like on the planet. Not every cop is bad, not every cop is good.
Here's a surefire.
I don't know, I've said it a million times, but it's like, and I'm not trying to take one side or the other. Shit
There's a way
is
to avoid the
fucked.
situation.
Shit's fucked up
There's a way to avoid the situation.
in the country.
Don't
It
break the
is,
law.
but
Don't break the law. You don't even have to worry about it.
well, but police are necessary, but shit's fucked up, and the law enforcement agency as a whole needs a fucking overhaul. It really does. But how to go about doing that,
Can I tell you a theory?
I'm
to that?
not the person to ask for that because I don't have a plan for it. Yeah, go ahead.
Wait 1 second. I forgot this author's name, and I want to find it and get it right first. Grossman, Lieutenant Colonel Grossman. He wrote a book called On Killing. And he came to do a talk at my unit before some dudes went overseas, and I went and sat in on it. And he talked about the influence of media on people's reactions to stressful situations. And he gave the example of a Secret Service agent. President Reagan there was an assassination attempt on his life. Secret Service agent took the bullet, but his reaction to taking the bullet was not true to someone being shot, right? You shoot someone, they don't fly through the plate glass window, right? They don't fly backwards.
They're not
They
suddenly
just-
electrocuted.
Yeah.
Right. They don't like fly through the air because they've taken this impact of a bullet. They just take a bullet and they drop. But when he got shot, his reaction was flies through the air and like through the plate glass window, and like the big Hollywood reaction to taking a round from this like 38 snub nose revolver. So why did that happen? Why did that occur? Why did his reaction to being shot defy the laws of physics and nature? And his theory is that media influenced his reaction to it. So he grew up watching cowboy movies, right? Old West movies where like the 6-gun comes out and shoots a guy and he flies through the plate glass window, or the shotgun comes out and it shoots a guy and he flies across the saloon or whatever. That's what he grew up with. That's what he watched. So when he got shot, that's how he reacted. Not because he wanted to do that, but just media has subconsciously trained his mind to. That's
He
how
had to
he
push off and
react,
jump.
right? Yeah.
Yeah.
So that, and he used this theory to talk about people with PTSD. His theory was that if you grew up watching like Platoon and Casualties of War and Hamburger Hill, you would go to war, you would encounter strenuous uh, circumstances, stressful incidences, traumatic it's events, and you would come back and you'd be like, well, now I have to act like the damaged, broken soldier from Platoon or Casualties of War or Hamburger Hill, and I have to act that way. Really, you don't have to. It's all in your mind. It's just the media that's trained you to do that. That's his theory. It may be true, it may not be true. You could talk about that at another time, but I think the same thing can be used with police officers and criminals as well. So media in the 90s, right? Scarface, um, you know, shows like that, like fucking Juice, like movies like that, where like criminality and violence was like glamorized, and like that's how you're supposed to be. You're supposed to get in gunfights with the cops. You're supposed to be in a mansion, like a fortified mansion, and fighting off like hordes of enemies because you're living on a mountain of money and cocaine. Like that's how criminals are supposed to act.
Hell yeah. I mean,
but on right.
Sorry,
on the flip side of that, there's cop movies like Lethal Weapon and like Cobra and like all these fucking like Dirty Harry and stuff like that, where like
I always wanted a tough
cops would just blow criminals away, and that's like all they would fucking
Dirty
do,
Harry,
like day in and day out. Every day cops were in the gunfight with these hardened criminals and shit. So you have these two communities that are clashing now. This militarized police force versus this diehard criminal element, and then caught in the middle is regular fucking people who are just driving home with a 8-ball of marijuana in the fucking console. It's not a big deal, and they get gunned down because the cop that pulled him over thinks he's got like Scarface in the car. You know what I mean? That's my theory on that. Like media has influenced,
I think you're right,
the modern police force, but it's also influenced the modern criminal community into what they are today.
Look at Chicago. I think you're 100% correct. What's happening in Chicago is at least a portionally a result of that. I agree. There's other issues. I mean, there's a whole bunch of things causing it, but that's one of the factors. I agree with you.
Right, that's one factor. But there's obviously going to be environmental factors that are.
Yeah, I mean, it might not even be the most important factor, but it is definitely a factor. To say it's not would be disingenuous, right?
Yeah. But yeah, so just because you get pulled over doesn't mean that the cop that's pulled you over is like, he's not your friendly neighborhood Mr. Rogers police officer. You know what I mean? Like, he's wearing more gear than I wear to work. He's got a bulletproof vest on. He's got magazines for an assault rifle. He's got fucking combat boots
taser.
on. He's got a taser. He's got a nightstick. He's got a baton. He's got an asp. He's got pepper spray. He's got all kinds of shit. And
he could do a lot of damage to somebody if he wanted to.
And he's grown up watching media where that's what the cops do. They use all that shit to beat up criminals. As soon as he's pulled you over, he's just already decided that you're a criminal. So one wrong interaction becomes you getting the shit kicked out of you when you really shouldn't have.
I think you're right. Yeah, I mean, I usually am the criminal, so I mean that's the problem. Just don't stop. That's why I just don't stop for him. Fuck it, keep going. Don't pull.
That's right. High speed chases are way better.
Just get to a bridge and then get out and jump off.
It's good ratings too.
They will not chase you off if you jump off a bridge into water. I guarantee it.
Cops can't swim. Everybody knows that.
They're just not going to do it because it's insane, right? Most of them aren't that insane, but yeah, fuck it. You might get away. You might die. You might get away. Never know. So yeah, that's in there.
Sorry, I was typing a whole bunch.
I saw that. You're a crazy person. I'm gonna get fucking ripped up tomorrow. It's gonna be fun. So watch ESPN. Maybe I'll be on there. I won't be streaking. I can tell you that right now. That's not gonna be a
What
thing.
are you doing? Where are you going?
The Iowa State Cyclones are placing the Iowa Hawkeyes. They're both ranked in college, and ESPN Game Day is going to be there for the game tomorrow. So I'm going to go up there and tailgate. I went to Iowa State. So that means,
Cool.
So it's a lot of fun. We're going to go up there in the morning. It's an afternoon game. We're going to just drink all day. And I'm not going into the game because the tickets are too much, but it's only about an hour from my house. So it's not too bad. Be fun. But there's a.
Is there going to be tailgating? Or are you going to?
Oh, yeah, that's what we're doing.
Nice.
Lots of tailgating. I'll take some pictures.
I haven't done a tailgating thing in a long time. Not since I went to a Idaho Vandals game.
The high school team?
So, like,
It's
explain
explain
tailgating.
University of
me,
Idaho's
'cause I-
Vandals.
So
We don't do that here.
So tomorrow's it's a 3:00 game. Me and a bunch of my friends are gonna get there about 8:30, 9 o'clock in the morning. A friend of ours got an RV, so he's gonna.
What was that?
I don't know.
Oh, I think it's his wife.
There's arms coming in the back of the screen here.
Oh,
Oh, kids, yeah.
what's this kid?
So we get up there and
LB
buddy's got an
Junior.
RV. There you go.
LB Junior times 2.
get in, guys, get in. Oh, his wife definitely sent them in there. That's funny.
Yeah, tailgating is it's like a y'all. You basically just they call it tailgating because a lot of times people just bring a truck and you sit like a camping like outdoor grill, like just like a little like portable Coleman grill or something. Sometimes people bring whole like full grills, but
we've got an RV
and you just basically you cook out some burgers and some sausages or hot dogs or whatever, and you like drink some beer. It's basically like a pregame grill, barbecue, eat and drink. Like you pregame and
watch the game outside but we're in the parking lot of the stadium. That's
so they call it tailgating because you drop the tailgate, you cook your food, you drink your beer, and then you go into the game afterwards, and like you show up buzzed, and you're like, oh, I'm ready to watch some fucking football.
Shoot Harold.
So it's like burgers and dogs and that kind of thing.
Burgers and dogs and beers. Yeah, burgers and dogs and beers in the parking lot on the tailgate of a truck, and then you go into the game after that. So it's a pregame
store in town. So he's got a lot of money. He used to he had this like a 30-gallon like drum or keg, or what you call it. He used to fill it up with vodka. Some kind of vodka. I can't remember.
You fill a whole drum up with vodka?
Vodka and some other juice. He'd make this fucking 30-gallon drum of this fucking cocktail. Super strong.
Porch? What do they call porch climbers?
Juice, vodka and some kind of juice. And oh my god, it was fucking good. It was, shit like that. It was just crazy.
Lana probably does like whole like crawfish broils in the parking lot before a LSU game or something.
We were gonna ride our bicycles up there and meet, but the last weekend just destroyed all of us. So we're not doing that. We're just gonna drive up there.
It sounds fun.
It is a lot of fun. It's one of those things you can't drink all day if you don't start in the morning. So like I said, we start about.
Yeah, that's definitely a South thing. We're gonna do a tailgate jambalaya pots. Yeah, up here we're just like burgers and fucking hot dogs.
Like probably like racks of ribs and stuff like that if you wanted, right?
Whoa! What's a gator roast? Do you actually like cook a gator, like gator meat?
So where we're at is pig roast. Yeah.
Well, okay, she has what? You eat alligator?
Yeah, alligator's good.
That's
like chicken.
That's edible?
No,
it's like chicken.
Good, yeah.
What?
It tastes like alligator, but it's good. We have a couple restaurants here.
What? I didn't think people ate alligators. What the fuck?
Drayden, Google or go on YouTube. Go on YouTube and look up alligator cleaning.
Aren't they like super?
Alligator.
Is it like super tough meat and just like thick dinosaur scales?
It would be, but
you
it's
just
not
eat dinosaur meat.
Oh, it's a whole
fucking,
like imagine a lobster tail, but like
I don't think I've ever heard of like people eating lizards.
They must tenderize the shit out of it. It is the ones I've had have never been tough, right? And you're right. You'd think it'd be super tough because they seem like
I would think it would be. It's all muscle, isn't it?
Oh, they must tenderize the crap out of it when they make it. I don't know. I've never cooked it. I've eaten it, but I've never cooked it.
Blackened alligator? Okay, yeah. I guess. Huh. Okay, so if I go to Eve Nola next year, I'm gonna have to go eat alligator somewhere.
I'll bet there's a restaurant in your town that serves alligator.
Not here. We don't have.
I live in Iowa. We serve it here.
There's
fucking
no
alligator
one
in
that
Iowa.
serves alligator in the Northwest. Maybe in
There's
Seattle.
none in the Midwest either. I mean,
Maybe in Seattle. There's nowhere in
I don't
Spokane
think
or
there's
Coeur
any
d'Alene that
alligator.
sells alligator.
I think there's
Absolutely
any
not.
alligators any place it possibly freezes.
If I had known anything that served, I didn't even know alligator was an edible meat. So if there was any place that served it up here, I would have heard about it by now.
You probably get snake out there though, right?
We don't have snakes here.
You don't have snakes in Idaho.
No, like the snakes we have garter snakes. That's about it.
Bull snakes. You have to have those.
No,
Bet
no
you
bull
do.
snakes.
Bullshit.
No rattlesnakes. No bull. We have garter snakes. I've lived up here for like 25 years. I've only seen garter snakes, and I've seen like 5 of them in my whole life.
Yo, apparently there's a restaurant in town that has alligator meat.
In your town?
In your town?
Near where I live, yeah. Near where I live.
There are 12 native snakes to Idaho. 12 native snakes.
Okay. Northern Idaho. Check that. Because Southern Idaho is like almost a different country.
The gopher snake, terrestrial garter snake, common garter snake, northern rubber boa, ringneck snake, desert night snake. That sounds awful. The western ground snake, the long noose snake, striped white snake, prairie rattlesnake. You have rattlesnakes. Fuck. We're
Okay, but also you have to look at like where they're at, because that's
Idaho.
Southern Idaho. Like I said, there's
Still
a
Idaho,
Southern Idaho and Northern Idaho are like different.
but they're not.
The fact that they're in the same
They're
state
not.
is
They're
weird.
both Idaho.
They're completely separate biomes and completely
believe you.
separated by Southern Idaho is very deserty. Northern Idaho, and then you have this whole the Bitterroot mountain range cuts Idaho in half.
I believe you. But
And
here's
it
the thing.
completely-
I'm
it-
technically right, and being technically right is the best kind of right.
It would be like saying Ohio is the same thing as New York. They're
It's not.
totally different because
Yeah.
there's the Appalachians
One's
in
Ohio-
between.
Because one's Ohio and one is New York.
Right, but
Remember
Idaho
that? One's
decided.
Idaho, the other one's Idaho. They're both Idaho. See?
Yeah, they're technically both Idaho, but the thing is, like,
What'd you say? Technically both Idaho.
animals that are in southern Idaho don't necessarily exist in northern Idaho. Period.
What's the best kind of right, Drayden? Technically right is the best kind
I'm
of
just saying, like, northern Idaho is more akin to eastern Washington
Both
as
awful
far as
places.
biomes. Well, actually, no. Northern Idaho is probably more akin to like western Montana as far as biomes.
That would make sense, yeah. Both
Um,
places have rattlesnakes.
No, we don't have rattlesnakes up here. If there's a prairie rattlesnake, I guarantee that's southern Idaho and not in the north.
Timber rattlers in Montana. If you're the same as Montana, you got rattlers.
I've never seen a rattlesnake in my life up here.
Well, because they hide from people. They don't.
I've never. There's no way. Well, okay, so whatever snakes are on that list
fucking
might
bat snake.
technically be around, but honestly, I've never seen
I didn't say
anything other than the garter snake up here, and I've seen 5 snakes in my life up here.
I didn't say they're an epidemic. I just said you have them.
Okay, then we have like a dozen.
12 snakes. Exactly.
We have a dozen snakes that no one ever sees.
My mom's deathly afraid of snakes. As a kid, I've caught.
Wait,
it.
okay. Delana found somewhere that's serving alligator sandwiches.
Spokane.
KXLY, that's the News 2 place. Wait, what? It's even got the fucking alligator head on it, and it looks like a chicken, like a rotisserie chicken with an alligator head attached to it.
You gotta kiss it.
Okay, this is January 8th, 2020. What? The Black Diamond. I know where the Black Diamond is. I've been there.
Haven't you?
I've actually been there once. I had their Alfredo. They had a blackened chicken Alfredo I ate. Apparently they have alligator. Maybe. I know exactly. That's on Pines, just north of the freeway, like north of Pines in Indiana. I know exactly where that's at.
I'd buy fucking alligator from a fucking food truck, though. You see that article?
Oh, no. I'm thinking Black Pearl. The Black Diamond must be something different. I actually don't know where that's at. The Black Pearl is what I was thinking of. Where the hell is the Black Diamond? Uh, 9614 East Sprague. Okay.
Western Washington food truck serves gator out of
I know where Sprague is. So okay, it's somewhere in the valley. Man, now I have to go eat fucking alligator food.
Oh my God, you're right. I need to get some of this alligator fucking on a rotisserie thing. That's fucking fantastic.
Well, okay, but Idaho Falls, that's southern Idaho. To drive from here to Idaho Falls is like a 6 to 8 hour, probably
That,
8 hour drive.
Spokane though. How's far is Spokane? That's only
Spokane's like 40 minutes that way.
40 minutes.
Yeah.
You should go there tonight.
It's 9:14. They're gonna be closed.
Did you check?
There's even the 24/7 restaurants aren't open 24/7 anymore.
DoorDash that shit tomorrow.
No, tomorrow I'm driving to Seattle.
Oh yeah. Well, let's go through Spokane, right?
Yeah, but in the morning it's a restaurant. They're probably not open till 10. Most restaurants don't open till 10.
I bet it's good.
Breakfast restaurants are the only ones that are open early in the morning.
Yeah, Denny serves alligator.
Yeah, no, Idaho Falls, I have to drive all the way down to Butte, which is 5 hours, and then south. So Idaho Falls is about a 9-hour drive from here.
So how long does it take to get from northern Idaho to southern Idaho? Like from border to border? Like 12 hours?
About that.
Is it? Okay. I knew it's long.
And generally, like, if you want to stay in Idaho, it's probably even longer because you have to go down Highway 95, which is like
There's no straight way through. I know that. Yeah.
So basically, the fastest ways to get from northern Idaho to southern Idaho, depending on which side of southern Idaho you want to go to. If you're going to like the Boise side, you go out through Spokane over to 395 south, and then you go down through like basically eastern Washington, down through Oregon, and then come into southern Idaho from the west side. And if you're going to like the Pocatello, Idaho Falls side, you're going to go in through Montana over to Butte and then south and come straight down into the bottom part of Idaho. Because that's what I'm saying. Like Idaho is like, you have this like peninsula up top and like right in the middle of Idaho, cutting diagonally across from like Montana to Washington is a giant mountain range that basically separates everything. Yeah. Like so I'm saying like, we are the same state, but northern Idaho and southern Idaho are basically separate entities. They're not the same. They're not the same biome. They're not the same. The only thing that makes them the same is the economy and the fact that we have the same governor.
I get to 7 different states in 3 hours.
Yeah, but you live in the Midwest. There's a bunch. Your states are smaller.
3 hours, I can get to 7 different.
Like we're Idaho is actually a smaller state on the
smaller
west.
Population, large amount of area.
Space-wise, we're even kind of a smaller state when it comes to West Coast states. Like Nevada's bigger than us, California's bigger than us, Montana's bigger than us. Arizona's probably comparable to us. Wyoming's about the same. Well, California's bigger than us. But Washington and Oregon are about the same. Because Idaho is like stretched out long, but if you like press it in on itself, it'd probably be about the size of Oregon and Washington.
It took me 3 days to drive out of Ontario.
Yeah, Ontario's huge. That's like bigger than Texas, I think.
Hey, there's 18 people.
I think like Alaska's the only state we have that's bigger than Ontario.
I was floored by the. I think I've said this multiple times, but floored by the population of Canada. I just assumed, based on its size, that it would be comparable to the United States. I just assumed that, right?
Oh
it's
my
not
God!
Even close. I mean, it's
okay. I got it, Delana. I'll tell him. You guys sharing a pillow? Was that the night that everyone just passed out on the floor? It was like 10 people passed out on the floor. Yeah.
Yeah, Canada's it. I can't imagine.
I was mainly questioning Delana if I needed to give him a wink with the message as well.
Yeah, there's like a ridiculous amount of Canada lives like within an hour drive of the border.
Population.
It's like
it's
a huge amount.
The two coasts, but mostly East Coast, right?
It's mostly Ontario, Quebec. That's where the population's really focused. Right?
East, middle, kind of. Then.
But like all the territories in Canada are fucking huge. Like Nova Scotia and what's the other one? Newfoundland. Those are kind of smaller, but like Quebec's huge, Ontario's huge, Alberta's huge, Manitoba is big, BC's big. They're all big. They're fucking huge.
And with no people, that's crazy.
Like Northern Territories used to be massive, but now they split that between that and none of it.
Northwest Territories, Nunavut, and Yukon are the 3 territories, and they're fucking giant.
And they're still
nobody fucking lives there. Nobody lives there. There's no roads.
Yeah, but
they're
any
infrastructure.
Aren't they? They're still smaller than like BC and Alberta and all those.
That's what I said. There's no infrastructure then, right? Up there. You can't-
Northern Territory is the bigger. Yukon's not as big, and none of it's not as big. But Northern Territories is still pretty big. But like Nova Scotia and Newfoundland are like the two small territories in Canada, right?
Yeah, once you go above a certain
But even those are like the size of New York, probably.
It says,
state
why
wise.
is Canada's population so low? And it says here, because no one wants to have
It's
sex with a Canadian.
Arctic. Like half of it's Arctic.
Yeah.
Like,
Like,
like
I
half of Canada is like Alaska. Like
No one
right
wants
now
to
I
have
live
sex
like
with a Canadian.
1/3 of the way up the province of Alberta.
which is way
Really?
the fuck up there.
It's way the fuck up there. And then when you go like halfway up
Because
Alberta,
you're like east of
the
Edmonton.
population drops. Yeah, I'm east of Edmonton. The population drops dramatically. Like
Edmonton's like one of those
Alberta,
anomalies too. Like Edmonton's a big
Yeah.
city that far north.
half of Alberta is like not really populated.
Yeah, like you
There's
got
nobody-
you got Edmonton, then you have Fort McMurray. It's like
Yeah,
it's
Fort
not
McMurray.
it's not huge, but it's not a small town. It's like 100,000 people, 150 or something.
Right,
So
but
it's like a decent town. It's a it's a city. It's not
A
a
decent-
metropolis, but
right.
it's a city.
but because it's so far north, like it's not.
Even though half of it
You know what I
burned
mean? Like-
down like a decade
The
ago.
problem is only like what 20% of the entire country is habitable, right? All
Well, I
year
don't
round.
know.
All year
The
round.
whole thing is habitable.
Not all year
Yeah,
round.
But
you really
it's,
can't live
it's
the
not
way it
comfortable,
was there, right?
maybe. But
You can technically, but you're not going to thrive in that environment and temp. And
I mean,
weather
here's
is
the thing: like,
awful up there.
what's
I mean,
what's the
we're-
area of Canada? Is about probably 3/4 of the U.S., right? In area wise, maybe more if you go in like all the big islands that go up north into the
Well, it's-
Arctic.
I was
But
just-
It's
large,
it's
isn't
way bigger than the U.S. It's
is
like
it bigger than the U.S.?
the third largest country in?
Oh, okay. So it's bigger than the U.S., but it has a tenth the population, basically.
Yeah,
a tenth.
A little
It's
more
all
than
like-
10. It's like
if you
30,
look at-
37 million, I think.
Everyone
in
lives
Canada.
along the border in the coasts.
If you
'cause
look
they
at the
have-
border between Canada and the United States, everybody lives within 2 hours of that border.
Yeah. Well, I
So,
mean,
like,
it's just
that
like, you
band
go
of
that
the
much
country
fur-
is populated, and everything else there's hardly.
Well,
any.
except the 14 Yukon Jacks. They live way the fuck up north.
Yeah, but I mean, you look at like those way north, like Yukon, none of it,
They're
and,
barely
and,
human anymore, right?
Northern Territories, Northwest Territories. Like you look at the biggest cities, like essentially the capitals of those territories, and it's like none of it. It's like the capital's got like what 1,500 people that live there, and then Northwest Territories is about what 2,000. It's like what Yellowknife is Yukon, right? And then what's Northwest Territories? Crazy Horse or something? White Horse, not Crazy Horse. Yeah, so it's like 2,000 or 3,000 people that live in White Horse, and then like the Yellowknife is like 4,000 people or something. And those are like the biggest cities in those whole territories.
Well, wherever Sunnydale is probably the fucking best part of
And
Canada.
then you get to Toronto. It's like
Sunnyvale is the fucking.
it's bigger than most cities in the U.S. aside from like New York, LA, and Chicago or something. But it's 10 times bigger than like anything else in Canada. Like, isn't it like 10% of Canada's population lives in Toronto, basically, pretty much?
Yep.
Toronto's huge. It's a huge city. Yeah.
It's like 4
Well,
million
that's why,
people
like-
or something.
Beautiful city.
So our political system is a parliamentary political system. It's based on ridings, right? And each riding has a certain population in it. So if you look at like Alberta, and I'm just throwing numbers out here, I don't know exactly. Alberta would have like 25 ridings in it, let's say. And then you go to Toronto, the city of Toronto itself would have 25 ridings in it. So if you were a politician, if you were a leader of a political party, who would you
Toronto.
pander to? You'd pander to Toronto.
Of course, you
Mhm.
would, yeah.
25 ridings there.
Not only
As
Toronto
opposed
has
to
those.
the entire province of Alberta, which has the same thing.
What
So the
province is
problem-
Toronto in?
Ontario.
So Ontario, how many does Ontario have besides Toronto? Probably another 25, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
So yeah, you'd definitely
like,
want to pick
you would focus your attention on Ontario, but like if you're talking about governing a country that spans from the Atlantic Ocean to the Pacific Ocean, the issues are different from coast to coast, right? So the issues in
Exactly.
Ontario
Well,
are not the same as the
what-
issues that are in British Columbia, as in Alberta, as in Newfoundland and Labrador.
Well, they're not even close to the same, right? In all
Right.
honesty, they're not. Yeah.
So if you were a politician, you could, in theory and in practice, just focus on Ontario and Quebec and fuck off the other provinces and territories.
Oh, like
And
like
still
American
win
politics.
and still end up being the prime minister of Canada and running the whole show.
It's like American politics. You take care of New York, California, you're pretty much a shoe-in.
Yep.
It's population based. I mean, I don't know how many millions of people are in those two states. Millions of people. I think California has a higher population than Canada.
Yeah.
We have way too many people.
You have a
I
lot
think-
of people.
I think Canada's population is, to me, seems like that's more manageable. I think.
But
I think
it's
I could
only
get it.
manageable because most of the country is shit to live in. Like if infrastructure was there, I would not live near the border, right? I would live
Sure.
somewhere else. But because all the infrastructure is built around the border, why would you live? Like, why would you live anywhere north of Edmonton?
Well, my also
You're
You
saying
know what I mean? There's
infrastructure.
no Starbucks. There's no high-speed internet.
There's no even
No
like gas
fucking
grocery
there's no
stores,
IKEAs
right?
up there. There's no fucking Costco's.
I was
like
gonna
it's-
say I think you're saying like it's much easier to manage a lower population, but I think it's actually kind of hard to manage a lower population in such a large area
Oh no, I didn't mean
because
I didn't mean government. I meant
you
as
still need
people.
the infrastructure. You still need freeways that span the whole country. You still need highways and connection roads, even
of the
to
opinion
smaller things. And things like if you have only 35 to 40 million people in your country, but it's bigger than the country that has 300 million people.
No matter
That
the
means you're
size
having
of-
a massive reduction in tax revenue, but you still have to pay for the infrastructure of
Right.
like
No matter
putting
the size of
roads
the
across
country
that much
or the
space.
size of your population, governing is not easy anywhere, right? I
So
would try
here's
to.
an-
I'd say
Here's an
being a
example
part
of
that
the infrastructure of Canada. So if you look at the state of Minneapolis,
that true rapscuttle.
population.
there are 1, 2, 3, maybe 4 interstate highways through Minneapolis, through
35,
Minnesota.
94. That's why I know there's another one. I can't think of the other one. At least
Like
four.
the 90 runs east-west, the 94 runs east-west, the
35 goes
35
north-south.
runs north-south. So there's
There's
three interstate highways in that one state, and they're all 4-lane divided highways, right?
Yeah. Like every interstate in the US is 4-lane divided.
4-lane divided.
Yeah.
So the Trans-Canada Highway runs from Vancouver to Nova Scotia. And when you get to Ontario, it is a 2-lane road.
And it is the only one that goes all the way across.
And that's
It's
the
just
only
2 lane,
that
like
goes all the way
one
across.
lane each way.
1 lane west, 1 lane east.
So that
So-
yeah. So
Well,
for us that would be like a just a state
County
highway,
Like
a state
fucking
highway.
Regular old county road.
Yep.
And that's the transcontinental.
Well, and that's the thing. Is
highway.
like there just isn't the income to support
Right.
massive freeways and road coverage on that much of an area when you have a tenth the population but a larger size than the U.S.
and if you put it in, you couldn't
Because
make
I mean, you have to budget. You can't just spend your entire budget on paving freeways.
But like when there are spots of the Trans-Canada Highway, like most of it is 4-lane divided highway.
Yeah.
Right. But the spots that aren't are the spots where there's no population to support a 4-lane divided highway, right?
Not only there's no tax
Yeah.
revenue there, there's no.
But
people
also,
to-
like when you get into areas that are that low populated, there's probably not a need to have a 4-lane divided highway. Like
But
how
at
many
the same-
how many
at
people
the
are
same time,
honestly going to
it's-
be driving there? Like, do you
Well,
need to have 2 lanes each way? It's divided highway.
I just drove across it, and like all
For
the
sec-
commerce it's on 18-wheeler trucks drives down it.
for
Oh, so you
security
got stuck
alone,
behind people all the time. Then yeah, there's
yeah,
that's
for
the one
sure.
thing like passing the semis. Yeah,
for the security of your country alone, you need at least one path through a massive 4-lane divided highway just for the security. You need to be able to move.
I would have
material
thought that
and-
the Vancouver to Nova Scotia would be the one set 4-lane divided highway all the way through, but
You'd think, but like
I would have
like
thought.
said, in certain parts it's not. Like in most of it, from Vancouver, like I would say, all the way to
like
the
I would
border
feel
of-
like
border
Vancouver
of
to
Manitoba and Ontario.
yeah,
You get to the
Vancouver to
border
Nova
of Manitoba and
Scotia,
Ontario.
and then like up to Winnipeg, maybe up to Edmonton.
Yep,
You
that's
know,
all
things like
4-lane divided.
that. Up to Calgary.
Just the chunk that's in Ontario, Northern Ontario, there, The one
Little
that runs
part,
from Winnipeg to Thunder Bay to Sudbury to Ottawa. That's all like 2-lane road.
Because
Yeah,
Winnipeg's,
like Dom was
Winnipeg's
saying,
not that small though. Like you'd
For
think that'd be
strategic
bigger there.
reasons, you should have a 4-lane divided highway that's clear 4
At least
seasons,
one, right?
right? Serviceable 4 seasons of the year.
Yeah, at least that far south. I mean, like obviously, like when you get into like Yukon, it's like the winters get extreme enough. It's like you're not going to have every roadway open. I mean, even up here in Idaho, we have certain passes like the Thompson Pass, which is between Idaho and Montana. That's like it's like technically a highway, but they actually just close that pass in the winter because they're like, it's not enough populated area. Everyone's just going to take I-90 through the pass into Montana, and so the like 400 people that live in Murray, Idaho, and the 200 people that live in Pritchard, and the 500 people that live in this town in Montana, that's not enough people there to have this constantly upkept pass kept clear in the winter that just snows like shit. So like there's like during the summer there's 5 passes in northern Idaho between Idaho and Montana. When the winter hits, 3 of those passes close.
Because you guys have winter and mountains to deal with, right? They
Yeah.
both create weather, lots of snow. But you're talking about Minnesota, right? That Interstate 35 is closed quite often in Minnesota because of weather.
In SD, what's SD? I-90 is in the north. I know.
South Dakota.
But okay. I was like, I-90 runs from Seattle to New York, or to Boston, I think actually. So, okay. I was like, there's a lot of
90,
stuff
80,
there.
and 10. Those 3 run all the way across. And I think there's one more. I can't remember the other one. But I wouldn't want to do 90 in the winter, yeah, for sure. I wouldn't mind.
I mean, it's usually upkept pretty well, at least out here. Even like Lookout Pass, that's between Idaho and Montana. It's like it goes up a whole mountain pass, and it's like I've only seen Lookout Pass get closed like a few times in my lifetime, and I've lived up here for like 25 years.
Get the ocean effect there then?
The what?
You guys get some of that ocean effect where it's less snow and more rain?
No.
South Dakota closes 90 a lot. I mean, it's nasty on there when it's a blizzard.
I think it depends on the jet stream, because the jet stream shifts a bit. So it really depends, because like the jet stream comes down from the north, and then it goes down like kind of through Washington, then it comes back up through Idaho and then over.
That's what it is.
And so
South Dakota gets the asshole stream.
Yeah,
It
so
goes
the
right
thing is,
through-
like, sometimes it goes down through, like, eastern Washington, goes through, like, central Idaho, and then back up into Montana and over. So sometimes we get skipped on the main jet stream flow of, like, cold air and, like, storms and stuff. But then sometimes the jet stream shifts in every year.
Yeah.
It's different. So if the jet stream kind of shifts west more and it comes up through northern Idaho, we get fucking hit.
We're lucky
And we
enough
just
to
get snow like fucking crazy. But the thing is, like, being that we have a lot of snow every winter, it's not like other states. Like, there's other states that, like, they get snow, but usually not as much. But, like, Idaho usually gets enough heavy snow that we have a standardized, like, every winter snowplow fleet. We have, like, a whole fleet of snowplows and stuff that when a snowstorm hits, we
They're out
send
there.
out, like, probably in the northern Idaho, like not just one county, I'm like in the northern, like, 6 or 7 counties in Idaho, we
Hundreds
send
of
out like 100 or 150 snow plows that just go start plowing shit nonstop, and they prioritize the freeways. They will try and get to the towns and the arterials and the other highways, but like they prioritize the freeways and the main highways.
Those towns have
first.
their own also, right?
And
'Cause
also
there's no-
Montana and Idaho work out this thing on the Lookout Pass where it's like Idaho will plow up the pass and then down into the Montana side, and then they'll come back and do other Idaho shit, and then Montana will plow up and then down into Idaho. So like we kind of split our plow services a bit, just because it makes more sense and it's like cheaper to do it that way on both of us. So
we go down to the south, they don't have plows. They have street sweepers.
but yeah, so it's like I've only
get a lift
seen
over
Lookout Pass close like once or twice ever, and it was like really bad snowstorms where it's like you couldn't see. But there's been snowstorms for work. Sometimes I've gone out to like Missoula for work, and then I'm coming back and it's a massive snowstorm blizzard, and it's like I can't see 20. I'm going like 20 miles an hour on the freeway because I can't see 30 feet past my headlights. and I have to like, you know, spend 4 hours driving 50 miles like through the pass there. And it's like, there's been times where I've been going up that pass where it's like, I can't let off the gas because if I do, I'm going to get stuck. Like I am just going and I am literally looking at the double-sided reflectors coming up off the both sides of the freeway. And it's like, okay, cool. I see that reflector and that reflector. So I'm in between them. I don't know if I'm in the right lane or not, but I'm in between them. So I'm on the road somewhere. And then I go and it's like, okay, I lose sight of those. It's like, I can't see the next reflectors yet. So I'm just basically on like, I've driven this pass enough that I kind of know where all the turns are. And I'm using a Google Maps downloaded thing where it's like, I can see where the turns are. And I'm just kind of judging it going like, okay, cool. There's the next reflectors. I'm still on the road. Good.
Keep her between the ditches.
That's a good thing. Yeah. So I've been in those situations where it's been really hairy, where it's like, I hope if I didn't live here, I would probably be in the ditch. But being that I kind of done this enough times, I should be okay. But I still hope I don't end up in the ditch, because then I'm going to be in the ditch stuck in a blizzard, and now I'm going to have to start thinking about like
eating your own arm and shit.
Like what can I pull out? Like I keep a lighter in my van, so it's like what can I pull out of here and light on fire to keep warm if I need to? So I've been in those situations like twice ever, but I have been in those situations.
You want to go to eating your own feet like the last resort.
Yeah,
You don't want to go
it's
there right away.
like
That's the first
sometimes the snowstorms can get fucking hairy up here, but most of the time the freeways are kept like pretty well done to where it's like you can't go 70, but you know, you slow it down to 50 and you should be good.
Shouldn't go 70. People still do. And
and they're the ones that end up like flipped over the barricades into the fucking river down the ditch on the freeway. And like Idaho does it, but Montana does this thing where like, anytime there's a fatality on the road, they put a white cross on the side. And it's like the second you cross from Idaho into Montana on that freeway, dude, because Montana, like Idaho is like 70 miles an hour, but it's 60 in the places with a lot of curves, but 70 where it's like straightaways. Montana's like 75 or 80 miles an hour, and they used to actually not even have a speed limit. They just like keep it quote unquote reasonable. That used to be their speed limit, but now they actually regulate it. But there's a lot of places where it's like 80 miles an hour, so people are just going 90 down the freeway. It's like you go down the freeway and you just see like every mile you see like a cross or two on the side of the road. And then some like the worst ones are like you go around a corner and then it's like this bridge with a low guardrail, and then it's like there's like a 30-foot drop into a river, and then you see on the other side of the road there's like one big cross and like 20 small crosses, and it's like that's a bus went over the bridge. That's a bus of kids went over the bridge and they all died.
When did they change this speed limit out there? You know?
Yeah, it's.
Is that recent?
The what?
When did they change the speed back? Was that recently?
It was like 10 to 15, probably 15 years ago. It was a long time ago, but yeah.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, like there's like, and you go on Montana highways or freeways. There's just like you can't go more than a mile or two without just seeing crosses on the side of the road. There's so many fucking people dying on the freeways out there. Now, also that's going back like 30 years or whatever.
I've actually
But
done that before. I've driven by Braille with the fucking rumble strips. I was so, not that I condone or think anybody ever should. I was so drunk when I come out of the bar, I had to drive about 20 miles to my house on the interstate, and it was literally. I knew I was doing it. I couldn't fucking stop myself. I was like, but I wasn't smart enough to pull over either. I was like, just kept going.
yeah,
I was fucking dumb. That was the last time.
that's Catfest has it too. Like there's so many elk and deer more than anything. Like some elk, some
I'll hit a
moose,
deer.
but there's
I don't want to hit a moose or an elk. Fuck that.
There's
Those things
so
are
many deer on there's so many deer on the freeways and shit in Montana.
And they clearly can't read because there's signs that say deer crossing, and they don't ever fucking use it.
Yeah,
right?
they wait. They go 5 miles down the road and use it.
Yeah, it's bullshit. The fuckers need to learn to read. I'm not gonna like it. I never hit a deer myself. I got hit by a deer. I was pissed. It really ran to the side of my vehicle. And it did a lot of fucking damage. I was like, you dumb motherfucker.
I bumped a deer. So I bumped a deer one time. I was in Coeur d'Alene, so I was not going fast. It was on a city road like 35 miles an hour. And this deer like, because there's a lot of deer in the cities and stuff around here, but this deer comes across at night, goes right in front of me. I hit my brakes, and I couldn't quite stop in time, but I didn't hit it to, like, you know, I don't even think I hurt the deer.
Explode,
I, like,
yeah.
bumped it at, like, 5 miles an hour, and it kind of, like, you know, swung its ass out, and it, like, looked at me like, what the fuck, dude? I'm like... And it just looked at me, and
Hey,
I
I'm
humped...
prancing here.
Yeah, hey, I'm fucking prancing here. And I hit my horn, and then it ran off. I'm like, fuck. There was like a little tuft of hair on the little headlight joint, but that's about it. So that was a close call. So technically I hit that deer, but it didn't cause any damage to my vehicle. It didn't hurt the deer. But
a moose will kill you.
a moose, yeah, because like you hit the legs and the whole moose comes through the fucking windshield.
Or an elk. They're just as fucking
Elk
big.
are pretty big too.
They taste better. They taste good.
The other time, here's the thing. I don't count this as me hitting a deer. I count this as a deer hitting me. Which sounds weird, but I was going on this highway up through like eastern Washington from like...
It's good for insurance purposes though.
Well, no, I didn't have to claim anything because it didn't cause any damage to the vehicle, but it definitely caused fucking damage to that deer. I was coming up through, it was like from Walla Walla up into Spokane, so I was going through these kind of like back state highways. And I was going, and I was out of the corner of my eye, I see like this motion coming in. I'm like, oh, fuck. And I saw it was a deer, but I was already past it. So I was like, okay, well, I'm not going to hit it. But it just kept running, and it went head first into the side of the van. And I felt it go boom into the side of the van. And then I was like, what the fuck? And like, it must have fallen under, because it like hit the side of the van, and then it was like thump with the back wheel. And so I think it like hit the van, fell over, and then I like ran over its legs. Because it like ran over, I felt a thump, and I looked, and it was like flopping in my rear view, like in the side mirror, and like one of its legs was bent in a really disgusting way, and I'm like, that deer's dead. Like, it's... But I didn't have service on my phone to call Fish and Game or anything, so I was just like, what am I gonna do? Like, pull over and go and hammer it to death with a pair of pliers? Like, I'm not doing that. I refuse to do that. But I was like,
You
that
just
deer's...
choke it out, dude.
It's like,
That's
that
what you
deer's
should
not
do.
dead right now, but that deer's not gonna make it. But I can't call anyone, and I'm not gonna go. I don't have a gun to go shoot it, and I'm not gonna
Just
go.
go fucking rip his.
I'm not gonna go like He-Man it and like just fucking
You should have put it
barbarian
should've put it
smash
in
it.
a
Cruel,
rear
dude.
naked choke.
Yep,
Choke.
that's exactly
choke the
right.
life out of it.
Choke the life out of it.
No, so
Yeah,
I
you're
was,
cruel,
but
man, cruel.
it's out in an area where there's tons of like coyotes. There's even wolf packs out there. I'm like, it
Oh, so you
won't
let the
make.
little dogs pull it apart.
I was
by
like,
just
that
screaming
thing,
for help?
that thing won't make it to the morning. A pack of coyotes will get it tonight. And so I was like, I hate to just leave it there, like while it's like you got its legs all smashed up and run over, but like I'm not gonna go barbarian kill that thing with my bare hands. Like I
Well,
refuse to do that. I don't want to do that, and I don't carry a gun in my fucking work van, so I can't just go shoot it. So
You carry a knife though, don't you?
there's a pocket knife. I'm not gonna go like.
Stop.
No, I'm not doing that. No, I'm not doing that. I won't do that. So I was just like,
Go all jihad on the fucking deer.
I was like
That's
that.
awful.
I was like that fucking sucks. That deer's not gonna make it.
Yeah, you're just cruel. Let that
But
fucking
I
deer
just,
suffer
I
like
just,
that. Oh my
I
god!
just drove on. I just kept driving.
I saw a deer get hit by a semi once. It was awful. It was awful. I mean, it exploded. It just exploded.
Vlad, I'm not going out there and like cutting a deer's throat with a pocket knife. I'm sorry. I'm not doing it. I'm not. I refuse.
Stab it.
I
Stab it in
refuse.
that
I
second
refuse. I'm sorry. Like maybe that makes me a monster, but I'm not gonna go do that.
day. No, it's terrible.
Like if I had a gun, I would go shoot it, but I don't own a gun. I don't have a
If
reason.
I
to,
do hit a deer though and it dies.
I don't hunt, so I don't
deer.
own a gun. And this is also the work van. I don't keep a gun in the fucking work van. So, like that would have been my own. It's like if I had a gun, I would have went back and shot it, and then
A 2-inch knife. You just go out there and saw it right in half.
no, hell no. But yeah, so that's the only two times I've hit a deer. I count it as one time me hitting a deer barely, and one time a deer hitting me
That's
really
really-
hard.
Literally committed suicide by pain through your car.
See, there was two of them though. One of them backed off, and the other one was just like,
Fuck this guy.
why did it run headfirst into my van? Did it not see me?
It was challenging you. It thought you wanted to fuck its friend.
Well, I fucking won.
You did.
Fucking dumb dude.
Actually, that's funny because we have a sticker on our bus that says, "Don't swerve for deer, we win."
I mean, I would
Because you
stop.
don't. Usually, you do on a bus is swerve. You could stop, sure. Don't.
Yeah, I mean, like,
swerve.
I would always stop
you
for. I mean, I don't try to hit any animal. I mean, if I see a squirrel running across the road, I'll slow down and not hit it if I can.
Oh, I aim for those fuckers.
Now, I'm not gonna like slam my brakes and go skidding and possibly getting a wreck or go off the road to avoid one, but I will slow down and try and avoid it if I can, and it's safe to. Same with birds and stuff. I mean, like, I don't try to hit animals, and I will try to avoid them as long as it's safe to try to avoid them. I'm not gonna, like, put myself in the vehicle and risk to avoid hitting
Canty, are you in South Dakota?
wildlife, but
I thought we had a lot of fucking pheasants where I live, right? Until I went to South Dakota.
the pheasants? Really?
Pheasants.
Pheasants?
We're driving through there, and I was like, "What the fuck's that out in the field? A big black spot in this field." And literally hundreds of pheasants. I mean, you see, like, you go hunting pheasants here, maybe it's like 20, 30 in a week. South Dakota, you go hunting pheasants, you see 20 or 30 every fucking 10 minutes. It's crazy how many pheasants they have there. It's their state bird, too. And if you go to Huron, you see they have the big, like, 30-foot tall pheasant.
30
Yeah, I know
foot
about
tall. Statue, right?
No, it's real. No, it's a statue.
It's like Sasquatch is real too. We've seen him up here.
He lives in Montana.
Well, it just Pacific Northwest is apparently like Sasquatch territory,
original
or the Northeast. It's like Pennsylvania or Washington, Idaho areas. Like apparently, Sasquatch.
Idaho's where the aliens and shit. You see a lot of them in the sky. I listen to the fucking radio late at night. There's a lot of people calling from Idaho, like crazy UFO
It's because
stories.
people from Idaho are stupid. They don't know what lights.
Is that what it is?
They don't know what lights in the sky are. It's like
What is that whirling thing up
that's
there?
a fucking alien. It's like that's a meteor, man. Like,
Sorry that they're stupid. That sucks.
I have a funny story.
or it's like that's a plane. See how it's like got the green and red blinking lights and shit. Like that's a plane. Fucking UFOs, dudes.
So this was during my tour to Afghanistan in 2006.
See a UFO?
And no, it's this officer. He was on shift, right? So he's on turret watch shift. So he's on sentry shift. So he's scanning the horizon, looking for Taliban through the thermal imager, and he sees a giant thermal signature. And he's like, "Oh my god, what is this?" And he's trying to like figure out the coordinates of it, and he's calling it into the command post, and he's like, "There's a huge thermal signature. It must be hundreds of enemies. It's giant. It's huge." We're like, "Oh my god, where is it?" He's like,
That's your stress creating, right?
it's towards the east. It's to the east. I can't get a good grid on it. I can't get good coordinates, but it's towards the east. It's giant. It's so many Taliban. They're all hundreds of them. And they're like, "Oh my god, what?" And everybody's like, "Okay, wait. What are you looking at?" It's like, "Well, it's a big thermal signature." It's like, "Oh, you use your day sight." He's like, "Okay, sorry, no, it's the sun. I'm looking at the sun." Never mind. Okay, you're not allowed on.
All that
You're not
panic.
allowed on the sunrise shift anymore. You're fucking done.
You call it.
Did he do that on purpose to get out the overnight?
No, I
You
don't know.
call like
Maybe.
the HQ. Like
I don't think he was that smart, but he called in the sun as a contact and was like,
we need to call in a fucking sortie on
Imagine
the
that.
sun.
Did you
We're
imagine
getting
called in a fucking airstrike? What's the grid?
"Yeah."
we're getting a hot
Fire
reading
for
in the
effect.
sky. That bright ball of light in the sky. Please send some sorties that way. A little sidewinder
The
action or
Canadian
something.
Army has just as many dumbasses as the American Army does.
That's a Space Force call. Space Force could do something about that. I'm sure they could launch a nuke there or
Good, yeah.
something.
That's funny shit, man. That's awesome.
I was
you know what? I've known 3 different morons that are that dumb. Right, in my time. in the Army.
I'm just picturing like that scene from Aliens where like the guy's got the motion set. He's like, "They're right on top of us, man." It's like, no, that's impossible. It's right inside the room. It's like, there's a bunch of aliens and shit.
Oh, sorry. I'm looking at the sun.
Yeah, my bad.
Although there were aliens in the roof. This time it was just the sun, though. But
I want to meet that guy, man. That dude's awesome. My bad.
no, it's just the sun.
Keep him up all day shifts. He only works at night. If it's a full moon, you put him on guard duty somewhere else.
Did he not realize that their signature was like in the sky, or was it sunset?
No, it's just because he was
Sunrise.
on shift like before sunrise, right? So scanning in that direction, he wouldn't see anything.
Okay, so-
And then all of a sudden he scans by it and he's like, there's a small thermal signature. It's like, oh, that's weird.
Getting bigger.
Comes
It's
by it
getting
again like a few minutes later and it's like, oh, it's way bigger now. Like, oh man, it's coming closer.
It's an amassing
Where
army
can it
coming
be?
our way.
I don't know. Let's figure it out. And then by the time he figured it out, it was like above the horizon. And he's like, oh wait,
Did he?
it's the sun.
Did he
Thank
do
God
the
he's
star?
Never mind.
all the way
Did
higher,
you do the
you know?
Starship Trooper like contact and just like yell back?
Almost, yeah.
Was this your guy? Was this your team member?
Wasn't in my platoon. It was some other platoon.
I really wish that you guys had done like a start shooting flares in the air and just like suppression fire from the guns all in that direction.
Send the QRF team out. Quick, we gotta get.
It didn't get that far.
That would be awesome. What are they
Suppressing
attacking?
fire.
The Canadian Army's attacking the sun. What the fuck's wrong with those guys? They're gonna ruin it for all of us.
If we find out how to beat the biggest heat signature in the
guys
universe,
fucking-
we can
Yeah,
find out how to
sun
beat the smallest one.
The fucking Canadians could knock the sun out. That'd be terrible. What happened? Well, Canadian Army's
That'd probably be
fucking
pretty
the sun.
bad. Although, honestly, if they found out a way to knock out the sun,
Moving out of the ocean. Sorry, guys.
that's a significant achievement.
No, if you get
Like-
it right as it comes over the
It's
horizon,
not a good
vulnerable.
one, but
It's vulnerable. Then you can get that fucker. Once it gets in the
Yeah,
air,
only when
hard
it's touching the horizon. That's
Yeah,
when the
yeah,
sun is at its most vulnerable.
you just got to arc it right, and you'll hit it.
to- I think that's a thing. If it's not, maybe we could make it up. I love this guy, man. I'm telling you what, that you can think about that any time of day. It puts a smile on your face, doesn't it?
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah,
That's why that guy's a genius, man. He
you
gave
could be
you
like you could be
you
fucking up the most,
happy for the rest
like
of your life.
having the worst day ever, and somebody be like, "Hey, well, at least you didn't call in the sun as a contact."
Oh, the sun. Yep.
Yeah, yeah, you're right. Good point.
That's a gift he gave you.
Like,
You know, he
Yep.
can't take that away.
I'm
He got
assuming
for-
that guy got shit for that for a long time.
I mean, yeah, he was a platoon commander, so he got.
Oh,
he
you
was
All
the
right.
platoon
Oh,
commander.
yeah, yeah.
Like
He's an officer, right?
Cap-
So he's a platoon
captain,
commander,
captain, or
like probably a lieutenant. So like
lieutenant, right? A first lieutenant.
Yeah.
fresh out of officer
So
school.
not
one
fresh because
rank
we're deployed now, right? So like a fresh
They don't
lieutenant,
send fresh guys there.
He'd be
like
a
a second lieutenant would never be like deployed.
No, not
Really?
in charge, right? Yeah.
So he would show up at the unit and we'd be like, all right, little baby face guy, like you're not even qualified to fucking be here. So he would show up, get a little OJT, and then he would go back for another course and then come back as a first lieutenant or a lieutenant. And then he would be in charge of a platoon.
Okay.
Then but even then he'd still be shadowed by a guy like me, like with 21, 22 years in, a warrant officer who would be like, all right, little fella, like here's how it works. I'm going to show you how the army works, you know.
So is like the
Haircut.
real power behind a platoon like you guys and like the
Platoon.
lieutenants. The lieutenants are technically in charge, but they're basically running off of your intel.
Perfect example.
So what I would tell my platoon commanders is that like, okay, you're in charge, but this is my platoon. I'm going to show you how this platoon works.
Because you have the guys, like everyone in
Yeah.
the platoon, they know you, they trust you, and that's
Look,
he's
look,
like some
yeah.
new guy out of school.
Yeah, that's right. I let him be in charge, but it's my platoon. And he's not there to learn how to run a platoon. That's my job. He's there to learn how a platoon works within a rifle company context, so that when
pass
he's
on information
ca-
from
when-
the commander to you, right?
yeah, so that when he's a captain, he understands how things are working down here. Right?
Okay.
Oh,
He's not actually in charge because he's only like
So he's still like in training. He's quote
Oh, yeah.
unquote in charge, but he's in training and you're running the shit.
So the Canadian Army, at least in the combat arms trades, which is like infantry, artillery,
Tank.
the armored corps guys, and the combat engineers, all those are combat arms. All those combat arms trades, there's always what we call a command team. So when you're a platoon commander, there's a guy who's not an officer, who's a senior NCO, who's your partner.
Platoon sergeant. we call him.
A platoon sergeant in American Army. So the platoon sergeant would shadow the platoon commander, and he would give him advice and mentor him and sort of guide him in the ways of being a platoon commander as he progresses through his career. And then when he gets to company commander, there's a company sergeant, a company sergeant major,
What do they
who
call
shadows.
Army?
What's that?
It's called a company sergeant major in Canadian Army.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So it's called first sergeant here.
Yeah. Or if it's a combat engineer squadron or an armored squadron, it's a squadron sergeant major, whatever.
Okay, cool.
Or a battery sergeant major for an artillery.
Rank above first sergeant in US.
Yeah.
It's a sergeant major.
He's the top senior NCO within the company context, right?
Yeah.
He shadows the company commander and he mentors him and guides him in what he's doing at the company level. And then when you get to the regimental level, the regiment or the battalion commander has a battalion sergeant major or a regimental sergeant major that shadows him and he guides him, right? So at every level of command, there's a senior NCO that shadows that person, that guides them in what they're doing. So it's never just this college educated dude who's like, I'm in charge. And he has no idea how the army works. There's always a guy there who's like been around and seen things and seen the way it's supposed to go.
But there's always every once in a while there's an officer who doesn't do it right.
There's definitely officers there who fuck those guys off and just do whatever the fuck they want.
They don't make it, right?
The lieutenant from Aliens, the second one.
Yeah, that's not a good officer.
Yeah.
Until the end. At the end, he gets it, right?
Yep. Very end, but he does, yeah.
But at the beginning, he does not get it.
And unfortunately, unfortunately for the lieutenant, if they have a bad platoon sergeant who is either doesn't like, for whatever reason, doesn't pass that information on them or passes it on, in a way that the guy's not understanding it, he's screwed because if he gets promoted to the next level, he still doesn't understand, and he's just going to keep. It's too bad. It's unfortunate that both sides can be bad in that situation. You have bad officers who don't listen, but you can also have bad platoon sergeants that don't share correctly, or it can happen both ways.
That's right. It requires an understanding of the relationship on both sides of it, right?
Yeah.
If the officer doesn't understand what he's supposed to be doing there, and he fucks off the senior NCO and does whatever he wants to do, he's not going to be a good officer. But if the senior NCO is there and he fucks off the officer and doesn't mentor him and train him in what he's supposed to do, you're still going to have a bad officer, but for different reasons.
Especially if that officer wants to learn and it doesn't have the opportunity.
Yeah.
It's just the most unfortunate thing. That's interesting. It's like you said, it's not necessarily unique to any one army. It is a situation where it's unique to combat arms, right?
Well, we call it a command team. So instead of like putting all the onus on the officer, there's a command team there, right? So the onus is on
all of you, the
officer and the senior NCO. It's not just on that one officer.
When I was in the army a while ago, it was kind of that kind of relationship didn't really exist. It was some adversarial sides of that because something goes wrong. A lot of times you'd see the NCO throw the officer under the bus. I'm sorry, he's in charge. Maybe that doesn't happen now, but it did when I was in. Not but sometimes. Yeah.
So I'm on Twitter and I watch Mill Twitter a lot. I don't know if you're familiar with it.
Mill Twitter?
Yeah, so there's a bunch of military people who are on Twitter.
Oh, Mill. Okay. I was thinking MILL. I was like, like you're watching Wheat Grinded or
what these guys do with Twitter is they create pseudonyms for themselves, so they can't really be nailed to their Twitter personality, but their Twitter personality is close enough to their real position that when they say something on Twitter, you know where it's coming from and you understand what level of criticism that they're laying down, right? So they can say something on Twitter that's critical of what's happening in the army without getting in huge shit for it.
But if they did get caught, right, big shit, right? Especially if it's an officer.
Well, yeah. So if they said something and it was completely out of line, they would get in shit. But if they say something and it's just a hair out of line, they still have enough separation from that Twitter personality to be like, well, that's not me. You can't prove that's me. No, it's never me. I don't know who that is. Right? So Mill Twitter is kind of unique in that you can go on there and you can call out things as long as you do it right. You can call out things that are wrong with the army and
gives you an opportunity to vent without
Right.
damaging.
And there's people on there from like 4-star generals down to the specialist. It runs the whole gamut of it, and people have conversations on there that normally you wouldn't be able to have in like in a mess hall or anything like that, right? So you have lieutenants talking right to 4-star generals and getting advice from these fucking high up dudes.
It seems to be a very positive thing then.
It has positives and negatives, right?
Well, sure.
But one of the things I've realized from watching Mill Twitter is that you guys, the American Army, has what I consider a lot of weird quirks to it that I don't understand at all.
Like
your obsession with dress and uniform. It's
pomp
it's
is
to
gotta
the,
be
it's to the
fucking
neurotic
proper.
It's
point
always
of
been
it.
the United States. You're right, but it's a big.
It's fucking crazy. And like I've seen it overseas. Like I was in Ukraine in 2015, and there was Americans there as well. And like it's the winter, it's December. So I have gloves on, I have a toque on or a beanie, and I have like an insulating layer on, and I'm walking around the base, and that's how I live my life. Right? I'm comfortable, I can work, I'm good to go. And I look at my American counterparts, and they're still in just like a combat shirt, like a combat top, no gloves, no beanie, just a patrol cap, and it's snowing out, and they're just vibrating with rage and cold. And I'm like, why don't you put on gloves?
It's not
Why
proper.
don't you put on a beanie?
It's
And
not.
they're
It's
like,
not part of the uniform.
no one's told me to put that on yet. I'm not allowed to put that on.
It hasn't changed.
I'm
yet.
like, that's fucking madness.
So they
What
got
are you doing?
dates. You can wear certain. Yeah, that's a thing.
It's the brainwashing.
And like PT is weird to me because like everything is coordinated. They'll do like stretching, and
But
they'll
that's
do
what
it by
it is.
they'll do it by cadence. They'll be like, all right, everybody gather up.
But that's-
Groin
that's
stretch
what
to the
the
left.
skill-
Ready, exercise. 1, 2,
Skill-
3, 1. And I'm like, how is that? Like, just
It has nothing.
Groin
Just
stretch to the
stretch.
left.
Just stretch your groin, bro.
just stretch,
Well,
man.
Just stretch your groin.
It has everything to do with working as a group. It really has nothing to do with physical training. That stuff doesn't. Because
Right.
PTs doesn't not.
It's like
You have to work out on your own.
because the conflict we had there was like we would come out, they would go out at 5 a.m. or 5 a.m. to do PT, and we would come out at 5:30. So they'd still be in their like warm up stretching portion. We'd come out at 5:30 in like crazy mixed dress. Like some dudes are wearing beanies, some dudes are wearing no beanies, gloves,
They're all
shorts,
in uniform.
pants, jackets. We're all over the joint. We're everywhere. And these guys are all in the same outfit. Everything is exactly the same. Everything is uniform completely across the board. We're like, wow, cool. And they would be doing coordinated stretches. And we would come out and be like, okay, we're going for a 5K run. Do a quick warm up and stretch. And we would stretch our groin and stretch our hamstrings and stretch our whatever, all on our own. And we'd take off on a 5K run. And they'd still be back there in the parade square doing like
Oh yeah.
front leaning rest position, go. And it's like,
Stretching, yep.
the fuck are you? Like,
It's-
just go for a run, man.
But then the run. Do you guys run in a group or do you just run?
It's
alone?
direction and conformity. It's got to be just like the fact that like we are a like someone said like a well-oiled machine, like a Ackroyd. He's like it's like yeah, it's a well-oiled machine. Like you do what you're told, you don't do what you're not told, and you follow
have-
precise
you guys run
procedure, and
you
this is the
have
way
that,
you do
and when
everything, and that's it. And like Canadian Army sounds more like be fucking reasonable and then also follow orders.
Right. That's what it is. So like the where it falls apart is that when you get to a cold weather scenario, we'll use that for the easiest example, right? When it comes to a cold weather scenario, I get colder different than you get colder, different than John
Sure.
gets colder.
Yep.
So if I don't need a toque, I'm not going to wear or a beanie. I'm not going to wear a beanie. But if Dom needs a beanie because he got frostbite on the tips of his ears and now he's prone to frostbite, Dom should be allowed to wear a beanie because he knows his body and he knows what he needs.
Yeah.
But Dom's not allowed because the first sergeant hasn't told him that he's allowed to wear his beanie yet.
Well, that's because
if-
everybody's not wearing the beanie.
But if the first sergeant says we're wearing beanies, now I have to wear a beanie, even though I run hotter than Dom does, and now I'm going to sweat into my beanie. Now my beanie's wet, and now
You're gonna
when
get
it
colder.
when I
Yeah.
stop working, I'm going to freeze and I'm going to die. Right? So like, there's no
LB.
there's no ability for the individual to be
There's-
like, I need this.
There's
and
no
I'm gonna
common
adjust
sense
my
factor.
clothing.
The
There's no
common
common
sense
sense
factor
to it.
takes
There's
way
no- and
to
there's no
order and observance.
You know,
Right.
you know the difference is the size of the Canadian Army versus the size of the American Army. The
Yep.
law of averages, people who aren't smart enough to make that decision to put a beanie on, right? They do need to be told. And because one needs to be told,
But smart. Who needs to be smart enough to put a beanie on? It's like, is your head cold? Put a beanie on. If it's not, you're good.
Right.
Like,
but
why
I've
do you need to
seen,
be told to put a beanie on? Like, you shouldn't need to be told that as a fucking adult.
But here's where it gets crazy.
I don't need to.
So I saw a tweet the other day where and this person on Mill Twitter was like, "Hey, just a question. Like, saw this soldier. He was in civilian clothing in a Burger King, but he had a do-rag on his head, like a do-rag. Everybody's tracking what a do-rag is.
Yeah.
He had a do-rag on, and he got pulled out of line by these two dudes who said they were senior NCOs in the Army, and he got in shit, and he got his commander called because he was wearing a do-rag while he was wearing civilian clothing in the Burger King.
Was
Like,
there a policy against it?
what's the rules on do-rags?
Apparently no. Apparently no do-rags. Period.
That would
But
be
in
a
the
policy.
but in the Canadian Army, it's when you're off duty, like when 4 o'clock hits and you get sent home for the night.
You do what the fuck you want as long as it's within
Wear
the
with
law.
wear
Like
a pink tutu. You could dress in drag and go downstairs.
Your company
It
can
doesn't
have-
fucking matter.
Hey, this company's not going to wear pink tutus in public anymore. That's an order. That's not a legal order in the Canadian Army.
That's not a legal order. You
Okay.
can't tell me what to wear when I'm off duty.
hell yeah.
And you can't go around and say I'm on duty 24/7 because that's unreasonable.
That's what they do. In
You're
the
not
Army.
on duty 24/7.
Right.
Unless you're
So
on
when you're
leave,
off duty, you're fucking off duty.
in the Army.
Right. So
If you're on duty,
we do that, but we also have cannabis up here, right? Legalized cannabis. So as soon as you're off duty, as long as in the next 24 hours you're not handling a weapon, you can get high, do whatever the fuck you want,
well, when I was in,
right? So like,
you were drinking.
how are you going to tell me that I can't wear a do-rag if I'm in fucking line at Burger King to get a Whopper?
Because you're embarrassing the Canadian Army, the dumbass dude.
Well, how is that embarrassing?
Because he looks like crap.
But nobody knows that I'm in the Army.
Oh,
I'm in civilian clothing. I'm not there in my uniform. I'm not there in my dress blues.
What if
with
it
my
was
fucking
a,
do-rag
what if it was
on.
a camo do-rag?
He's probably wearing a name tag.
I'm not wearing a name tag. I'm not showing anyone my ID.
Yeah, what if it was a camo do-rag that said Sergeant Motherfucker?
Yeah.
Motherfucker just wanted a fucking Whopper.
Fuck the Canadian Army, man. That's what it said on the back of it. I don't know. I'm not.
Right.
I'm not trying to argue that you are correct. That you're not right. You are right.
I'm not saying that I'm right. I'm not saying that I'm wrong. I'm saying that it's
should be
weird.
okay.
It's
That's
weird
true,
to
I
me. It's weird to me that the U.S. Army can dictate to soldiers who are off duty what they can and cannot wear. It doesn't make any sense, and I don't understand.
I think there's.
I don't think they
because-
still do that, but they did when I was in the Army. Absolutely.
I've never been in the military, so I'm not gonna say this out of experience, but it does feel like the U.S. Army is more about just enforcing obedience
Well,
as
yeah,
opposed to common sense, because, and I don't know the reason, but maybe it's like in a time of war, you don't want people to sit there and use common sense and be like, that order doesn't make sense. You're telling us to go to this, but like that seems like a terrible idea when we could just wait for support and do this instead.
But
It's
in
like,
a-
don't
in a-
question it, just fucking do it. And they want people to
it-
just be ingrained to like, when I tell you to do something, you just do it blindly because I told
But
you.
here's the thing: in a time of war, do I want to take the time out of my day to be like, all right, guys, today we're gonna wear gloves and we're gonna
right?
wear
I mean, like, that,
beanies,
it seems
and if
inconsequential,
there's
right?
Snow on the ground, so make sure you're wearing your Gore-Tex boots. Okay, has everybody got that? All right, good. On the other hand, there's also enemies over there, so let's go and charge that machine gun nest. Like, how about I just fucking ignore that shit because all these soldiers have been trained to use their equipment properly and they understand how they should be dressed for the weather, and let's go attack that machine gun nest.
We're gonna attack a machine gun nest. I hope you're not cold. I hope you dressed for the cold. But yeah,
Yeah.
It's to me it sounds like just common sense should take prevalence. But I feel like just when it
I
comes to the
guess
American
common-
Army, they don't
very
want
common
they don't
sense.
want common sense. They want obedience.
There are-
I guess it's common sense isn't a common attribute anymore.
It's not.
So,
It hasn't
Have
been
to
for a
fucking-
long time.
They want conformity and obedience. And they want because they want to be able to predict like if we order this or we say this is what everyone will do.
Yeah. Now, I think it varies from place to place and unit to unit on how much they enforce a lot of that stuff.
And true, obviously, again, like I said, I've never been in the military, so
No.
don't take my statements as like what I know what the
There's
fuck
no
I'm talking
common
about.
sense.
So
I would say 40% of the people in the U.S. Army when I was in had no common sense at all, and another 10% of them barely had common sense. Right? And those people need to follow every order, but they need to be smart enough to not to follow a legal order, right? So you get both things, but they don't set up the U.S. Army. At least it was not set up for. If I had common sense, only thing I wouldn't follow would be an illegal order, right? They don't want you to second guess things, or they didn't want you to second guess certain things, and that's what they were building. They probably still are, actually. Don't question.
Yeah, I think it comes down to like it's size of organization, right? Your organization or the U.S. Army organization is fucking massive, so you can go ahead and you have to do that kind of thing. Right?
Yeah, you have to make the rules for the not maybe it's the lowest common denominator, but a low common denominator, right?
Well, and the negative side of it is that you have individuals who are coming in who do have common sense, who are treated like fucking children, basically.
And they don't.
And those individuals are like, I don't fucking agree with this, and I don't like the way I'm being treated. I'm gonna. At the end of my contract, I'm leaving.
Right, 4 and out.
Right.
Yeah.
So
I thought it was 2 and out. Sometimes I thought.
You can do 2 and out too, but
okay.
most.
But because your population is the way it is, and your army is the way it is, you can go ahead and cycle through those people, and it's not a big deal. You always have more meat for the grinder.
They turn away way more people than they accept.
But our organization is so much smaller that we can.
You probably turn away more than you accept too. I mean,
well, the thing is, our standing army compared to our population size, I think is actually pretty small compared to a lot of places.
It has been much bigger.
I mean, it's like our standing army is like what, 1 million people out of 300 million. That's a tiny number compared to a lot of places.
Yeah, but you're talking about that's one branch.
True. Army.
No, it has been bigger. It doesn't need to be as big.
It's obviously it gets bigger and lower at times, but like it's not like I mean like, you look at other countries, it's like you would think 300 million people, you'd probably have a standing army of like 3 to 5 million, I would think, but nope.
And it used to be that for a while, but we draw down in times of peace. When we think of times of peace, it usually leads to World War. But what do you do? Like the size of our Navy, personnel-wise, isn't that big, but our Navy's massive Navy.
It may not be big personnel-wise, but I mean like cost and infrastructure-wise, Navy is huge.
And capability-wise,
yeah, I mean
nothing compares to it in the history of the world, right? You just did nothing.
Kind of the same with the Air Force too. The U.S. Air Force is, and that's because I mean the Army is big too, but like.
But not.
It kind of in modern days, it's like Navy and Air Force, and the thing is like, even though Navy like aircraft carrier, that's Navy, but it's still like it's like Air Force and air superiority has kind of become the creme de la creme, like the crux of your military might. And so your Navy, look at the U.S. Navy. Like, yeah, we have warships, but essentially, like, what is the main power of our Navy? It's our aircraft carriers and our missile cruisers and our nuclear submarines. So it's basically like missile projection force and aircraft projection force. It's not actual naval sea power with cannons.
I hate saying it, but
I would say you're discounting special operations forces.
Are amazing.
That's true. That's so for surgical strikes or that
their power projection is immense.
I think it's not even as much their power. I think it's their
4 guys can go control an area.
It's the necessity of their need. Like so, for using special forces insurgent strikes, that is much more of a surgical scalpel on a situation as opposed to just bombardment, and that is much more needed than because. But if you're going to just bombard shit, you have to declare war. If you're going to go do like a Delta Force insurgent, hit on like the fucking Bin Laden thing. If you're doing a Delta Force shit like that is something you just go do. But you're not going to just bombard,
we have
with
units.
Carrier sorties and like missile cruiser Tomahawk strikes and stuff like that. That's not as much.
You have units to do that.
Carrier sorties and Tomahawk missile strikes are nothing if you don't know where you're putting it.
True.
You take 12 Green Berets and you put them in northern Afghanistan. You can take Kabul in a month, and you can take Kandahar in 3 months.
Couldn't hold it. Take it, but can't hold it, right?
Well, the problem is
take it and then reinforce.
You went and started another war in 2003. If you had not done that, we would have Afghanistan still.
Yeah.
Anyway,
The thing, you can't occupy another country forever, right? Those
you
people,
can't.
those
100%
people,
you can't. But when you started it, you should have understood how to finish it and how to finish it. And everybody knows this.
Yeah,
Is
it was
four generations of positive impact is what you needed to have.
and
That's
that-
like 80 years
the-
of military commitment. You
it
would
was
not
like
do that.
we initially went in to take care of the terrorist thing, and then we decided that we need to do something about this political situation, and that's where it turned to the shit.
and they,
Well, because
they weren't wrong, they're wrong, but they weren't wrong, right? They couldn't leave. They couldn't go smack them and leave because the Taliban just come right back, right? But you can't stay either. 'Cause that's the
But
wrong.
we weren't there to get rid of the Taliban. We were there to get rid of the
No,
terrorist cells.
you were
And
there
then
to
the-
get rid of the Taliban as well.
And then the Taliban
George,
kinda-
George
yeah.
W. Bush said that they were going to crush Al Qaeda and they were going to crush anybody who offered aid and comfort,
Which
to the
was
enemy,
Taliban, yeah.
which is the Taliban. So they were going to get rid of the Taliban.
And the way the people are, I mean, not saying anything bad about the people. They're fine. What they choose is it wouldn't have worked. Once we left, the Taliban come right back, just like it just happened, right?
The Taliban always said
was always gonna come right back.
the Americans have all the watches, but we have all the time. Meaning that the Americans have all the bombs and the missiles and the Apache gunships and the Green Berets. They have all that shit. Cool. But we have time to
Just
wait.
wait it out. And
And right
eventually we
now-
have to go, and then once we go, they're right back.
But here's if they had followed the Coin Doctrine, which stated that you need 4 generations of positive impact before you can walk away from a counterinsurgency operation. If they had followed that and they'd been upfront with that and understood that that's what they needed, first of all, we'd still be in Afghanistan. Second of all, you would never have lost it because once you have the 4 generations of positive impact, as soon as you leave and the Taliban try to come back, the whole country is already like
Yeah.
far beyond what the Taliban could ever possibly try to control.
The thing is,
But we walked away too soon.
we did well. The thing is we had to make that decision right away. If you're not going to commit for the 4 generations, then you can't occupy. You can destroy, then leave. You can't occupy if you're not going to do. If you're not going to finish the job, don't start it. And then we start it, never finish it. That's just a fact.
But destroying and then leaving is like mowing the lawn. You're gonna have to do it every week.
You're going to have to. But do we want to sit there and occupy when we can't finish the job? It's worse for the people who are there now. They had a glimmer of what it might be like, to be different when they are, and now we left. That glimmer's gone. So they have it in mind. Oh, I
100%.
really like that now, but I'm back to being this. That's worse for those people than it would be if we stayed.
Well, and that's why
We're
you
not-
saw
we're not-
people.
we're not going
That's
there
why
at
you
all.
saw people at the airport clinging to the wheel wells of C-17s taking off from the fucking runway, right? Because they saw what it could be, they saw what they could have, and they don't want that to leave. So now they're clinging to airplanes.
And unfortunately, they didn't realize that earlier. It's unfortunate. I mean, some of them probably did, but not all. And not all still do, I guess. Never mind. It's crazy. It's one of those things. If you're not going to do it right, don't start it. And if you have to, every 4 years, you have to go in there and level the fucking infrastructure, so be it. It's better than, if they don't want to change, don't try to force them to. But leveling it every 4 years might be an age of them change too. You get sick of this, like, hey, wait a minute. Our fucking government keeps fucking up to the point where we get smacked by these guys every time.
I think all you're going to get from that is
more
that
hate.
Every 3 years, you're going to have another 9/11, and then every 4 years,
Or
you're
attempt.
gonna
Yeah, you're right.
level
You
the
are.
fucking country.
I don't
So
know.
it's not a very good.
There's not really a good answer either way, is there? I mean, really, complete eradication is about the only fucking thing.
The good answer,
really what thing is.
the good answer really is that when it comes to military action, politics can't get involved.
Media can't get involved.
Well, politics especially.
Yeah,
media
no,
and
I
media
agree.
as well.
Politics and media cannot.
So
be.
once you say, okay, we want to do this, and then you go to your military advisors and you say,
Let 'em do it.
we want to go into Afghanistan, and the military turns around and goes, all right, we can go into Afghanistan, and we can destroy Al Qaeda, and we can get rid
What
of
we
the
can
Taliban.
do once we're there, what do you want?
But it's going to take, like, what is your exit strategy? What do you want to get out of this? What is your victory conditions? And if your victory conditions are get rid of the Taliban, the honest answer is 80 years. 80 years of US occupation in Afghanistan. That's what it's going to take. If you're not willing to commit to that, we're not going to fucking set one rubber sole on that soil. because
There's just
it's going to
nobody.
be a loss.
There's nobody.
You're going to lose. If you don't do what we tell you to do, you're going to fucking lose.
Fortunately, you have two things wrong. Well, here our governments change quite often, and
Right.
rapidly, and the world has bred generation after generation of people who aren't willing to step up and say that, right? At least here, it's just in World War II, we had generals that would do that, right? Korea, we have
Well, World War II is different because you had
it's common enemy.
you had countries that
we
were
still have
run by dictatorial fucking groups, like fascist groups, and they got the shit kicked out of them, and they got occupied, and they very quickly realized, the population of those countries very quickly realized that, holy shit, we might have bet on the wrong horse, right? And
I'm talking about the military, though. Was we had generals who were willing to tell the upper command, "Hey, that doesn't make sense. We're not doing that."
oh yeah, 100%.
Korea had a few that would do that, not very many. By the time about halfway through Vietnam, we had none that would do that. It become political at that point. The officer, the upper ranking officer corps of the United States military, about halfway through the Vietnam War, became politically charged, and it hasn't changed since. You could see the results are Afghanistan. That's what you get. Where our military kicks ass, can fucking perform every mission it needs to, but the management of it is poor. I say that not knowing what the answer would be. I couldn't do it either, but I at least
we have the same issue up here, right? Like, we went to Afghanistan too. So like, when I'm saying this, I'm not saying this as like pointing a finger at America and being like,
No, I
you fucked it up.
I wasn't taking it that way either.
The finger is also pointing back at us.
Coalition. It is. It's everybody, because every member nation, one member nation should have stepped up and said, "Hey, this ain't right." But like I said, it's the world is
yeah.
We seem to
because NATO went in there, NATO should have turned around and said, "Okay, what's it going to take to fix this?" And the answer would have been 4 generations.
Okay, they go in there and ask the question, "What's it going to take to fix this?" And let's say the Afghan people right up there and said, "There's nothing that needs to be fixed. We don't want your system. We understand these guys did something bad. We don't want them either, but we don't want your system." Do we leave?
The question, I mean,
that's a tough one, right?
That's a tough one.
That's why I don't envy those guys that have to make those decisions.
Like, the Afghan people do need to fix it, but like, do they have the tools to do so?
Both like mental tools.
And 20 years is not enough, because you have to influence those generations, right? You have to have a positive impact on the next generation, so that the next generation turns around and goes, okay, NATO's not here to fuck us around. NATO's not here to occupy us. NATO's here to build schools and wells and hospitals and give us fucking good shit, right? Also, and then the next generation is raised with that attitude that NATO is a positive influence, and the next generation is raised with that influence that
we want to be part of these guys.
We can do that. We can be part of this. We can be part of a civilized fucking world. And then the fourth generation is finally the point where that's normalized, right? Yeah. So once that's normalized, then you can start to talk about leaving. But if you haven't normalized not having the Taliban there, if you haven't normalized not stoning women in a soccer field, if you haven't normalized not throwing acid in someone's face because they turned you down for a date.
Well, I get that.
Weird shit that happens in Afghanistan, like weird Stone Age bullshit that they were doing, weird Stone Age tribalistic stuff. Oh, you haven't normalized that's not legit, and that's not what the world as a society wants to see. Then once you leave, they're just going to go back to whoever has the guns.
Yep.
And in this case, it's the Taliban.
Yep. And that was part. Well, like I said, we weren't there long enough to change that dynamic, but unfortunately, NATO used those warlords to try, to help govern and control those areas. And they're the ones that go right back into being, to doing that stuff.
Right.
So we propped them up and legitimized them, not the Taliban necessarily, but the warlords who they would, maybe didn't admit it or couldn't prove it, but probably support the Taliban or a group like it.
Well, there were so many stories coming out of like Afghanistan where the Green Berets would grab a warlord and he would grab his militia and they would go and clear out a village and be like, yeah, good to go. And they'd be like, yeah, this guy's great. This guy's upstanding. And that warlord would start pointing out quote unquote Taliban commanders in the next village over, and they would go and take them out, only to realize that these guys weren't Taliban. These guys were just competitors.
Rivaling warlords, yeah.
They were rivaling warlords, and this warlord was just taking advantage of the American firepower that he had all of a sudden to go and take out his competitors and his rivals. Like, you can't prop up a country using politicians based on these warlords. You have to like wipe the slate clean and build it back up again.
But yeah, and the problem is for that area, that's all they've known. That's their form of government for how many longer than the United States has been around, right? Especially Afghanistan, that warlord system has been around for literally hundreds.
Well, and it doesn't
Afghanistan
help.
has just been a hot zone even since like it's been like a hot zone since like the old Soviet Union days.
Well, like somebody drew a map, and I think it was the British who drew the map in that area, and they just drew a map and called it Afghanistan, and it's actually like 4 or 5 different countries, like tribalistic areas, wrapped into one country, right? If you had broken it down into its tribalistic
provinces
zones,
or whatever you call them,
provinces or areas,
cultural divides,
right? Cultural divides, and they gave each one of those a governor or a prime minister, or made it its own sovereign country, and said that this is your fucking place, this is what you're fighting for. Maybe that would have taken on a little bit.
That's a good point. That might have been a move we should have done. Yeah,
you're trying to unite all these tribes under one flag, and they're all like,
it's
"That's not really mine. I'm Pashtu. I'm Dari. I'm this. I'm that."
Similar to what I'm
an Uzbek.
It's Yugoslavia. It's multiple countries in one area.
That's right. Yeah.
Forcing these countries is the right word for it, to be one country doesn't ever work. I mean, it just doesn't.
Like the Kurds in Iraq.
Yeah, it's like there's a lot of those countries that should probably be split up too.
Turkey, Kurdish, and Iraqi. Right? They're different, and their differences are vast, actually.
All right, well, I gotta
get up at fucking.
I gotta get up early. Drive to Seattle, so I'm gonna call it for the night. So
gay day, baby.
Remember neck tattoo, Drayden, right here.
Yeah, I'm just gonna get like a
big Garissa's bunny right on the fucking neck.
As big as your other tattoo.
The what?
Other tattoo? Don't you have a big tattoo on your back?
Yeah, I have a big tattoo all up my side. It's like half done. I want to get it removed, but
So your new one has to be at least that big, if not bigger.
Well, it can't be that big because it's going on my leg. My leg isn't that big.
Or you should get a tramp stamp.
Oh yeah,
dude. Should I get a tramp stamp?
Yes.
Garissa's tramp stamp.
Just put like an arrow pointing down and be like deposit box or something like that. You know.
There you go.
Yeah,
you thought about
hub. Pleasure hub with the arrow pointed down.
Pleasure hub.
No.
Why would you not do that? And I love bunny and a heart on your butt.
But so we'll be back next week. We're out. I'm gonna go get my tramp stamp. I don't know if we're getting it tomorrow or Sunday, but one of the days. Hopefully, I don't know. It has to either be tomorrow evening or early Sunday because I got to leave Sunday afternoon because I couldn't take Monday off work, so I have to be back. It's like a 5.5, 6 hour drive to get back here. So
I kind of like this new time zone. I'm here right till the end of the show.
Yeah.
That's
now, are you Mountain or Western time zone?
Mountain.
There. Okay, so you're only an hour ahead
right now.
Yeah, you're only ahead. Yeah, it's like 10:30 for me. It's 11:30 for you. Yeah.
12:30 for me. 1:30 for Dirk.
Yeah, the farther west you go, the better it is. Although you're probably in the perfect time because it's like after. Because for me, like it starts at 6, so it's like, and then I got show prep and set before. So it's like if I want to eat dinner on a Friday, I have to eat at like 4.
Yeah, Fridays are pizza night for us, so it's pretty good.
Yeah, so like
eat some pizza,
you guys can eat at 6, and then still you get half an hour, and then you start the show, pre-show stuff. So
I was mowing the lawn until like 6:45. So.
Yeah, I'm gonna go downstairs.
In the old time zone, it was like I would eat dinner, I would go downstairs and do like
because you were Eastern, right?
Show notes. Yeah, I was Eastern. I'd do show notes, and then I would like sit around for an hour, and then the show would start, and it'd be 9 o'clock.
So by 11. getting a
By the
little.
time 11 rolls around, I'm like, well, fuck. I hope it's bedtime soon, and you guys are still going strong. And I'm like, well,
Yeah.
feel like
How
I'm
do you do it? It's like that's
dick
because it's not that
itching
late
out.
yet. So
If
for
it's 1
us-
o'clock for me, it's 2 for you, or was, yeah. That's rough, yeah. I just have
Blazing,
to
Blazing Bunny?
They do have chips in Alberta, Stragic. I just have to find some Aldress.
the ones, the asshole chips.
Is the Aldred? That's the thing. How are you gonna live? Like the poutine's not the same on the west side that you said. The west side
I
of
can-
Canada, you said the poutine's not the same.
I think I have a line on some cheese curds.
You
Fire
got
Should
a
be-
line on some like good old
should be the
fashioned
same.
Ontario cheese curds.
I think. See, the thing with the West is that they have all the ingredients for poutine. They just haven't figured out how to put it together. So if I can,
I didn't
if
think
I
it was
can
like
put it together
it wasn't the
properly, I
fries or
think
the
I can,
cheese curds.
like-
I thought the secret was the gravy, isn't it?
secret is the gravy.
Right.
Well,
So
it's the gravy and the cheese curds.
and the cheese curds.
Because you can have
Oh.
good gravy and still have no cheese curds, and it's not a good.
But it's just mozzarella cheese balls, right?
No,
No,
It's cheese
no.
curds.
It's
Cheddar
What's the
cheese curds.
difference?
Or the,
So
salt
The
water
cheese
has-
curd,
yeah.
right? So you take your whole milk, you add your salt, and the milk curdles up. That's how cheese is born.
With
Right.
salt and milk?
Salt and milk.
I
And
thought they
they
used
put
bacteria
cheese
cultures or something.
No,
Or
and then
cheese
you take those cheese curds and then you press them into a block and then you age that block and that becomes cheddar cheese.
It's a wheel.
Right.
See,
Or a
I
wheel
thought
or a
cheese
block.
was all just built from bacteria cultures.
No. And then but if you take those cheese curds right out of the milk and then you throw them on hot
Salty
fucking
and-
fries
Oh my God,
and
so
then
good.
hit them with some brown gravy, you got yourself a poutine, baby.
Hell yeah. Well, yeah. So sous chef. Yeah. The
I
only
had some-
the only poutine I've ever had was the only poutine I've had that was done right was in Ontario when I was in Toronto. It was funny. I was in Toronto for 5 days. I ate poutine for 7 meals. So
Nice.
so
It's good. I like poutine.
if
also. I
you
never
couldn't
had-
tell that I liked it a lot, I liked it a lot. And then
The
I came
proper
back here and
poutine-
tried to make it myself, and it
Yeah.
was good. It was fine, but it was obviously not like it was like I just made some brown gravy and put some mozzarella balls and some fries together. So it was probably more of like just like generic like whatever poutine and not like passion poutine.
So the original poutine comes from Quebec. It's a Quebecois food. But I have this buddy and he's from Montreal, so he's Quebecois, and he knows what like a real poutine is supposed to be. And we always give him shit. We always fuck around and be like, "Oh man!" Like when we were overseas, we'd be like, "Oh man, I can't wait to go home and have a real poutine." And then somebody else from the crowd would be like, "Yeah, with shredded mozzarella cheese," and he just fucking cringe and fucking, "Oh,
Like,
I can't
yeah,
believe you're talking like that." And we're like, we just fuck with him like that, and we get all fucking upset. Anyways,
Yeah, I gotta go to bed, guys.
bedtime.
Thanks for everybody watching. We'll see you next week.
Yep, we're out.
Good,
We'll be back next week.
I'll be on there.
I'll have some
Maybe
pictures
I'll-
of the tattoo. I'm sure I'll get like a side by side like couples picture.
Yeah, you'll have to.
Because I think November's getting the same exact tattoo in the same spot, so we're gonna have like matching
On his neck, attaboy.
Yeah, we're gonna have like matching tattoos. But I was sitting there, I was like, "So are we going in there like we're gonna go in there like the tattoo artist would be like, you guys a couple?" It's like, no, we're just.
Well, wait. You have to ask if there's a couple's discount first. If there's a couple's discount.
If there's a couple's
yeah.
discount, then yes, we are. Absolutely. But anyway, yeah, we'll be back next week. Thanks everyone for hanging out, and we'll catch you next time. I'm gonna go eat something downstairs and then go to bed. So, bye.
Right. Hey.
Good night, guys.